that isn't heavily wooded here at the Carlton Reserve or at Myakkahatchee, but Masa, we're really honed in here on an area that they have put a cover over, and that could be for one of several reasons, but it could be to thoroughly examine a discovery, and that could be what this is.
It could be that. That would make sense, what you're saying, but of course we are not going to jump to any conclusions here on WFLA until everything is confirmed. But we have seen in the past 5-10 minutes, according to our photojournalist Jim Hockett up in Eagle 8 HD, that this tent that you're looking at has been erected. We also know that Chris and Roberta Laundrie told law enforcement last night they were going to go back to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. The park opened yesterday. And then Chris and Roberta Laundrie told law enforcement, hey, we're going to go back out there. We're going to look for Brian. After a brief search of some trails, they found, quote, articles belonging to Brian Laundrie. And now we know that the Sarasota County Medical Examiner's Office has been called to the scene by the Northport Police Department. And now we have Eagle 8 HD. And I just want to confirm, this is definitely above the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park, right,
Absolutely.
JB?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now we know that they have erected this white tent.
Let's go split screen for a second. Another vehicle has just appeared at the entrance. So that vehicle there that is in the foreground was just here pulling into Myakkahatchee and now is stopped here and what appears to be talking with the law enforcement officer that is blocking the park entrance from any public, any member of the public that is trying to get through. And now you can see that they're pulling in. Okay, now we have several, let's go full screen. Several vehicles here now pulling into Myakkahatchee. And this goes back, folks, to Allison Henning's reporting saying that there has been considerable in and out activity at Myakkahatchee. I think the shot now frozen. It appears to be frozen. And again, that's just how rural the area is. Let's hit the touchscreen and go back to, okay, now Eagle's getting a better vantage point.
All right, welcome everyone. Let me just say, I'm not buying this. The FBI finds nothing for a month and all of a sudden it opens up and the parents find something? Come on, really? It's like I feel like our intelligence is being played for a fool. It makes absolutely no sense to me. Now medical examiners being called in. Maybe Brian's dead, but how did his parents know? Like, this is so weird. I don't get it.
Would be setting it up in an area that is exposed to the sun.
I understand your arguments.
Or would you be setting it up? What we're saying is we don't know why this tent has been set up. It's very possible that it is procedural. It's very possible that it's for, okay, so they're getting a look now in through the trees. A disclaimer, we don't know what we're going to see here. This is live from Eagle 8 HD.
There's a table. Is that a table or a vehicle?
It does look like a table.
Hey, Alexis.
Masa, I'm going to mute your mic. So, hard to see. Hold on. Yeah, I'm going to unmute you, Masa. Hold on. I have an idea. Hey, Jim, any opportunity to open up the exposure on this camera, even though it's going to blow out the image? Is there any chance that you could open it up and we could see a little bit more detail there into what we're looking at?
That's about as good as I can get without blowing it out too much to where it's washed out.
10-4, Jim. Thank you. So there. Okay, now we can make out. Now we can make out individuals. You can see team members there. Looks like they're looking down at their phones, and it's hard to see. I see at least one,
I
two.
see two. There's
three. No, there's four.
Gosh,
I see at least four people.
You have much better eyesight. I just see two. I see two people on the right hand. Oh, I see three. Oh, I see four now. Okay.
There you go. So your eyesight isn't. But a team has gathered here at this tent that has been set up at the Laundrie search area at Myakkahatchee. All of this occurring on really the same afternoon now that we have had the medical examiner with Sarasota County call to the scene and articles of some kind being discovered at the search area for Brian Laundrie, according to Stephen Bertolino, the Laundrie family attorney. It appears 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that there's at least 5 there. It's kind of hard to see. Jim is doing a really great job, and our pilot doing a phenomenal job at hovering in one spot here just to give us this very narrow view through the trees here. There you can see some chairs, a table, and a cooler, or what appears to be a cooler, there on the left side of your screen. And then not underneath the tent, but next to it, at least 4, perhaps 5 law enforcement officials.
So this is really, on a case that we have followed so closely every single day, noting what vehicles are going in, what vehicles are going out, what's happening at all the entrances of the Carlton Reserve, of the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. Today is significant. To my knowledge, this is the first time that we have been able to confirm that the Sarasota County Medical Examiner's Office, or any medical examiner's office, has been called out to the scene. This was done by Northport Police. They were called out to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. This is a small park that is adjacent to the Carlton Reserve, that vast swampy area that we have watched for weeks as law enforcement has done a search at that area. We know today that 2 units with the Pasco County canine human detection unit were back at the scene today. We know that
We got something here, Masa. Now a new vehicle appearing here, Lee County Mobile Command Center. So now additional law enforcement resources here arriving at Myakkahatchee. And I'll try to confirm here with our team, whether or not this is the first time we've seen the Mobile Command Center with Lee County pull up to the search for Brian Laundrie. But this is now another Mobile Command Center.
Hey, maybe they found a body that's not Brian's. We don't know. This may not even be Brian's body. This is whacked.
Only what we know. But based on this amount of activity, Masa, this is more activity that there's been in the last 3 weeks combined.
It is a significant day in this case, no matter what happens next. This is a significant day. It is October 20th, and this is the first time that articles belonging to Brian Laundrie, according to the Laundrie family attorney, have been discovered. If this turns out to be accurate, we always want to confirm everything with law enforcement. If that turns out to be accurate, that is a sign that Brian Laundrie was in fact there, as his parents had said. It's also obviously significant that the medical examiner has been called out to the search area done by Northport PD. That is something that we have not seen before. We haven't seen this much activity in many weeks. And what's just strange here is this area was just opened up to the public.
Okay, so what we know so far, TGG, is that the father and the mom went there this morning, and miraculously they found some articles that belonged to Brian. Stuff the FBI did not find, stuff the FBI had no idea, but all of a sudden Chris and Laundrie go there and boom, boom. All of a sudden they find stuff. I'm sorry, I'm not buying this. Something is off. Something is very off. You hear my stomach? Something is very off. This is not right.
Our audience want to see, no, we don't want to see it, but it is the reality of covering news from the air. Eagle 8 HD, flying over Myakkahatchee and refueling. We'll have details for you as to when we're going to get Eagle 8 HD back up in the air. As soon as that information is available to me, I will pass it along. But
oh yeah, I'm dead serious. That's exactly what happened. I woke up about 20 minutes ago. Well, 30 minutes ago. And I was listening, and yeah, that's what happened. It's insane. I can't even comprehend how this is even legit.
This is now the tent that a lot of folks are going to be talking about on social media, and the purpose of this tent, and we don't know anything about it. other than what we see with our own two eyes. And we see that it has been set up in an area that is there's a lot of trees around. It's a heavily wooded area, but that's every corner of Carlton Reserve or any corner of Myakkahatchee. You can see that there's considerable amount of law enforcement there, multiple team members that are there. They're not standing underneath it right now. They're standing where they were, again, 5 minutes ago. They're standing next to it. What appeared to be a cooler was there, a table, a couple of different chairs were there.
Right.
And this could very well just be an extension of the mobile command center
sure.
that they have set up at the Myakkahatchee area. It could just be an area for them to meet, and this could be nothing.
But what you're trying to get at is we
Another
don't
vehicle.
know if
Hold
this
on.
is,
Another vehicle showing up here.
It's just passerby as well. It looks like some people.
That's
just walking up to the scene.
JLR. She shouldn't be too far behind.
Yeah, we don't know if that is the location where the articles were found. I think that's what JB is getting at. And we don't know if that is where any other potential evidence in this case was recovered.
As you can see, the considerable amount of attention that is now being paid here to the entranceway to Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park here in rural Sarasota County, Florida. And there you see that, I'm really glad that our photojournalist Justin Rogers pointing in there on that address, 6968 Reisterstown Road. And the online sleuths and everyone who has been following this to incredibly minute detail knows that address. That is the address that was on the citation when the Ford Mustang was found, 6968 Reisterstown Road. So this is the area where that silver Ford Mustang convertible was cited as an abandoned vehicle, and was eventually, of course, located, found, and returned. And this is that same spot.
Yeah.
Okay, let's deep dive that for a second. So the exact address where they have been looking for Brian for a month, with all of their research, all of their everything. No, it's the same place, Anastasia. And now all of a sudden the parents go there and boom! Now all of a sudden they find Brian, or they find, come on, really? They really expect us to believe this nonsense? No, sorry, can't do it.
Chris Laundrie was back at this very exact scene, showing law enforcement Brian's favorite spots, Brian's favorite trails. We know that it seemed like we were finished with this park, because yesterday was opened up to the public, but Chris and Roberta Laundrie decided to return to this exact same area today. And that is when, according to the family attorney, I want to quote this: after a brief search off a trail that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found. And we don't know what these articles were. We do know that the Sarasota County Medical Examiner's Office has now been called to the scene by law enforcement as well. We're trying to understand the significance of that development, and we're not going to jump to any conclusions. We are going to stick to the facts. And what you're looking at is some video taken, I would say approximately 30 minutes ago now, of a white tent that has been erected at the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park, and we don't know what this is for, if this is part of the command center, if this is where they're just meeting, if this is where there could be potential evidence. They're trying to cover it from our view. We just don't have answers to that, but we are working the phones as we are on with you here, explaining to you what's happening. We're also trying to get more information from attorneys, from law enforcement and other agencies.
What we're going to do now, while we have Eagle 8 HD refueling, we're also live. Let's just kind of make this very clear. We're also live from the park entrance. We still have this feed. If we see any vehicles pull up, we'll show you exactly just some of the in and out activity that we've been talking about as far as the entranceway to Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. We'll show that to you here, but we're going to stay here, everybody, with the tent that has been set up. A lot of attention being paid here to this tent, the reason for it. But while with fewer feeds, I have a lot here, a lot of buttons, a lot of touchscreens to press. With now Eagle 8 HD going to refuel, it opens up the opportunity for us to start featuring your hashtag HeyJB questions and comments, your
Absolutely.
hashtag HeyMasa questions and comments. So Masa, if you're ready to start taking some of those questions and comments from social media, we will do so. And again, so how this works for our audience on WFLA Now, interactively here, what we do is we feature your questions. We very much value what you have to say.
All right, I'm pointing out people in the video. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. All I could see are 4 standing in a circle. Not underneath the tent either. I don't know, guys. I'm not buying this. I'm just not. The Carlton Reserve and the Mayahatchee, I'm pretty sure, are the exact same place, just different areas. Just so you guys know. Same place, just different area. Yarn, I don't disagree with that. But why now? And how did he end up in the exact same spot his parents were? Come on. I'm just not buying it.
As of right now, after providing that new information that some articles belonging to Brian were discovered this morning after Chris and Roberta Laundrie went to the scene with law enforcement, he is not commenting at all on the fact that the medical examiner's office has been called to this area right now, JB. I'm going to reach out to Northport PD.
Let's do that. Yeah. Do you need me to close your mic, or are
No,
you?
You can leave it open.
Okay.
I'm going to text
So to pick up the thread on what we were just talking about, there's some folks out there, a lot of folks that aren't comfortable having their name and their profile picture featured on a live stream, especially when we have more than 100,000 people watching across all platforms right now.
All right, so I was corrected. The park goes into the Carlton Reserve, but this is where the car was found. They did extensive, hey Grandma Rose, they did extensive research where the car was found. So they were here already. They've already gone through this 100 times. No, Molly's still there. She doesn't leave till tomorrow. I don't know where she is.
This is a question that we can't ignore. Lauren Dolce, hashtag HeyJB, other than a body, why would they call a medical examiner to a scene? Tiffany Hag, hashtag HeyJB, would a medical examiner be called for anything other than a dead body? Jean Earl Stephan, hashtag HeyJB, why call the medical examiner for articles? Wouldn't there need to be human remains? And we understand that is how, you know, it's only logical to connect those dots. We get that. We understand that. We also have a responsibility here to just report what we are seeing. The answer to that question is a medical examiner would be called to a scene like this, yes, for the discovery of human remains. That is the logical way to approach it. That's the logical way to consider these developments here. But at the same time, we have to be very grounded in fact here, and we don't know if could the medical examiner have been called here to the scene procedurally because they feel like that they are close to finding something. Is it just to be on standby for a potential discovery and not a discovery that has already in fact been made? We just don't know. There's so much that could be possible as far as the medical examiner being called here to the scene. Perhaps they want the medical examiner there at the scene to provide any form of expertise. We don't know, but we do know that yes, the logical thing is to assume, and there's assumptions already going on endlessly on social media. It is only logical to assume that the medical examiner has been called for the discovery of human remains, but we just don't know until we can report that information. Masa.
And we know that the Pasco County K-9 unit was back at the scene this morning, 2 units, and we know they have the capability to pick up on human remains. So that is just one factor to consider here. But yeah, I mean, did they find human remains is the first question. We don't know. We just know that the medical examiner has been called out, and we're going to be very careful when we are reporting on this story and any story. And if a body has been discovered, the next step is whose body? I mean, this is a vast area where so many people have access to and have had access to. So those are the questions that we don't have an answer for right now, and we are not going to have an answer. Those are answers that you are going to get from authorities, not from me and not from JB. But what I can tell you is this is just so interesting that all of this is happening the day after the park opened up to the public. All of this is happening just within an hour after the Laundrie family attorney confirmed to me that Chris and Roberta were at the scene today, and they searched some trails, a brief search, and they found, quote, some articles belonging to Brian. So if that is in the end confirmed by law enforcement, then that would indicate that Brian had been there at some point. Was he there on September 13th, as the family has said? What the family's timeline has said, we don't know. We know that Brian had been at this park, according to his Instagram. I had looked at his 66 posts on Instagram. He had had pictures at this park in the past, so this is a place that we know he had been before. So a lot of unanswered questions. The biggest question is what articles of Brian were found. I want to know this tent that has been set up, how far away is it from the entrance? How far away is it from where the Mustang was parked? I want to know on what trail were the articles found? How far away was that from where the Mustang?
I agree with everything that this reporter is saying. It just doesn't add up. The parents are on a trail and all of a sudden, boom. No, it's something's wrong. It's just not right. I don't know what's wrong, but it's way wrong. Something just isn't right.
Is an item or objects. Items or objects that were found by, we don't know if it was Chris or Roberta or the two of them together. We just don't know who
or
exactly.
Law enforcement with them, they found
right,
it. We just don't know.
That articles were found, and it is clearly there's now new life here in this search for Brian Laundrie. And this tent that has been set up, Eagle 8 HD is refueling right now. We don't know the reason as to why this tent was set up.
All right, here's part of the reason I'm not buying it, all right? Roberta has not gone out once. This is their son. Even if this park wasn't open to the public, they were still allowed to go there. All they would have to do is get a police escort. But they didn't need the park to open up to the public for them to go looking. All they needed was a cop to go with them. So that's part of the reason I'm not buying this. I'm just not buying it.
And they're now, of course, they have to procedurally go through all the steps necessary to determine if there's any other articles in the area. And this is now an active scene that they have to investigate, and that tent just could be procedurally the tent that they put up to near an area that they're actively investigating. So let's all keep that in perspective as to what we're looking at here. A lot more hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyMasa comments here. Tiani here, Lee Morales, hashtag HeyJB. What are your thoughts about this case? How has it affected you personally? I've talked about this at great length yesterday. Tiana, I can come back to this later on if some more people ask this question, but I'm going to move on to more pressing matters if that's okay, because I've answered that question just so many times. Brooke Turner, hashtag HeyJB, did they find a body? We have no indication right now from any credible sources of information that they have found a body, and we cannot, we know the speculation's out there. We know this question, these 5 words, did they find a body? We know that that's out there, but right now we're just telling you that from local law enforcement, there's no comment right now, and Stephen Bertolino isn't commenting right now on if anything such as a body or human remains have been discovered. Anna, hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyMasa, where are Chris and Roberta now? We don't know the answer to this question. I think that, those who have been at the house could probably, media that has been parked outside of the house there in Northport would be able to provide more clarity on this question.
I'm looking at Brian Enton's, Brian Enton isn't outside the house either, of course.
Yeah, no, he's here.
People are not going to be outside the Laundrie family home with this much activity happening at the search sites. I don't know, I'm sure some national outlets are still going to be parked out there, but our affiliates, we're not at that scene right now.
Yeah, this might be the most quiet that it's ever been, or at least since this all began, at the home of Chris and Roberta Laundrie, because all of the media attention now is focused here on Myakkahatchee. So I would imagine that if they are at home, if it's Chris and Roberta Laundrie,
I'll be right back.
Sure. If they are peeking out of their blinds right now, and looking out of their blinds, they're thinking, wow, that's new. There's few, if anybody, out there. But I would imagine that there's still activity at the house. We do not have a live feed from the house, otherwise I would show it. The one live feed that we have right now is from Myakkahatchee, the entranceway to where you can see there on the left by the sign that the officer is on foot, just ensuring that nobody is allowed access to Myakkahatchee right now. No one can gain entryway to the park itself. So there's the vehicle parked, and this is, again, drastic 180 change from what we had yesterday when the park itself was closed, or excuse me, reopened, and now it's closed again here today. Back here with you live on WFLA Now. Moss is working the phones. Let's get to some more questions and comments. Stephen Arispi, hashtag HeyJB. Oh, I like the profile picture of the kid there in the it's a great profile picture. Hashtag HeyJB. Was the tent set up by law enforcement, or was it found that way? No, Jim Hockett, our photojournalist who was in Eagle, said that he saw that tent go up he said that when he did chime in on the radio, it was 5 minutes prior to that, but he said that he saw it go up. So it was set up, as we understand it, by law enforcement. It was not found that way. There's no way that this tent has been there for an extended period of time, if that's what you're asking, Stephen. We have flown over this area multiple times. We've never seen this tent set up. I've never seen it, a tent set up like that here at Myakkahatchee. Masa, you're back? I'm back. Let's get to this question from Norma Ion. Hashtag HeyJB. How far is this location from the other place they were initially searching? So let's break this down. The Carlton Reserve and the reserve itself, 25,000 acres. And there's the west side and the east side that police have been focusing their attention on. The west side is closer to Venice. That is the Carlton Reserve entrance. The right side is here. The east side, if you will, is Myakkahatchee. This is where the Ford Mustang was discovered. This is closer to North.
It is the same place.
We have seen, Norma, a ping-ponging back and forth over the last month plus of law enforcement attention here on the Myakka side, and then on the Carlton Reserve side closer to Venice. Venice closer to the actual Gulf Coast of Florida, our beautiful beaches here in Florida. This is more inland, and it's, I don't have an exact mileage count. I did at one point. It was in my notes. I don't have those notes in front of me at this moment, but it's a 25,000 acre swath of land, and it's not that close. They're opposing ends of this same vast swampy wetland
right
here
there
in rural Sarasota County, Florida.
And I did just get some information from Heather. She contacted Pasco County Sheriff's Office, and they said, quote, Northport PD has once again requested a human remains detection canine to assist with the search today. We sent one canine team and 2 spotters to ensure the safety of the team during the search. And so they are just confirming that they did, in fact, send a canine with the capability to detect human remains. That's the Pasco County Sheriff's Office. Just wanted to give you that bit of information.
Yeah, and it's helpful, of course, to any thread of information that we get from law enforcement, even if it tells us very little, is extremely important. And yes, it was last week that the Pasco County Canine Human Remains Unit was here and part of the search efforts here for Brian Laundrie. And this, again, could be procedural or was something discovered. We just don't know until we have it credibly from law enforcement, or if Stephen Bertolino cares to follow up with another text message where he reveals more than what the public knows at this stage of where we are.
But to give you a little bit of context, this is something that started on September 13th when Brian Laundrie decided to just leave his home and head over to this park his Mustang and go for a hike, and he never returned. And here we are more than a month later, and significant developments in this case that we are following for you this morning. The park being closed back up right after it was opened up. Chris and Roberta Laundrie, the parents of fugitive Brian Laundrie, wanted in connection to the Gabby Petito case. The parents showing back up this morning to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park and doing a brief search, according to the Laundrie family attorney, and finding something incredibly significant, something that we have not seen to date, discovering, quote, articles belonging to Brian Laundrie. And right after that, we find out that the Sarasota County Medical Examiner's Office has also been called to the scene. So that would be 1 month and 7 days since Brian Laundrie reportedly left his home, and about 2 months into this story that we've been following so carefully, JB.
Without question, there's been more developments today than there have been in weeks combined. As far the entire month of October, there's been more today here in Florida than there has been in the previous 19 days combined.
100%.
And what's really interesting about this is that more than at any point. Hold on, got to mute mics. Sorry. Also, you'll see tonight on WFLA News Channel 8 is basically the announcement that was just made to the newsroom.
Yep, I'm beyond at 4, 5, and 6. Yep.
Yep. So, and I want to make this clear that this is yesterday in particular. I remember going through. I make the rounds as far as just seeing what people are saying on the Gabby Petito subreddit. I make the rounds. I check in with my friends over at the Discord. Gabby, I try to be, WFLA Now, as far as I make the rounds, I check how we bring in your comments on social media and how we pay very close attention to what people are saying on social media. That's not exclusive to Facebook or Instagram or Twitter or YouTube. We want to comb through all of them. And there's really 7 platforms. I know it sounds crazy, but I do try to make the rounds on.
But we got to remember, too, people found that there was somebody living in the shack. It ended up being something else. They found a body in the beginning. It ended up being someone else. So we really don't know if this is even Brian. It very well could be a body, but nothing says that it's Brian. Everyone else that's been found, it hasn't been Brian.
More knowledgeable as to what you're saying out there. And I make these rounds, and more than at any point, I would say that yesterday, when they reopened the Carlton Reserve, and this area was reopened to the public, there was just this overwhelming sense of, are we ever going to find Brian? Is Brian ever going to be found? Is this it? Is this the end of of the hope that we have been holding on to for so long, that Brian Laundrie was going to be found and that there was going to be justice for Gabby Petito? Again, now that's based on, again, Brian Laundrie is the sole person of interest. He's not a suspect in her homicide as we know it here publicly from the FBI. He is a person of interest. And yes, he's wanted on the federal arrest warrant for using the credit card, or the debit card. We get that. But there have just been so many people that have been chiming in, Masa, across social media platforms, really losing hope, especially over the last 36 hours. I've noted it. And here we are today with more developments that we have had in a 5-hour period than we have in really the last 3 weeks combined.
More developments since, I would say, September 19th, when remains were found in Wyoming, and October 12th, when the medical examiner, I believe that was the date, told us that the cause of death for Gabby Petito was manual strangulation, throttling. Yep. So regardless of what ends up happening, we don't know why the medical examiner was called. Again, we don't know, one, if in fact human remains were found. We know that the Pasco County Human Remains Detection Dog was at the scene today, and we know that the Sarasota County Medical Examiner's office was called to the scene after that by Northport PD, so you can make any conclusions that you would like to there. We're not going to get ahead of law enforcement on any of that. But yeah, this day, October 20th, is definitely going to be significant regardless of what happens with the Sarasota County Medical Examiner being on that scene, because this is the day that some articles belonging to Brian Laundrie were found. We've been, the whole country has been looking for Brian Laundrie. Multiple law enforcement agencies, multiple states, multiple days searching for this 23-year-old fugitive. And here we are. Today is the first time that there was a sign of him. If you're going to, not from law enforcement, but according to the attorney, today is the first day.
All right, let me clear some up too. There seems to be confusion with Fox News. According to Bertolino, Brian's attorney, according to him, they had Chris and Roberta had gone out into the Lockahatchee. They went into where Brian's car was found, and after a brief search, they found articles of Brian. That's what happened according to Bertolino. I know Fox News is saying something different, but that's according to what Bertolino said. So that's what I'm going to go on, Brian's attorney.
Like Katie's, I will answer that.
What is the question?
All right, I'll just throw it. I'll throw it up here on screen. So there was a psychic that.
Oh, I know about this.
Okay, there was a psychic
that was on Monday.
Right, but then I ran into Walt yesterday as we were, and he actually said that no, technically it was Tuesday, but I can't ignore all of the comments that are coming through about and this goes back to some of our earliest streams on WFLA Now, and there was a psychic who had
I have that email.
And Walt had mentioned on stream, and he mentioned it, that there was that 28 days afterwards that Brian Laundrie was going to be, and I think that would have been either, depending on the time frame, that would have been either Monday night or into Tuesday morning. And so I just want to address it. I know that there's a lot of folks out there that are asking this question, and I just want to address it. So today is Wednesday, October 20th, and I believe that original piece of information, that person came through and informed Walt that it would be late Monday or early Tuesday, based on that 24-hour window, and it would be near a body of water, which actually interesting to me here. First of all, to say that in Florida, there's bodies of water all over the place. There's a town in Florida called Land O'Lakes. That's how many bodies of water that we have here in Florida. But just on that note here for 1 second, the water has receded so considerably here that I haven't seen much water in this one particular spot from Eagle 8 HD, and we hope to get Eagle back in the air. The water has receded so.
Hey, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, now they can.
All right, I'm gonna go over to my car. I'm gonna be here for a few hours. They found the body, and there's a gun with them. The parents are inside.
Did they?
I've been here for an hour and a half.
Did they definitely find a body?
Yeah, the coroner's here. I saw it come in. I did. I've been here the whole time. But this is the thing. I'm able to record a little bit of videos, but you can't go live. You can't because of the whole situation with the, it's in the middle of, it's just like a forest. So, yeah, there's a gun with the body. And it's not far from where he had parked his car. So Roberta and the husband left when we went to the store to get water. And then when we got back, no one was there. And then bada bing, bada boom, one of my patrons were like, Marissa, go over to the creek. And we ran over here and we saw all of them. All of them. So they're interviewing Andra and what do you call it? I'm just kind of sitting out. But yeah, there's tons of media. I can't go live. I'll be willing to talk about it later, but I'm going to be out here for several hours because they got a lot of stuff to document. But there is a gun next to him. There's helicopters, police, canine dogs. I got videos of that. And I don't know how far deep they are in.
But they don't know if it's him. Or do they?
The parents are here, and they confirmed that Brian Laundrie's belongings are found, and that they're identified as his. So that's confirmed, and there's a gun. So our answers are our prayers have been answered. Unfortunately, he's dead. And now they're trying to figure out that if it's possible he shot those other two girls. So that's something totally else. But there's only one YouTuber here, me, and then I'm with Jonathan Lee Riches and Andra.
Wow.
And then them two are doing the press. Yes, this is like, I can do videos, I just can't go live. That's why I was like, Laura, go live. I was, because I knew that you would be interested in this. So, yeah, I'm right on the scene. I'm right in the guts of it. Okay, there's SUVs coming out. All right, people moving out of the way. There's about 150 cars here, all press, all the same guys. They want us to chant when they bring the body out. I don't know what kind of condition it's in, but Roberta and the husband, Chris, are inside. They identified his belongings. What the belongings were, not now, but I just overheard them say a gun was placed. I was like, oh shit. Now, I'm only hearing this because I'm standing with the reporters. And I've been with these reporters for days. You know what I mean?
Wow. Well, keep me up to date. Let us know as much as you find out.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while.
That's all right. I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah. All right. So I will call you.
All right. Let me know.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. All right. Good thing we got Molly out there on the scene.
Hashtag Hey Masa. Hashtag Hey Masa. Question for you. Cien Arons. Was the park surveilled last night? I'm worried Laundrie may have claimed another victim to steal their vehicle. First and foremost, we have zero. We understand that might be a worry for you, Cien, but there is zero indication whatsoever that is even right, Masa. I mean,
I don't understand the question.
Well, why don't we focus on the question? The question is, was the park surveilled last night?
The park was opened back up to the public yesterday. Could they have done secret surveillance on it after opening it back up? I mean, sure. We don't have any knowledge of any surveillance being conducted at the Myakkahatchee Environmental Park, but I think what she's getting at is, oh, did somebody sneak back on and do something they shouldn't? I think that's what she is getting at, but we don't have any information on whether law enforcement set up secret surveillance outside of the Myakkahatchee Environmental Park. I would venture to say probably not, since they reopened the park back up to the public. I think it's safe to assume that they thought their work there was done because they were not treating it as a scene anymore that needs to be protected. They determined they were going to open it back up to the public, and they did yesterday, only to close it back up just hours later.
And to the second part of this comment, there's no indication right now, there's no evidence that we know of in an official capacity that Brian Laundrie has committed a violent act. And to suggest that he would then commit a second violent act, there's just so many people out there that I understand that you have your beliefs, but you have to also do your very best.
I see what she's saying now. I am so
we
slow.
We have to encourage people to stay, as I say it, rooted in reality here. And we understand how easy it is with a story like this to connect dots. And connecting dots is an easy thing to do because sometimes it can feel so blatantly obvious. But we have to go on based on what we know from credible sources of information. Right now, Brian Laundrie is a person of interest in her homicide, hasn't been named as a suspect.
Yeah, I'd like to say in the case, not in the homicide. Yeah.
Right.
Just a person of interest.
Just a person of interest.
Because they made that announcement when she was just a missing person. So he is just a person of interest in the Gabby Petito investigation, and he is wanted for bank card fraud. People get very upset every time I say that, but that is what the facts are. And again, we are not going to get ahead of law enforcement and make any other
He is a person of interest in an FBI-led criminal investigation.
You could say that.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
And we understand how easy it is to jump to various conclusions and jump to even conclusions beyond that are not rooted in reality, that are
This is the conclusion that is not even obvious. Right?
And it's not to come down on the commenter in any which way, shape, or form. It's just it's an opportunity for us to remind you that you have to stay rooted in reality. Jacqueline Neely, hashtag HJB, possibility of the parents being involved with planting clothing or personal belongings of Brian. This is there's just too many comments like this one. We can't ignore this comment. There are people on social media that are wondering if there was any chance that the belongings, the articles that were discovered here weren't just discovered, that they were put there with nefarious intention. And there's no evidence to suggest that. And I know that there's going to be endless conspiracy theories online. Yes, the park was open yesterday. Yes, the park was open this morning. Yes, Chris and Roberta Laundrie were back here at the reserve. We know how difficult, or excuse me, rather easy it is to connect those dots, but it doesn't mean that you should. And we know that this question is out there. What's within the realm of possible? So much is within the realm of possible. But to Jacqueline, you're not the only one asking this question. I appreciate the fact that you've asked it, but it's just not something that we can really address because there's just no information here that we can use to properly answer it.
I can say this. I can say that law enforcement, that Chris and Roberta Laundrie notified law enforcement they were going to go back out to the scene, and the FBI and Northport PD, they were with Chris and Roberta Laundrie as they did their, quote, brief search, and that's when the articles were found. That's all we can say. Those are the facts.
Facts of the case. Nicole Capozzo, hashtag HJB, maybe Brian was injured and they found evidence of that. Is there a chance that there was something discovered that leads law enforcement to think that Brian was in that spot, injured?
We know Brian apparently was in this area, according to.
Personally, this is what I think went down. I think Brian's been on the run. Brian went on the run. Brian all of a sudden realized that he's not getting out of this. He came back to a place that he knew his parents were going to find him, and he shot himself. And his parents were called. That's what I think happened. I'm sticking with that story because that's exactly what I think happened. I absolutely do not think he had anything to do with the murder of the girls at all whatsoever. My opinion.
Could Brian Laundrie have been here in the spring, dropped something or dropped some things, because we know it's plural, articles, and now with the water receding as much as it has, could these items have now been discovered? Sure. All within the realm of possible, but we just don't know. We are going by one statement released by one attorney.
A detailed statement, yeah.
Detailed, but representing the Laundrie family. And so it's just not from law enforcement. And until we have information from law enforcement, we have to always preface this by saying that this information is coming from Stephen Bertolino. Tracy Cabrera, hashtag Hey Masa, wouldn't it?
All right, I was on a panel last night with some pretty good people. But I was on a pretty big panel last night about the girls. And let me say this that a lot of people don't realize. Moab, Utah is 88% of Mormons. Mormons don't like lesbians. There's a very, very high possibility that it was just some creepy guy or some weird guy that didn't believe in lesbian relationship. Because remember, they were found naked from the waist down. Definitely not Brian. I just don't think it's Brian at all. I'm not White Lotus. I just don't think it's Brian at all.
We can also tell you that Pasco County had their human detection dog at this scene earlier today, and those are the only facts that we have. But no, it wouldn't be a waste of a resource to just send them out to check something out.
Thank you for your question, Tracy. Sharon Miola, hashtag KJB. Let's go back to the video of the tent. Has water receded where this tent is now? Water has receded everywhere across this, pretty much virtually the entire 25,000 acre reserve. the entirety of this area has seen considerably less rainfall than what we saw in September.
Much cooler temperatures now as well.
Oh, yeah.
We had our fall here in Florida.
Yep, and it's certainly, these are more optimal conditions to search when the water has receded, when it's not as blazingly hot. It's just easier. You can see that, you know, law enforcement are here, and I can assure you that it is much more comfortable out there today than it was a month ago in September.
And you know, you just made me think of something, JB, because one of the biggest questions that I had is, you know, September 14th, Chris and Roberta looked at these trails that Brian loved. We know that nearly 2 weeks ago tomorrow, Chris Laundrie was back looking at the trails in this area that Brian loved and Brian frequented. So my biggest question has been, you know, why did Chris and Roberta come out to the scene today after a quote brief search, make this discovery now? And maybe it's what JB just said. Maybe the water has receded. Maybe this is an area that was covered by the water before. We just don't know. But certainly that is one possible explanation into why are we just now, according to the Laundrie family attorney, finding quote articles belonging to Brian, when this is an area that has been searched over and over again, from above, from below, by multiple law enforcement agencies. And maybe it is the weather, the water receding. Who knows?
Let's get to this question from Brooke. Brooke Vance, hashtag HeyJB, hashtag.
Now, in my opinion, I totally disagree with her. I don't think it has anything to do with water receding. I think he just came back there. I'm pretty convinced that he just got back there, and that's where he wanted to kill himself. Just my opinion.
KJB, can you confirm if the Laundries have been called back to the reserve as reported elsewhere? Masa, you want to?
Yeah, so actually I am. I don't want to give too much information because of my source, but there is, you know, people outside the scene told me that Roberta.
Reachable for you because I have a source there. A friend of mine is physically there and knows what's going on. The news can't report it yet, but I can. That's the difference.
Jonathan, if you could tell us, you know, who was reporting that and who they are attributing it.
And we don't know if Jonathan's comment here was pertaining to when we originally said that they were back at the reserve as of
this morning.
As
they
of
were
this
back
morning,
up this
that
morning.
was
Yep.
them coming back. So that's what this commenter might be referencing.
And they weren't called, and so this morning they weren't called back out to the reserve. This morning they went to the reserve, and they had notified law enforcement last night that they wanted to go back to not the reserve, the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. So I think what he was asking is, were they called there? And our clarification for you is, according to the.
All right, for everyone that's coming in late, let me give you a quick rundown. According to Bertolino, their attorney, I'm going to go in order. According to Bertolino, they're the official attorney for Brian and the Laundries. They had gone to the creek. There's Molly. They had gone to the creek to, I wonder if that's when she was speaking to me. They had gone to the creek to look around, and they allegedly found articles of clothing. Molly called me. She's the one in black right here. She called me and said they definitively found the body, and there's a gun laying right next to the body. The Laundries have been called in to identify certain things. They're now back at the house. Molly's going to keep me up to date with everything, and that's where we are. Yeah, well, we know that articles of not articles of clothes. We know articles have been found. That came from the this morning from the, not from the news reporters, from Bortolino, their attorney, said that stuff was found.
We've been talking about this piece of information now for the last hour plus, and
You know what's kind of very significant, though? The fact that they just keep coming in. There's vehicle after vehicle.
And the Lee County Mobile Command Unit was strange.
I'm not exactly, how far away is Lee County
let's
from
get an idea as to like mileage here. I'm going to
Yeah,
give
we're gonna
everybody a
try to-
mileage count.
It could be that they just have a nice spacious mobile command center. I mean, who knows? But the fact that we have agencies from surrounding areas all coming back out today to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. Again, I cannot stress this enough. Just hours after law enforcement determined, hey, we're done here, this can open back up to the public, it closed again. Chris and Roberta Laundrie decided they wanted to come back out and look for Brian today, this morning, and they did. And they were joined by the FBI and Northport PD, according to Stephen Bertolino. So that's just extremely significant to me, and the fact that we are just seeing agency after agency arriving to that scene. Are they going there because, you know, we know that articles belonging to Brian were found, but was something else found as well? That's the question. That's the question we have based on the fact that the Pasco County has sent one canine capable of detecting human remains, and the Sarasota County Medical Examiner's Office has been called to the scene. So that is the natural question that we have next.
All right, looking here at some new information coming in, and it's pertaining to. Okay, hold on. I'll get to the new information in just a second. Let me just explain. It's not breaking information. It's just new information about Eagle.
Okay.
So let me just explain the county map, so to speak. So Sarasota County, of course, on the Gulf Coast side of Florida, Central Florida, but the west side, Gulf Coast side of Florida. So it goes Sarasota County. To the south of that is Charlotte County. One more county down is Lee County. Now, Lee County has Fort Myers in it. That's where Fort Myers is located. It's about from Fort Myers, about an hour drive. Let's say an hour drive from Fort Myers to Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. So it would be about an hour for you to get that mobile, and it's actually like 55 minutes. But given that you're hauling a massive mobile command unit, that's not as quick as the average vehicle. I would say we'll just say an hour to get from Lee County to Myakkahatchee. And let me explain why Lee County was.
I'll agree with that. Every time I look at Molly, I get hot just looking at her wearing all this black in Florida.
And certain law enforcement agencies in Florida have more resources and they are more equipped for a scenario like this. And Lee County being a more populated county than some of the others I just mentioned, it is very likely that they reached out to Lee County specifically because they knew that they had a mobile command unit that was equipped to handle a scene.
Priscilla, let me say it again. I have somebody on scene. Did you miss that? Did you miss that? Maybe you missed it. There's no clickbait. I have somebody on scene.
Right, with Eagle. Eagle is refueling right now, and Eagle 8 HD will be back up at 2:30 Eastern Time.
Okay.
2:30 Eastern.
We're really going to appreciate having that vantage point from the air again, but I'm getting some tweets right now asking us to recap just the very basics of what has happened today. October 19th, yesterday, the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park reopened back up to the public after being closed down for nearly a month as multiple agencies searched for fugitive Brian Laundrie. Chris and Roberta Laundrie last night apparently notified law enforcement that they wanted to go back out and to look for Brian today, and that is why we saw a large law enforcement presence back at the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. Our Allison Henning showing up to the scene, just being confused as to why it was closed down again. The attorney then confirming to me, the Laundrie family attorney, that some article.
Molly called and stated, oh, Duty Ron is the same title of. Thank you, Anita. So all these people can go to Duty Ron if, they want to say something. But yes, Molly's on scene, and this is what Molly has confirmed. And Val, exactly. Because she can't. I don't know if it's because of her service or the news reporters. I'm not sure why.
see multiple tables? The fact that we saw tables and didn't
I think
you
it
say
was
you saw
at least
drinks
one
there?
table.
Okay.
One
So
table.
I feel like if this was evidence underneath that tent that they wouldn't roll a table into it, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But again, significant developments, that's what we have seen. And October 20th is the day that, according to today, the Laundrie family attorney, that articles belonging to Brian were found. And this is really the first sign we've had. I mean, it feels like Brian Laundrie just vanished, disappeared, according to his parents, on September 13th. And despite the fact that the entire country has been looking for him, there has been no sign of Brian Laundrie. And here today, just a few hours ago, I was able to confirm that articles belonging to Brian were found. So, significant.
Significant to say the least. We are very much looking forward. This is looped video, clearly, but very much looking forward to having Eagle 8 HD back in the air. It will be around 2:30. That's about 50 minutes or so from now. If we have any updates, we'll, of course, if we can get Eagle 8 HD back up in the air sooner, we will absolutely do so. I know that there's a lot of folks out there that are looking for fresh aerials. Believe me, I'm looking for fresh aerials, wanting to see exactly what is going on right now on the ground. With the amount of activity that is going on here, it's it's going to be fascinating to see where that Lee County Mobile Command Unit went, how close that is to this area, to the Mobile Command Unit for Northport, how close it is right to this tent. So but what we're going to do now here, everybody, what we're going to do over the next, Moss is working the phones, our entire team. I wish that everybody could see my vantage point here. We're all working the phones, calling everyone we know, trying to get information. We are equipped here to, of course, handle a story like this because we're in Florida. We're in Tampa Bay. This is the Tampa Bay coverage area, so we know who to contact.
This is our backyard.
We have the Rolodex ready to go.
Has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 7.
When are the plate stuff supposed to come in?
What?
When are the plate stuff supposed to come in?
I don't know.
Ford is not the lead agency on this case, but she asked if he could provide any kind of comment on the activity at the site of the Brian Laundrie search today. Obviously, she mentioned how the Sarasota County Medical Examiner said they were called out by Northport PD to the scene, and so Heather is asking for additional information. We just want you to know that we are doing everything on our end to try to get you facts about what's happening here. But so far, all we heard from Northport PD was the search is on, and we'll let you know if there's a significant development. But it does feel like there has been, he didn't say significant development, the words that Josh Taylor from Northport PD had for Allison Henning. He said if there's anything of note, we're going to let everyone know at the same time. But I would argue, calling the medical examiner is something of note, and that is why we are once again reaching out to the Northport Police Department, trying to understand what more information they can tell us about why they called out the Sarasota County Medical Examiner's office a short time ago.
What I'd like to do now is feature some more comments. You can use hashtag HeyJB. You can use hashtag HeyMassa. Thank you.
No, the difference is Cluster Pie. I actually do commentary every couple of minutes. Unlike other people that don't use commentary. I do full commentary. That's a difference.
Right now, we're going to stay with you, and it would be very normal for us in other circumstances to just end this stream and start a new one when Eagle 8 HD is back in the air. We're not going to do that. We're going to stay here with you live on WFLA now while we're waiting for new information to come in, while we're waiting on breaking developments, while we're waiting for Eagle to get back over Myakkahatchee. What we'll do is we'll feature some more of your questions and comments that are coming in now using hashtag AJB, hashtag AMASA. And if you were with us on our stream yesterday, you saw too that we are also taking video questions. Putting a face to our audience, our audience watching really from around the world. And what we're going to do now is we're going to feature some of the video questions that have been coming in, how you submit a video question. Let me just put this out there. You send it to the WFLA JB Facebook page. I can then take them from there, make sure that they don't contain any.
All right, let me also make this clear as well. I don't know if that is Brian per se. My source told me, who's on the scene, my source told me, though, that there is a gun next to the body. Who that body is, I don't know. That's why there's a question mark. Brian Laundrie body found, question mark. Didn't say it was Brian Laundrie. I said question mark. The part of the gun being found next to body, yes, I 100% trust my source on that. She wouldn't just make that up. So it's crazy, though. We just don't know what's going on at all. But medical examiner's been there. It's just crazy. Why do all these people go on video and do filters? Just be yourself.
So there you have it. I just, Masa, do you have your earpiece in? Were you able to hear that?
I did.
Okay,
Listened to
good.
everything.
So
Yeah.
I only.
Yeah, I just tried calling her. She didn't answer. I could try again. And the parents were brought out there, correct? Yeah, she might not be getting service. She might not be getting service. She'll call me if something comes up. Don't you think? Oh, I totally agree with that, Kim. Totally agree. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. It's strange. It's odd. It's weird. The list goes on. Blank screen. Can you stop with this Brian Laundrie shit? You're annoying. There's Molly. So she's not answering her phone.
Altering potential evidence with the fact that yesterday they officially opened this park back up after it was closed down for nearly a month. A lot of people, as you just heard, thought that the case had maybe gone cold. And now, according to the Laundrie family attorney, articles belonging to Brian were found at the exact place that law enforcement opened back up to the public yesterday. And obviously, you see the banner right there on your screen. Medical examiner called to the Laundrie search area, something that we have not seen in this story that really started on September 11th when Gabby Petito was reported missing by her mother. Then on September 13th, just 2 days after that, Brian Laundrie left to go for a hike. He didn't come home. On September 14th, according to the Laundrie family attorney, the parents went to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park to look for Brian Laundrie, didn't find him. September 15th, they went back and they retrieved the Mustang. They took the Mustang home. On September 17th, they reported to law enforcement that Brian Laundrie was missing.
All right, we got Molly on the phone. What's going on?
Okay, so Andrea and Jonathan are giving lots of interviews from the press. I'm hanging out in the car. Don't want to freak my mom out anymore. They put a big blue tarp. The coroner has gotten in. Several FBI have come past. Now this place is absolutely jam-packed.
Okay.
There's cameras, reporters everywhere. Really, really hot. They say it's going to take a hot minute for everything to settle. But This is very, very, very exciting. That I could be here for this.
I agree.
There is a gentleman that I just spoke to who works here, and he's yelling out, "You guys are crazy, all of you. It's not him. There's no way that he could survive in there. There's no way." And people are just kind of rolling their eyes at him. He's got his little Trump cup. He's drinking his water. He's like, "I've been doing this for years." And I'm telling you, there's a lot of interest here, and there's just been reports. I don't know because I can't see or go in there, but the police being very, very nice. I just saw your boyfriend Brian Ensign. He came up to me. I'm trying to stay away from the cameras.
Why get on camera? Promote my channel. Say if you want up-to-date minutes, go listen to Perplex QT.
Yeah, when they asked me, so I'll give a statement, but like, yeah, my name is Perplex QT, and I have a candle business.
There you go.
And I'm gonna make a fuck Brian Laundrie candle.
There you go. That'll work. Go to intrepidcandlecompany.com.
Yeah, I'm definitely not trying to. I don't know. There's a part of me that wants to record all of it, and there's a part of me that it's very exciting, Laura. I just talked to Jay for Justice. This is extremely exciting. Channel 2 News, Channel 7, CNN, Fox, everything is here. Local, international, several cameras. They're just waiting for them all to be pulled. All right, so basically what is known as fact is that there's a blue tarp, and whatever you see is the helicopters hovering over it, but they're not getting much because of the blue tarp. So I don't know what you can see because I can't see anything.
Can't see much. They just keep repeating the same loop.
It's looping. Yeah, it's looping. That's what they do. They loop it. It's on the same loop, but these people are desperate, and I've just been praying. And the weird thing, Laura, is I wasn't gonna come today. Today I was like, you know what? I'll go in the pool. I'll go out and eat. And then Andra said, me and Jonathan are going out there one last time. We gotta get them to crack. And Jonathan said, this is our last hope, Andra. Tell Molly to be there. I got there before Jonathan, and when I got there, Andra had already, Bullhorn Lady had already had words with Chris Laundrie. And Chris Laundrie was going to talk, and all of a sudden Roberta pulls him in. I did not see that with my own two eyes. I got there right after. She was going off. And so then we started to protest. And she says, Marissa, if anything, we need to protest now. And then there was even a veiled threat, which we don't even have the woman's information, that we were going to go to her mother's house, Roberta's mother's house. And I said, wait a second, do we know Roberta's mother's house?
Joe, I heard about Roberta's mom last night. She's okay. Contactable. I'll talk to you about that later.
Well, if they're pulling his body out, I'm gonna be so grateful for all the prayers, so grateful for all the kindness and support that I have gotten while I'm down here. And you want to know something? I think I earned my fucking boots. Let me fucking tell you.
I hear you.
Somebody left me a fucking comment saying, you should go home and leave it to the real true crime channels. And I'm like, excuse me, bitch? Tell them to come down here and meet me. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. I earned my fucking boots. Thank you. No one can take that shit away. I am in here. I am here.
I agree.
And I know all these people. They're all talking to me. I'm just not getting on camera. That's all.
Okay, hold on. News says breaking partial human remains found in laundry search area.
Yes. One of the girls told me that I don't think it's going to be a whole body. It could be parts because, okay, there is vultures, there are snakes, there are alligators. Depending on where that body is located at, the girl said it could be body parts. but the parents are in there, and they positively identified the stuff that he had with him, and a gun. That a gun was there. So he parked his car just like that guy, Jonathan Lee Richards said. He said, and let me tell you something. I was like, Jonathan Lee Richards, he can't be. He's got to be out of his mind. And he goes, listen, don't you hear it? He goes, I'm telling you. And I have that video. I look like, I didn't even want to put it up. I looked crazy. And he was in there. What do you know? And we were just here 2 days ago. I didn't think I was going to be able to handle it. I really didn't. And sure enough, here we are. And this thing might come to an end. What do you know? The day before that I leave, I am not moving from this spot. I'm not moving from this spot until he's taken away. And they want us to chant, go to hell, burn in hell, burn in hell, burn in hell.
Well, we don't know if it's him yet.
I know, but I know. Imagine some poor guy going bird sightseeing.
Exactly. I mean, I have a feeling it most likely is him just because of all the coverage. But I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't chant.
I'll tell you something else. The guy that works here with the Trump cup said, I'm telling you, he's not in here. He goes, this is what Roberta and Chris are doing to cause another distraction. That's what he said.
I agree with that too. That's what I thought too, until they said a body was found.
I want to know about this gun, because now they're saying if there is a gun, they'll be able to see if it matches up with the young ladies that were murdered in.
Yeah, I don't believe that's connected at all.
But that's what they're saying. I'm just telling you what they're saying.
I know. I'm just saying, Brian's not a serial killer.
I know nothing about nothing, and I like it like that. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Shit. Huh. Wow, Laura. You have no idea how exciting this is. And I feel bad. Because it's like, what kind of psycho gets, excited over a dead body being pulled out? Well, I guess I'm a little psycho. Because I'm like, yeah, it's over. It's over. I want to go home. You want to... And putting me aside, peace to that family and Brian's family as well. A tragic thing happens. And you want to know something? I talked to Samantha Ricks today, and she told me a lot of information. I said, as soon as we go home, because we talked about it. Me, white boy, lockdown, we talked about it. And yesterday when we went out to eat, and we said that he said, I have a feeling this is going to be a cold case. And then this morning, Andrew said, this is not, we don't want her name to go down to be a cold case. I refuse. And then, when Jonathan pulled up in his car, he was like this. He goes, protesting is the last thing that we have left. She was like, we need to start yelling today. And we have to. He was like, that's all we have left. And sure enough, bada bing, bada boom, all of a sudden, the press booked out, and we weren't there when they booked out. We went back, and we're like, where is everybody?
No.
And boom, of course, my wonderful Patreons and my wonderful YouTube friends are like, Marissa, get over to the return! And we booked. And we were here before most of the media. We were here before most.
I agree. Hold on, I was reading something in chat. Tawny T said, this country owes you a debt of gratitude, Marissa. God bless you, and God bless these United States. Molly 2024.
Oh my God. All I did yell. I'll settle for a $2 super sticker. I'll settle for a new Patreon. That'd be nice. I have to pay for this trip. God. Oh, it's hot. I'm in the car.
Yeah, I can't believe you're in all black. I understand because of the mosquitoes, but my God, I'm getting hot looking at you.
My ankles are so itchy and red. I'm burnt all over. It's even going through my clothes. I have a hat on. I have sunglasses. I had a white shirt on earlier, but it's just, even that was just way too hot. car, charge the phone, and just sit here and wait. It's kind of like being on a movie set, when you're on a set and it's like, hurry up and wait. That's it. Does anybody have any questions in the comment section?
Hold on. Anyone have any questions for her? If that is Brian, are you gonna give Molly G owes them a huge apology? Why would she owe him an apology? You don't think the parents knew where he was? Come on now. Come on now. Marissa from the Mother Bear, a survivor of DV, I thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Tell Molly to just keep safe. Irish Fairy says, love you, Molly. Well done. Nikki said, are the parents there or no?
Yes, they're inside.
They're in.
Jonathan. They're live. Do you want to say something? They're live on YouTube. I just wanted to see if you would give them a nice testament.
Yeah.
It's Perplexed QT. She's on. Are you there?
I'm here.
All right, here she is. That's Perplexed QT.
Thank you.
True crime.
Hi, Jonathan Rich is here.
Hey,
How are you?
John. How are you?
I'm great. Finally, we can maybe get closure today.
What are the odds that it's him? What have you found out?
So, the rumor and speculation around here outside the scene of Mayahatchee Creek Environmental Park, many media are here. There's rumors flying. They claim partial remains were found with a backpack allegedly belonging to Brian, and a gun was found right nearby, and it was part of the remains. I don't know what that means. So they have a tarp over it. Coroner's on his way. Haven't seen the coroner come yet, but numerous law enforcement agencies went inside the park. I've seen Pasco County Sheriffs, Lee County Sheriffs, Sarasota County Sheriffs, and Northport Police and FBI. And I've seen K-9 unit, I've seen an arson investigation unit, and a forensic unit.
Okay. When they say body, partial body, my question for that is, partial body like he's been there for a long time, or he just did this and animals got him last night?
So, good question. Has he been out? Obviously, he went missing. Parents claim he went out to the park here September 13th, so we're talking almost 5 weeks now. Did he just kill himself around that time where he originally came out for that hike meditation on the 13th, or was he wandering around for a while and then just gave up? Great question. And that will the coroner will probably be able to determine how long that body's been alive.
Okay, that I know, but I'm saying nobody's talking there now. Nobody's saying anything there now.
No, so what's going on is there's two entrances. Police, Northport Police are blocking the main entrance, and then there's a side entrance where this bridge and canal is. That seems to be the area of focus beyond the bridge there. It seems like it's in Mayahatchee Creek Park / Carlton Reserve / Big Slope Preserve area. Helicopter seems to be over there. I see a couple of drones in the sky, too, over there focused on that area. So, they're blocking. We can't get any information. They're not letting anyone in unless you're law enforcement.
Wow. Damn.
So, there you go. Just hopefully we can get closure today. This is it, and this nightmare can end for Tito and Schmidt families.
Wow. All right, tell Molly, you guys give me an update in about...
I'll pass it back to
as soon as there is something.
Mine go live. There's a woman just came up to two dogs and goes, "Hey, Molly, go live." They recognize me in Publix. They recognize me at the supermarket. They said, "You're the basket lady." I was like, "Excuse me."
Too funny.
All right.
All right, keep me up to date. All right, thanks. Bye. Yeah, let me tell you guys, I think why this channel is not in the algorithm at all is because some asshole gave me 2 strikes, and we're still waiting on the answer on that. So that's why I think YouTube has diminished me from the algorithm because of that. So that's what I think.
What we'll do, actually, the time is 2 o'clock. We have to, I think, swap you out
Yeah,
for...
I have to go. Thank you so much for being here with us today. We appreciate all of your comments. We hope that you appreciate our reporting. It's now 2 o'clock, so I have to go get ready for our shows on Channel 8 at 4, 5, and 6. We have live team coverage for you, so I do hope you'll tune in. And I'll hand it over to our investigator, Walt Plateau. Hi, Walt, my friend.
Well, you guys...
Guys, let me address that for a second. I know Molly's not a news reporter, but as a news reporter, as a weatherman, as anybody, it is exciting. It's exciting for the news people. It's exciting for the families. Just like a weather report when you get like a hurricane, it is exciting. I know that sounds crazy, but it is exciting. Nobody's death is exciting, but when you're on something and you find something, it is exciting. So I get what Molly's saying with that. I really do.
Seemed like the search had died down, and then out of nowhere today, what a development. What do you think, JB?
I'm still processing. I'm just going to be honest. I'm processing all of this. I think that as a journalist,
Let me say this real quickly, and then I don't want anybody addressing it. Just fucking delete them. But my Brian Laundrie body found with a question mark has not changed at all. That has been there from jump. That has never been changed. So anyone who keeps questioning it, please just delete. I don't want them. I don't care what they got to say. Tell them to go suck my ass. I don't care. Just delete them instantly. You got a problem, go somewhere else. Peace.
try to do so on some other social media channels. But
It's been, exactly 1 month, almost a month and a day since the body was found. And over a month since Gabby Petito was reported missing. She was reported missing on the 11th. And a month and 20 days since Brian Laundrie returned from their trip in the white van, in Gabby Petito's white van. The white van captured on highway surveillance cameras. So and really now it's been July, August, September, almost October, 4 months since they set out on that journey that ended so tragically for Gabby Petito. And at this point, we're waiting, as Masa said, everybody's jumping to the conclusion that that we think we know who this is, but we don't know anything yet. And we may not have a definitive answer unless obviously the police release that, or the FBI releases it. Does that come today? It possibly comes today. But at this point, we're showing you sort of what we know. We know that that the FBI in full force is out there. The medical examiner has gone out there, and we have reports from NBC's Pete Williams that what appears to be partial remains have been found in the Carlton Reserve in an area that was previously underwater. The remains were found near a backpack consistent with items Brian Laundrie may have had. And we know the parents were out there this morning as well.
Let's bring up my audio here again. What appears to be partial human remains, let me make that very, very clear for our audience joining us here. What appears to be partial human remains have been found in the Carlton Reserve in an area that was previously underwater. Walt, before you sat down, I was asking folks to answer a question. I very much care what people have to say, especially those people that have been joining for so many of our live streams, and I know so many people have been reaching out to you on your WFLA Walt accounts, and people that have just been really just grappled into this story and just couldn't not see all, or couldn't miss a stream, is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
And
right.
for those people, I'm really curious to hear what you have to say as to where are we now as far as justice for Gabby. Let's get to some of the questions, or excuse me, I always say that, the answers to that question. And we'll start here with Chelsea Cunningham. #HeyJB, justice will not be served if that is his body that has been found. He needs to answer to what he did to her. Give her family closure. And this is I'm going to share as many of these as I can. Courtney Taylor, #KJB, there is no justice. The family will never have answers now. This is not justice, is one from Courtney. And I'll take one more here from Stacy before we address some of these, and then we'll take more. Stacy Hens, #KJB, #KMasa. I don't feel like any justice is close, especially if he is, in fact, dead. And this, now justice now, this all goes back to what Chris and Roberta knew about Gabby Petito. What did, if anything, Cassie Laundrie know about Gabby Petito? And there's going to be so many developments now here as far as is there even partial justice for Gabby? Is there something that can occur as far as down the line, way down the line, something that feels like justice for Gabby Petito? If, again, and it's very important to not connect the dots, and we're staying rooted in reality here, but this is based on what our commenters are saying here, Walt. They just don't feel like justice is all that close as far as the Justice for Gabby Petito movement.
Well, from the definition of justice, there is no justice because this case, if the body is Brian Laundrie, will not be adjudicated in any way. So I agree with that. I will tell you, if you're looking for, I don't know, if you're looking for something about what this means down the line, the Gabby Petito Foundation, people can take their frustration out with donations to the Gabby Petito Foundation to help other parents find other children. And I'm sure that foundation, from what we've been told of the Petitos and Nicole Schmidt, her mom, I would bet that foundation ends up doing something about domestic abuse, because this starts with a case of alleged domestic abuse. You could say from both. Gabby admitted hitting him, and there were witnesses that saw him make contact with her, and we have friends of hers that said it was an abusive relationship. So all those things, yeah, I get where the frustration that people have, but at this point, you know, it's really, I think, a lot about the survivors too, the parents, and I would be interested in hearing what they have to say about this, obviously.
Yeah, and I look forward to my next conversation.
No, White Boy Lockdown isn't Jonathan. Jonathan that was on the phone, he's the guy that's wearing this red cap, that's always wearing the red cap. He's a big Trump supporter. He's been on site from day one in front of the house. I'm pretty sure he's friends with Jay. But yeah, he's been on site from day one. He's the one that interviewed the reporters, the neighbors. He's actually gotten some good information.
Laundrie, but we do know some things, and there is a way, I think, to make this mean something, if only domestic abuse awareness.
Now, let me remind you guys something, too. So, I know the comment about the birds was pretty true, that there would be birds all around. However, what they're saying is that JB said real quickly that this water was underwater at first. This water was underwater at first. Originally, it was underwater. So that's why they didn't find him.
To prevent future tragedies. The Gabby Petito Foundation, that is their core mission. And yes, they're going to be exploring some of the different conversations that need to be had publicly, widely, around the world. But this right now, this stings. This stings because I just know, and I'll tell you why it stings. It doesn't sting for me. I'm just thinking about all the people out there that sent me so many countless messages that Brian Laundrie would be found, that he would be found alive, and that we would get exact answers, specific answers as to what happened in the pursuit of justice. And let me make this clear. Right now, we have what appears to be partial human remains found in the laundry search area. We have the backpack, yes. We have the belongings, the articles that were found in the same area. Yes, we have all of that, and we don't know. We can't say right now that it is, in fact, Brian Laundrie until we have that information from a credible news source. However, I'm just thinking about all those people out there that are just at a loss for words and wanted a different outcome. And I want to ask those people, channel your efforts as much as you can into exactly what Walt is talking about, into having those conversations, the Gabby Petito Foundation, anything that we can do to help out the families of missing people in America or around the world. I know that our parent company, Nexstar, they have News Nation. News Nation's Brian Enton is a colleague of ours. News Nation, of course, a new network channel. It's not left, it's not right, it's down the middle. We talk about News Nation here. But News Nation has launched a Missing in America series. It is it's us taking exactly what you're talking about very seriously as far as doing everything that we can to aid in the future the families of missing people, to help prevent future tragedies. So to everybody out there that is in likely disbelief over this news or just still processing all this news, let's all keep that in perspective and let's try to not forget what we're feeling right now, not forget these moments, because it could help us channel energy towards future solutions to prevent future tragedies. Let's get to some more of the questions and comments that are coming in. Rachel Elizabeth, #KJB, I think this is a step back. If he is found dead, there is no justice. We may never know. But Walt, to your point, there's likely more that the FBI knows that we haven't been privy to that information.
We will know more. I'm not sure.
We'll find out more. But
we'll find out more.
Yeah.
Is it? I mean,
and let's make this clear too. I want to point out this harsh reality. If Brian Laundrie is found or was to be found alive, there is no indication that we would ever learn the truth. How many situations of a high-profile nature has somebody been caught?
Chelsea, we don't have confirmation of a gun yet. I mean, of a thing yet. But people that are on the scene said that reporters said there was a gun next to them. That's how.
So even if Brian Laundrie was found, even if he was discovered to be alive, it's no guarantee that we ever know the truth of what happened to Gabby Petito. He could invoke his constitutional right to remain silent, and he could take it to the grave. He could take it to his very last breath. And so we're not closer to justice.
And what is the justice for... then you'd start, if you dissect it, what is the justice? What would the justice have been? That he goes to jail, the death penalty? I have said this before. People bring up the word closure. I've talked to, sadly, far too many parents of victims, various types of victims. None of them have ever really used the word closure. We throw it out there, it's a cliche. I know we think that, but imagine losing your loved one. I don't know if there really is closure. Does it make it easier for the parents if they see Brian Laundrie in court? I guess it does. But at this point, the tragedy is horrifying in itself, and this development frustrating. I get it. It's frustrating. We will know more, but I don't know if we'll ever would have known enough because of how this trip started with smiles and a happy couple, and how it ended just the exact opposite of that. It's a stunner from day one, really.
A bit of breaking news. We talk all the time about how the FBI doesn't release updates. That's not their thing. Just not what they do. They're the Federal Bureau of Investigations, and they're not in the business of providing updates. They are in the business of announcing results in a particular investigation. And even then, sometimes those announcements can be very hollow as far as what we learn publicly. But the FBI just tweeted, and that's significant. Let me just before I tell you what they tweeted, the fact that the FBI is saying something in and of itself is a is a massive development because the FBI hasn't said anything. The FBI tweeted a response team is there for quote-unquote items of interest at the Carlton Reserve. Items of interest, and that came in about 4.5 minutes ago.
The FBI has used Twitter a lot in this case. I believe they broke the story about the charges on
did.
Twitter, correct? Very interesting, and I think I was stunned earlier. I did a story involving the FBI last week, but it was the local FBI, and we'll get a response from them, but it's usually I cannot confirm nor deny. The Denver FBI, their public information officers must have been inundated with questions, and they did respond to us earlier. They said they couldn't comment, but I would point out, they did point out that a lot of their releases at that point would be on Twitter, and there you go. Items of interest were located at the Carlton Reserve this morning in connection with the search for Brian Laundrie. We just retweeted it, but yeah, and they have it as a news alert from the FBI. So,
our response team is there for the items of interest that we've been talking about, and I want to know how these items were discovered. There was talk on social media before you got on stream here, Walt. We had comments on screen, people who were alleging that this was planted, that the information came in.
More breaking news?
No, I'll address this here in a moment.
There's been so many of those. It opens your eyes to the skepticism that's out there. These theories that some of them I would have to say ridiculous. As far as the items being planted, what would be the motive? Did the person express a motive?
So the idea would be, and I know our commenters well enough to say that the idea was that the people were saying everywhere, across all platforms. I have it here across my screens. Comments, people were saying that, the items, the articles that Stephen Bertolino is referring to could have been planted by Chris and Roberta Laundrie to throw off law enforcement as far as the search for their son, Brian. And now that we have these partial, or what appears to be partial, human remains found here, I don't see any comments like that anymore. That it was deliberate, that it was intentional, that it was an intended misdirection. I just don't see anything like that anymore. As we're awaiting some, Walt, I'm going to keep you on the mic here for a second. I have to step away for just a second.
Okay, so let me bring everybody up to date. This morning, the FBI reported that some items of interest were found in the, I'm going to butcher this pronunciation, the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. That is right next to Carlton Reserve. I believe they're actually connected, so to speak, or adjacent to each other. We can tell you the size of that park is 160 acres, heavily wooded. So initially the FBI is talking about finding a backpack with items that seem to be consistent with things that Brian would have. And then now we hear from NBC reporting that human remains were found near the backpack. Also, the family of Brian Laundrie was out there this morning, and the attorney in that case released a statement that I'm going to read to you here in 2 segments. Stephen Bertolino writing, let me pull it up, come on. Stephen Bertolino writing, it's not responding. Stephen Bertolino, though, detailed exactly what the parents were doing out there this morning, and then, of course, now in the early afternoon or late morning, really, I think we broke the story, at least locally, that it seemed like this activity had picked up to a great extent there in Myakkahatchee River, the River Creek area, which, again, right next to Carlton Reserve. They touch each other. Carlton Reserve, 25,000 square acres, I believe, and this one is acres, I should say, and this one is 160 acres. So it's dwarfed by the other location, but they end up finding these human remains, we're hearing from NBC, in an area that was wet, not wet anymore.
The fact that the water receded could be the key development, that Mother Nature provided what was necessary for this discovery. I think that it's not lost on any of us here in the newsroom, and I just had some conversations here for the first time in more than 2 hours, actually just leaving my chair and having some conversations. It's not lost on anybody that all the news reports that have been coming in and speaking to law enforcement officials and senior law enforcement sources, that they all talk about how this was an area that was underwater at one point.
Right.
The water receding, and it receding to a point where it is no longer you're like stepping in mud. There's
it's not
actual
an impediment anymore. They
Yeah.
were right. I mean, and that's huge. And I guess we are just getting out of our wet season right here in Florida.
We are.
Hasn't rained a lot lately. And yeah, Mother Nature playing a role. So one thing we will find out, the big thing is obviously that we need to know, and we will find out eventually from police. Do they believe that these remains are Brian Laundrie's? Right now, we only know the proximity of the remains found near a backpack that had items that would that might have been Brian Laundrie's. The parents were out there to possibly identify those items, so we know that. But one thing we will find out after we find out who these remains are, we'll also find out a theory about how long the remains have been there. And that's going to be very interesting, right? Because time of death, they were able to nail down Gabby Petito's time of death, it seems, to what amounts to a 2 or 3 day period. Sometime between the 27th, when she sent that, quote, odd text to her mother about Stan, and the 30th, when Brian Laundrie, according to the FBI, started using what we now know is Gabby Petito's debit card. So if they're able to do that, I think the same thing will happen here. We'll have some knowledge about a theory about when these remains perished.
We all want answers. We're about to get more answers, at least visually. Eagle 8 HD, back in the air, and heading to the scene. Folks, let me explain how this is going to work, because we do have to reset as far as our live stream here on WFLA Now. So let me explain how this is going to work. YouTube, we're not going anywhere. WFLA.com, we're not going anywhere. We're staying live. The WFLA app, if you're watching on the WFLA app, we're not going anywhere. To our Facebook audience, we are ending a stream here. We're ending the current live.
How could you not love him? I don't know. He's just awesome.
Purposes behind that, but it's always about engaging an audience and as many people as possible, so that as many people can find our streams. And we are going to be in a moment concluding our stream just for a period of time of a few minutes. We're going to be ending the stream on Facebook for Eagle 8 HD's arrival here at Myakkahatchee. We're going to have new crystal clear images to show you what is going on with all the mobile command units that have descended there on Myakkahatchee. What is going on with that tent, that area with the tent that has been erected and set up there, likely in the area where something was found. We're going to find out a whole lot more visually from Eagle 8 HD. But on Facebook here, folks, we have to reset. We're going to be stepping away for a portion of 10 minutes to our WFLA.com and WFLA app audience, 10 minutes. We're stepping away. To our YouTube audience, we'll be stepping away for just 10 minutes. The stream doesn't end on YouTube. It only ends, like the actual stream itself ends on Facebook. But we're back up on Facebook in 10 minutes' time, roughly, with the update with Eagle 8 HD's arrival. So, folks, we're going to stay here with you from Eagle 8 HD. Walt and I are going to be stepping away. We're staying live on YouTube, on WFLA.com, the WFLA app, but we are going to be saying farewell to this Facebook audience to introduce you to a new Facebook live stream here within the next 10 minutes. Whatever Facebook page that you are watching on right now, for our Facebook audience specifically, will be live here with an additional stream here momentarily. But you can also always find us on the WFLA Facebook page or the WFLA JB Facebook page. We're live in those two places, and we'll be back here live in about 10 minutes time here on WFLA Now.
All right, let me call Marissa to see if there's anything new. Hey, Kim.
Has been forwarded to an automated voice.
All right. Molly said, could you please ask one of our subs or Patreons or somebody if they can send cold water or drinks to this park? We're all dying. All right. So yeah, so that's what's going on. And I'm pretty sure it's Brian. I'm pretty confident it's Brian that they found. I don't think there'd be this much activity if it wasn't him. Let's see what Brian Entons has to say. Hold on. New tweet from Brian Enton. Alright. Items of interest were located at the Carlton Reserve this morning in connection with the search for Brian Laundrie. An FBI evidence response team is processing the scene. The reserve is closed to the public. No further detail. Alright. Let's take a look at this.
Okay, so for everybody who needs catching up, I'll kind of go through what's happened so far today. Basically, this morning, the Laundrie parents, Chris and Roberta, came out here to the reserve in the area. If you look at my video from yesterday when the reserve was open, in that same area where I was yesterday walking over that bridge, and they found some articles of Brian's. This is according to the Laundrie family attorney, Stephen Bertolino. They came out here, found some articles belonging to Brian, and gave those articles over to the police. The police were also out here this morning. How this all came about, I know that, believe me, I know the timing is so weird and everybody's asking me about it. We don't know the answers. Mr. Bertolino is not responding to our specific questions about that. Why all of the sudden did the Laundries decide this morning to come out here and go to this specific area where something was found connected to Brian? We don't know. But that's, according to the attorney, what happened. So then, a short time later, the medical examiner turned up out here. We confirmed that. And we saw a white van go in. There's a tent that has been erected in the reserve. We can't see exactly what's under it from the aerial video. We can see kind of into the side, but we can't see what's under it. And there's just a ton of FBI and police out here. There was more canine units out here, and they've got the entire area closed off again right now. So again, I know a lot of you are reading into it. Yes, we can confirm that sorry, I was just reading a text I got, that the medical examiner is here. So I would walk over, so there's a whole nother side over there with the bridges where I was yesterday, where there's been a lot of police activity. It's just if I move, I'll lose the signal. The service is so terrible out here, so I'm just kind of staying in this spot. The weird thing, again, is that the reserve was reopened yesterday. I mean, you guys remember from my stories yesterday, and then all of a sudden today, all of this happened. And if you look back at my video from yesterday where I was in the reserve walking over that bridge where you saw the guy walking the dog, that is the area where all of this is going down today. That same exact area. It's not confirmed remains. Some of you asking me, is it confirmed remains were found? No. But we do know that the medical examiner was called out. And we know, we've got no information from the FBI or Northport Police. The only information we've gotten so far in terms of articles of Brian's being found were from Stephen Bertolino, the attorney. Someone's asking, what does it mean for a medical examiner to be on site? That normally means that there was a body or body parts or a possible body or body parts found. That's usually the reason that a medical examiner would be called out. Someone's asking, is this area gated off overnight? So there are gates so that you can't drive in, but it would be very easy to walk in. There's not like a chain link fence or anything like that. You could definitely walk in at night if you wanted to. Someone's asking, what do I think? What are my thoughts? I mean, I just think it's all very bizarre. Again, having just been in this spot yesterday with people hiking and mountain biking and walking their dogs, and it appearing that that the search was over here at the reserve, and just now to be doing this today, it's certainly, the timing is really, really strange. So. They are back at the house now. The parents are back at the house now. Sorry, I'm on my live stream. There were, some of you are asking, were there regular people looking around the reserve and swamp yesterday? Yes. When I was out here yesterday, in addition to like the hikers and stuff, I did come across a few people that were just like into the case and were out here. Yeah, there is someone at the house watching it. So I'm going to give the recap one more time just because I know a lot of people got on. And I can't stay live for too long just because I have to stay in one spot and it's driving me crazy because I can't see what's happening over there around the bend. But basically the recap is, according to Stephen Bertolino, the Laundrie family attorney, the Laundries went early this morning to the reserve and found some articles belonging to Brian's. Northport Police and FBI were out here. Those articles were handed over. We know because we saw the medical examiner is now out here. They've got the entire area closed off. There's a tent that has been erected, so we can't see exactly what's happening under the tent from the aerials. and this is in the same area where Chris Laundrie was searching, or, you know, what they called assisting police several weeks ago. This is the same area where I posted the video yesterday when the reserve was open. So that's kind of the latest. Yeah, coroner. Someone who says coroner the same as the ME. Yes, yeah. So if you say coroner showed up or medical examiner showed up, that's pretty much the same thing. Some of you are asking about the WFLA chopper. I know that they have to refuel. You know, you can only stay up for so long, so they'll be back up. So we don't have confirmation that they found a body, but we do know, according to the lawyer, they found articles belonging to Brian, and then we know that the medical examiner is here. So kind of take with that, you know, take from that what you want. That's a news helicopter that you hear. So I'm gonna get off here just because, like I said, I can't, if I move from this spot, I'll lose the live signal, and I wanna go check on the other side.
All right, let me also say this. Jenny, feel better. Ginger Lax, I'm only giving you the info that I got as far as where she is. There was a gun found, according to my sources, that are there on scene. So yes, there was a gun found next to the body. News hasn't reported it yet. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. This is whack, though. This is completely whacked.
We saw Christopher Laundrie with law enforcement. They went over this bridge on the little tractor that day. And it's now back open to the public. Hi. Hi. How you doing? Just kind of curious what this all looks like, since we haven't been allowed in here.
No, this is Brian Anton.
So there's lots of little trails in here. No cell service.
All right, so this is what I think. This is totally what I think. I am pretty convinced that Brian thought he would get away with this for a little while. When he realized he couldn't get away with it, he shot himself. And he's dead. And I think I said that from day one. So that's what I think went down.
WFLA.
Wow, you see how high that grass is? You guys see how high that grass is? Holy crap. That was some high-ass grass. Look at that. That's like knee-deep. Look at that. That's all the way up to their knees. They wouldn't find a body in that. No wonder they couldn't find anything.
At the Carlton Reserve, according to NBC News, the remains found near a backpack consistent with items that Laundrie may have used, and they were found in an area that was previously searched and believed to be previously searched and believed to be previously underwater. Live here, everybody, from Eagle 8 HD on WFLA Now. We have, of course, 8 on your side, senior investigator Walt Buteau, JB Buno here with you live, again here with you on stream, and engaging a new digital audience here on Facebook. You can use hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyWalt. We can feature your comments and questions here in the Facebook Live, YouTube Live, Twitter comment sections here, and now a second tent, Walt, appears to be constructed here or in the process of being constructed. But there's this tent and there's another tent, a white tent, that law enforcement officials are paying a whole lot of attention to, an area that now, after, of course, NBC News sharing the news that partial human remains have been found, or what appears to be partial human remains, a lot of attention being combed, or at least a lot of attention being paid to in this area where these tents are being erected.
Yeah, very interesting that they would move this. The other tent is sort of in between two stands of trees. This tent moved to a different area. We do not know the perspective between the two locations, and this just happened. Literally, as we came on the air, this just happened. This blue tent that looks like it is sort of half in the ground, if you will, but obviously not flat ground out there. This is in this area next to Carlton Reserve. We believe 160-acre area, much smaller than Carlton Reserve, and that's where these remains were found, in an area that had been previously underwater, according to NBC News. And that is interesting. Nobody's there under it, and we very, very well may see what they're able to do or what they plan on doing in that particular area.
Jim, this is our photojournalist, Jim Hockett here in Eagle 8 HD. Jim, it's JB. There's a chance you could show us back to the white tent area. I know that it's really difficult to see. I know that it's really difficult to see through the trees there, but if we can, let's try to show where most of the law enforcement activity is. Okay, so there you see it. There you see it here, folks. The blue tent that was set up there in that open field, not too far away from the white tent, and now a second tent adjacent to the first one that has been set up. And really, these trees make it extremely difficult to see exactly what has been found, but it might be something that perhaps law enforcement wouldn't want us to see to begin with, Walt.
Very common, and it could also be a work area. It's 85 degrees out there. They're in the middle of the woods. Definitely a painstaking process when remains are found. It's a very key evidence area, and now they seem to be yellow. Is that yellow? That
is police tape now going up, and it looks like they are establishing an area, a perimeter, to prevent anybody from coming. Not that the park is.
That's very interesting.
Very interesting, because the park is closed. They're not letting anybody in, but it just goes to show how much they are doing this textbook as far as ensuring that nobody steps into this area that could contaminate a scene that is now going to be quite literally microscopically dissected. We are hearing, of course, reports out there that are circulating that forensics teams are out there. I can assure you that, or I can pass along to our audience here, that about 3 minutes before, not even, maybe a minute and a half to 3 minutes before we began this stream for our new Facebook Live audience, that there was another vehicle, another mobile command style vehicle that went into the Carlton Reserve. It was the biggest one we've seen yet.
It looks like they're using that tent as a way to cordon off the area because they're wrapped around a tree there. They come around the tent. It does not look like they need the tent to cover anything. It is simply a way, almost like a fence post, so that they can protect a particular area. And if we're going to do some presuming here, we can think that they have remains in one area and perhaps one.
All right, let me give you guys an update. There seems to be some real confusion about who found what. All we know from Bertolino, so it's either you believe the attorney or you believe the law enforcement. But according to Bertolino, the park was open. The parents decided to go out there. They found items of Brian's, allegedly, and the cops were called in. I know it's been said that it's reverse and everything else, but no, according to Bertolino, that's what happened.
And only set up there for the intention as being a weight for the tape, a tent,
a post,
if you will, thank you, that has been set up. So they have cordoned off this area. But again, it's somewhat of a moot point because we're talking about an area that is closed off to the public, but I think
they're worried about officers.
I think that's exactly what I was going to say next. There's so many different agencies involved. Let's just kind of backtrack. We've heard about Pasco County being involved, of course, Sarasota County, Northport Police, the FBI, Lee County has been called into the scene here. You can see there, it's hard to see Jim trying to give us a good vantage point through the trees. That's another police tent that's been erected. So there's so many different teams on the ground now that this is just to ensure that anybody.
Let me also point this out, which is going to go against popular opinion. But if it is Brian, well, the Laundries lost a kid too. And it not in the same way. But we still have to remember that their son is dead now too. Horrible as it is, they still lost a son. Let's not come down on them too much. If it's Brian.
Probably smaller than it really is to us. A wider shot probably shows us how large of an area it is, but it is definitely a pretty extensive area. As he pulls out there, you can see the white tent, and it would seem the logic would be that they're going to circle that area. Very good shot there by Jim Hockett in the sky with Eagle 8.
And that's the area that we can say with confidence has received the most attention from law enforcement, the most attention from officials on scene, and it just so happens to be in a very wooded area. And we don't know at this time that that is where the partial human remains were found. We don't know if that's an area where the belongings, the backpack belongings that the NBC News report mentioned, whether that's.
You don't have to feel bad for Brian. You absolutely do not have to feel bad for Brian that he offed himself, but his parents didn't kill Gabby. His parents would still be mourning. I'm sorry I see it like that.
Officers under the white tent, so we do not know, is that where the remains are, or is that where they're processing the remains? We could make a guess, but obviously we don't know. We do know, though, the area that the remains were found, we're told the area where the remains were found had been wet and had since dried out. Dry weather, as you pointed out, JB, very much helped reveal these human remains, and we don't know how long that particular body has been dead, and we don't know exactly who the body is, but we do know it was found near a backpack that has been identified as something that would be consistent with something Brian Laundrie would have had.
There have been questions for weeks now. Who was going to be the person to provide the information or provide assistance, provide the break that this case needed to find Brian Laundrie? We've been talking about hikers on the Appalachian Trail. We were talking about trail cam video in Alabama and trail cam video
here
or sightings locally.
Yeah, Carlton
here.
Reserve.
There were people in Canada saying that looks like Brian. There were people in Mexico saying this looked like Brian. And all along, what's incredible to me, Walt, is that all along, the one who was able to provide perhaps the biggest break in this case is Mother Nature. just by allowing these waters to recede and recede to a level that these new items have been discovered, and now we have the report that partial human remains have been discovered. But Mother Nature not dumping water here over the course of October. And yes, there's been precipitation, but not anywhere close to what we saw in September.
No.
October has been in large part a very dry month here in the Tampa Bay area, very large in part a dry month for Sarasota County, and Mother Nature not dumping all of this water, allowing all of that swampy wetland water to recede.
Hits on Twitter, on Facebook, insisted there was no, and again, maybe they're still right, but insisted there was no.
On in this process, this is an inconvenient truth, but it's a truth nonetheless, that early on in this process, there was a body found at the Carlton Reserve.
Right.
And they quickly determined that it wasn't Brian Laundrie.
That's right.
Now listen, we have partial human remains here. We have at least 5, perhaps 6 or more law enforcement agencies descending here upon the scene. There's a backpack involved. There, and the articles that Stephen Bertolino first confirmed and then would later get confirmed and tweeted out by the FBI. These are all developments that point to this being something directly connected with Brian Laundrie's whereabouts. But we cannot rush to that conclusion until we have it, of course, from the FBI or from local law enforcement or from somebody here at the scene. But for what it's worth, folks, what appears to be partial human remains have been found in the Laundrie search area, in an area that was believed to be previously underwater, and an area near a backpack with items that, yes, according to the reports, belonged to Brian Laundrie. This all coming, Walt, after Chris and Roberta Laundrie were said to be there this morning, searching the Carlton Reserve.
And it's worth repeating, the update from the FBI came 42 minutes ago on Twitter. Items of interest, these are the exact words of the FBI, items of interest were located at the Carlton Reserve this morning in connection with the search for Brian Laundrie. An FBI evidence response team is processing the scene. That's what we're seeing live there, thanks to Eagle 8 and Jim Hockett, our photographer, investigative photographer. And the reserve is closed to the public and no further details are available at this time. And then we know from NBC, or we hear from NBC that, again, human remains are involved. Let's be clear about that. The FBI has not acknowledged anything, I don't believe, about human remains, just that items of interest were located at the Carlton Reserve.
Let's also break down a word that's on our screen here that we can't ignore because it's curious and it's worth a conversation. And speaking of conversation, we're going to feature your hashtag #HeyWalt, as we do hashtag #HeyJB, questions and comments here on screen in a bit. But the word I want to focus in on is Eagle 8 HD is live right now, at the time now, 2:53 Eastern, live right now over Myakkahatchee, over this area. But the word I want to focus in on is partial.
Right.
Partial
Important.
Human remains.
That's right.
What does that mean? So let's break down what that could mean, because it's really important. Because if human remains were found, I think this is a different or somewhat different conversation. The fact that it was partial human remains. Okay. And let's also not let it fall too far away from our conscience that this is the second time that we have had human remains found in this story. Of course, Gabby Petito's remains were found in Wyoming. The process that had to follow after that to confirm that the remains did in fact belong to Gabby Petito, and the family being notified. Now, heartbreaking of a day that was. But here we have partial human remains that have been discovered. And Walt, that could mean a variety of different things. That's so open-ended and vague, but perhaps we can have a little bit of a conversation here as to what the reason is for partial. Yes, we understand that it's clear that it's not, that the human remains are not entirely intact, but why aren't they entirely intact? We have been talking here at great length on WFLA Now about this is an area known for gators, known for coyotes, known for panthers, known for snakes. And if this is the discovery of a body, as grim and as gruesome as it is to have this conversation, if this is the discovery of a body that has been there for an extended period of time, Florida wildlife has gotten to that body.
No doubt about that.
But if the body was underwater, well, then it rules out what kind of wildlife perhaps would have been able to have gotten to these remains. And that's one scenario that is plausible as far as why it's partial human remains and not entire full human remains.
And not to get too gruesome, but obviously the partial is important because the part of the body would lead to a quicker identification. Although,
that's entirely true.
Although obvious, if there's a wallet out there, if there are clothes out there, if the backpack somehow holds a hint, we knew the manner of death was released right away. With Gabby Petito, they found the body on a Sunday, and that news conference was held on a Sunday, on I believe the 19th in Wyoming, and they knew right away the manner of death was a homicide. The cause of death was then released just last week. So if it's a similar timeline, they could know a manner of death, or at least know who this is relatively quickly, and perhaps they already do. I mean, the response has been interesting. JB brings up the point that in the beginning of this case, there was some other remains found out there. They determined pretty quickly, it seemed like within hours, that they were not Brian Laundrie. In this case, these human remains prompted a lot of activity there, including Laundrie's parents coming out there, including an FBI release, one of the few FBI releases we've had in this case about what was found out there. They didn't say remains. Let's be clear. The FBI did not mention remains, but they mentioned items of interest, and it's only the second time, really, or third time we've seen anything from the FBI as far as a news release in this case. So that does tell us something about what is suspected at this point of exactly who that is.
Let's go split screen for a moment, but before we do, we can't ignore what we're watching here. It appears a law enforcement crew on a John Deere style of vehicle has been navigating through the reserve or through Myakkahatchee, through the park itself, and now they have disappeared into the trees here. That area on your screen, underneath those trees, that is where all of the attention is being paid, and it's an area. I can't help but wonder, Walt, what this would have been like if these remains were discovered on our screen a couple inches to the left, or a couple football fields. If it was in that open field there,
sure.
Then we have news choppers, drones, I would imagine, everything going up over the area. I wonder if then the FBI would have requested a TFR, if they would have requested to get, aerial vehicles, news vehicles out of the air.
And to be clear, we don't know that for all we know, the white tent, that's the blue tent.
That's the blue tent. That's just a weight.
The blue tent is just a fence post, if you will.
Yep.
There's no tree there. They wanted to cordon off an area around the white tent. We do not know what they're doing under the white tent. We don't know if that's where the remains are, or that's where they're analyzing the evidence that they found. So, and again, it is a thick stand of trees. And in that way, I guess it is lucky for the FBI because they, obviously we would not want to show human remains live on TV or taped on TV either, or recorded on TV. So
the tape is interesting because they've partitioned off this area and we don't know why. No. But
let me say this, and I'm going to make this loud and clear. They would not be having a press conference if it wasn't Brian's remains. Welcome, Jenny. They wouldn't be having a press conference if it wasn't Brian's remains, and they would have ruled it out instantly. So my thumbnail sticks is exactly the way it is. Brian killed himself, and they found the body. There is a gun next to the body. Nothing has changed. So for those of you that think otherwise, there's many other channels you can go to. For the people texting me, you can kiss my fat ass. Now skinny ass, but you can still kiss it. Carry on.
It just could be to establish a large enough perimeter to be even to double check that they have the perimeter established to not contaminate this scene.
I think, it's safe to say is that it's all about disturbing what is still, I guess this is still a crime scene of sorts. He is the suspect in a fraud case, in a credit card fraud case, and he is a person of interest in a homicide. So this is still a crime scene, and the investigators, even though, as many have said, there's no justice for Gabby Petito here, if that is Brian Laundrie, there still is an open case that will be closed. And at some point, some of that information will be public and we'll know more. But this is still a crime scene, so it makes sense you would cordon it off and maybe even, to keep officers away and to be able to watch a particular area to make sure nothing or no one goes in that area. Because at this point, you don't want animals in there either, just in case there are remains scattered in that area.
Let's go split screen. And well, before we go split screen, let's just go full screen so that you guys can see the entranceway to Myakkahatchee. There you can see just members of the public who they can't walk in. They're going to be stopped by law enforcement if they try to walk into Myakkahatchee. But this story has attracted people from all over, from folks all over the country, and they have descended here on Sarasota County. They've descended here on Northport, Florida, the Northport area. And they are, some of them are local people. Some of them have come from far and wide. But this is, and if the camera pans over to the left, you'll see just every media outlet under the sun, literally under the sun, on a hot Florida day. And all of their cameras are pointed in the direction of Myakkahatchee Riverfront, or excuse me, Myakkahatchee Environment Park. And we have the, of course, the chopper in the air. Ooh, there's some, that's a better angle that Jim just got. Okay, so there's some of the vehicles that are there in the area underneath the trees. That's a good shot, and just some of the law enforcement officials that are now working this scene. Again, the medical examiner's office has been called. Multiple law enforcement agencies here in Florida have been called to the scene. Let's not forget that the Pasco County Canine Human Detections Unit is also here on the scene. And if there are partial human remains, that means that there's the chance that there are, of course, human remains out there somewhere, and having the canines present to try and track down that scent, that's particularly advantageous. We were talking about wildlife earlier. We were talking about the chances that the remains were the target of Florida wildlife, but we don't know. We don't know. All we can go by is what we're seeing here in the area that has been taped off by law enforcement. And again, this is an FBI-led investigation, Walt.
It is, and reflecting again on what the FBI tweeted now about an hour ago, there were items of interest in the Brian Laundrie case. Brian Laundrie's parents out there earlier today, and
for the record, the news media, with everything going on with the other case and all the conspiracy theories, the news is not going to say there's a gun right next to him. They would not do it. Conspiracy theories would go through the roof. Thank you, Robin. Welcome. They would go through the roof. That's why.
Leads you to believe this is not just any sort of find, and there is a backpack down there somewhere, a backpack that we're told had things that would be consistent with what Brian Laundrie might have.
I mean,
right below that stand of trees is where the white tent is and the activity is. And JB pointed out again, if the trees aren't there, think about it's a much clearer view. And the law enforcement might not want that at this point, because we do not know exactly what was found. Just the report is human remains and a backpack with items that are that are consistent with what Brian Laundrie might have. So, and perhaps, I mean, JB, it makes sense that is why the parents would have gone out there this morning.
The parents being there, the developments that occurred today. These are, again, these significant developments that so many people have been waiting for, but I don't know if it's the exact development that a majority of the public was hoping that they would actually learn to be true. And what I mean is that there were so many people, Walt, so many people that thought that the...
Guys, remember something. He may have offed himself on day one. They said they found a partial body that was underwater. He could have been out for a long time. He could have killed himself that same day, and the parents knew it, so there was nothing to turn in. And they haven't come out of the house because maybe they've been mourning for the last month because they knew he was dead. We don't know. We don't know how long he's been dead. He could have said goodbye knowing that he was going to off himself. We just don't know. Yes, FBI is planning a news conference of 4. This is not confirmed. Well, we'll definitely find out, but you know what I'm saying, though? It's just something's not right. That could be a total reason why they stayed in their house for a month, because they knew that he offed himself and they were in mourning.
Road. That's clearly a law enforcement vehicle. That's a sheriff vehicle. That might be Pasco County Sheriff. And this could be, if that's Pasco County, and I'm trying to see, it's really hard to see. And
K9 unit.
You know what? Let's ask. Hold on, I can ask Jim. We can radio in the Eagle here. Jim, by any chance, did you catch, and I'm going to bring up your mic here, by any chance did you catch on Powerline Road there, was that Pasco County?
It may have been. It's hard to tell. It was definitely two sheriff's vehicles, and I'm not sure about this black vehicle. It's either
Is that a
FPLE
coroner's
or
vehicle,
FBI,
perhaps?
I think.
That could be a coroner's
I'm not
vehicle.
really sure.
Oh, there it is. Okay,
Are sheriff's
Jim, there you
vehicles,
see it. There's K9, and that's Pasco. Yep. So that's what I
the
thought.
K9 unit.
That is the K9 Human Detections Unit with Pasco County. Thank you, Jim.
Jim, has that? Can Jim hear me?
I don't think he can.
Okay, I'm just curious if that is new. Is that vehicle been there a little while, or did it just
Yes.
get there?
So that vehicle arrived a few hours ago, and we know because we had confirmed that Pasco County, just like last week, that Pasco County was asked to brought in their K9 Human Detections Unit. And there it is on the scene. And then so here's another vantage point now. This showing all of the law enforcement vehicles that are at the scene inside the Carlton Reserve now. So take this for what you will. Some of them are going to be marked vehicles. Others are going to be unmarked vehicles. Clearly that black trailer there, that is an unmarked vehicle. There you can see, I think that's the Northport Police Mobile Command Unit. There you can see a police tent there. That's the volunteer law enforcement vehicle that we saw enter about a few hours ago. Northport Police SUVs. There's I think that's the Lee County Sheriff. This is now interesting because this is all of the vehicles that we saw enter on the ground shot. This shot, we saw all these vehicles.
Hey guys, I just thought of something. Check this out. What if, don't hold me to this, but what if the FBI and everybody knew that Brian was dead all along? That's why the parents weren't talking. That's why the lawyer wasn't talking. That's why they said everybody keep quiet. Maybe the FBI has known all along Brian was dead and they were looking for a dead body, or they were looking for partial of a body. Maybe they knew it the whole time.
Station in Tampa, Florida, serving the Tampa Bay area. So Eagle 8 HD has to ground itself to fuel for 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Yes, we have a lot of newscasts here on your NBC station, 8 on your side, WFLA News Channel 8 in Tampa, Florida. And so it's just about being able to reach our television audience in addition to reaching our digital audience. Back here with you live on stream with Walt Buteau.
And we're just recapping what we are told by NBC News. Partial human remains have been found in the Carlton Reserve and the
Myakkahatchee. It's tough.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Good pinch hit there. And we know that the parents were out there this morning, and that that a backpack consistent with what Brian Laundrie might have was found there. The FBI reporting nothing about human remains, but items of interest, calling items of interest, and that sort of brought out a pretty strong force of agents and local law enforcement to search an area that has been cordoned off. We have video of that, and now we're waiting for answers about who that is, and we hope to get that soon. But here's what we do know: we know that this would be about. This would be a little over a month, 5 weeks since Brian Laundrie was last seen on the 13th, initially reported on the 14th, right? But now we found out last seen on the 13th, that's a Monday. That's also the Monday that Nicole Schmidt, Gabby's mother, held that just a teary-eyed, a very sad news conference asking for help to find her daughter. That's sad to think back that there was hope at that point that she was still alive. She had been reported missing on the 11th, and little did we know she had been dead, according to the FBI, for about 12 to 13 days. So we've now come full circle from sometime that short window between the 27th and the 30th is when we believe that Gabby Petito died, and now we are. Since then, we are almost exactly 2 months, almost 2 months. Since she was dead, there's now a second body that appears to be related to this case, at least for now, until we hear more from law enforcement.
Let's get to some of the comments that are coming in using hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyWalt. I have to, and I'm so sorry for our audience that has heard.
Think about it, though, guys. It is possible. It's possible that he left a note along the lines of, or spoke to them before he left, that said, look, I'm sorry. I'm going to try to make it on my own. I'm going to try to hide. I'm going to try to escape. If you don't hear from me by X amount of days, I took my own life, something. We just don't know. But the more I think about, the contents of a note, it's very possible it was a search and rescue, but they're not going to tell anyone that, because they didn't know or they weren't sure. I don't know, something in my gut, and I haven't been wrong yet, but something in my gut just tells me it's very possible that everybody knew they were dead, or that he was dead already, or the chances of him being dead were very high.
Where just the entire world is really honed in on exactly what's happening here today in Florida.
I've never seen anything like it as far as the interest in even the smaller headlines, tiny headlines, if you will, lesser parts of the story, where people the reaction is amazing. And by the way, speaking of that, a woman on Twitter sent me a picture. I wish I could show it, and she points out, and I'm not sure if we can check this out as well, under that blue tarp, she points to an area that I can't tell what it is, but the question is that a backpack? And I don't know. It looks like it could be a backpack, and we can analyze that later. JB, I know we're right next to each other. I'm going to send you a picture of it. I don't know you can use it, but it is interesting nonetheless.
Let me see your phone.
Actually, it's here. Look, take a look.
Hold on, folks.
Is that odd? What do you think?
Could be anything.
Could be anything.
Could be anything.
Could be a backpack. I mean, I don't know. Is that why you would put that blue tent there, that blue tarp there? But anyway, yeah, the interest has been remarkable for me. I've covered news a long time. I was at 9/11. I've covered the station fire in Rhode Island, and where 100 people died, and horrible tragedy, and then smaller events, investigative stories. But this story has consumed people in a lot of ways, and I think it is because of Gabby Petito's age, the fact that she was out there, put herself out there as a blogger. Some people, a woman got in touch with me from Florida who also had lost a daughter to domestic violence, and she said that she started following Gabby before this ever became a homicide investigation, and was rooted in that, and because it reminded her of her daughter. It reminds us of friends we've had. So that connection of somebody who put themselves out there, telegenic. So we have that connection, and then of course many of us see those videos after this becomes a missing persons case and then a homicide case. But I think that connection, and then of course many people. Many of the commenters on the stories I've posted, many have said they are also
I just want to address this real fast. Everyone's saying clickbait. If I remember correctly, y'all told me it was clickbait about Xavier too, and I was 100% right. So before you want to say clickbait again, I'll take that fucking apology. Anytime you want to give me that apology, I'll wait for that apology. Thank you very much. Until then, suck your left.
In fact, probably closer to about half an hour. It's just refueling for our evening newscast on WFLA News Channel 8, your NBC station here. Let's get to the hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyWalt, questions and comments that are coming in. Use a hashtag on your screen if you want your comment featured. If you don't, just don't use a hashtag. Don't use one of the hashtags. We can only animate the ones that use hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyWalt. And I think we're going to really try to pay attention to Twitter. And look for the tweets with hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyWalt, because we're not actively live on Twitter, as I understand it, but we want to, of course, incorporate people on Twitter as well. So let's get to this one here first. From Amanda Berry. Hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyWalt. Do you guys think it's Brian Laundrie's remains? We have no idea of knowing, but let's just point out the blatantly obvious. There has never been this much attention paid to my Akahatchee. Never had this much attention in law enforcement. As far as law enforcement resources being poured into this one spot. So if the medical examiner is there, and let's not forget, Walt, again, going back here a couple of weeks ago, really a month ago now, when they found the body at Carlton Reserve, that was somebody else, they put it out immediately.
Pretty quickly.
Very quickly.
Very quickly.
They said, we found a body. Don't freak out. We found a body. It is not Brian Laundrie. I believe, if I remember correctly, it was somebody who had took their own life at the Carlton Reserve. And they had just come across a body in their search. So
another thing to point out, the FBI did not offer a news release or a tweet back then. In this case, the FBI tweeted items of interest were located at the Carlton Reserve this morning in connection with the search for Brian Laundrie. Now, then we find out the medical examiner's out there as well. The FBI has not said anything about human remains, but we hear that through NBC's sources that there are human remains, and we do know there's a medical examiner. So do we think it's Brian Laundrie? I'm not going to answer that question, but there is a lot of what I would call circumstantial evidence that would make you suspect that they think they have Brian Laundrie.
Tapping the touchscreen here, we got a new feed available to show our audience, and it's from the home of Chris and Roberta Laundrie. Still media attention here outside of the home. There you can see the silver Ford Mustang convertible that we have been talking about. And as we understand it, I will try to answer this question from Siobhan Owen. Hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyWalt. Do we know where the Laundrie parents are now? Back home or still at the reserve? As we understand it, the Laundrie parents, Chris and Roberta, are here in Northport at their home.
Their vehicles are there. So
correct.
Logical. And I'm sure this is not something anybody's talking about, but if this is Brian Laundrie, they lost a child as well. They've received a lot of criticism, and they're just taunting, and I've criticized that, and I got called a moron for criticizing it, but I'm sorry. Fair is fair, and they're not charged with anything at this point, and they've lost a son. If this is true, they've lost a son as well.
And let me explain. I think the foundation and the core of the vitriol for Chris and Roberta Laundrie. Let me explain where that stems from. When Gabby was missing, and Joe Petito, Gabby's dad, and Nicole Schmidt, Gabby's mom, all they wanted were answers. And they were calling, texting, doing everything that they could, trying to get a hold of Chris and Roberta and Brian at the time, and doing everything that they could just to get an answer. Where's Gabby? They didn't care. They point to a map. Just tell us, where's Gabby? We want to find our daughter. And those calls went unreturned, as we understand it. And
I get the anger about that.
There's
and
just
the
tremendous.
And yes, I get it.
Why not even take that call? Is a question that is going to persist and linger in this case. Why not take that call? Why ignore? your future in-laws. I think that still is a source of frustration for a lot of people who have been on this story. And yeah, now if this is true, and if the partial human remains do in fact belong to Brian Laundrie, and Brian Laundrie is deceased, this is another set of parents that have lost a child or lost a loved one. Brian Laundrie being 23 years old, he is now an adult male, of course, but to them, it's losing a child. And that would be, of course, extraordinarily heartbreaking for Chris and Roberta Laundrie. It would be and there's a story there as well. What did Chris and Roberta actually experience when Brian returned home? He did drive the vehicle home. How did we get from that point to the point that we're at now? And I am just curious, will Chris and Roberta Laundrie ever explain to the world what happened? Will they ever provide answers? We've had one family that has not been shy as far as talking to the media. I met with them during their visit here to Florida, what was that, a week and a half ago now. And just they have been very open and honest throughout this process, even as they've been dealing with tremendous grief. Will there be openness and honesty from Chris and Roberta Laundrie? But let's also just keep in mind that they are going through an extraordinarily difficult day, provided that these partial human remains do in fact belong to their son. This would be a parent's nightmare.
Yeah.
It doesn't get worse for a parent to learn that you've lost your child. So, but there's still people that just want to know the fundamental answer to the fundamental question: what happened?
What do they know, and why didn't they tell anybody? Obviously, though, we know that by the time Brian Laundrie, or we know from what the FBI has said, by the time Brian Laundrie was back in Florida on September 1st, Gabby Petito was already deceased, according to investigators. So there's no knowing, we don't know what he told his parents. We have no idea. There's been only speculation about that. But yes, what we do know now is, or what we suspect now, if this is the body of Brian Laundrie, they have lost a son. Obviously, the outpouring is going to be far greater for Gabby Petito because she's the victim of a homicide. Will we ever know who committed that homicide? What sort of evidence does the FBI have? Do they have enough evidence? Will they even present the evidence if they do determine that this is Brian Laundrie? Do they even release that evidence? I wish I knew that answer. I don't believe they have to release the evidence. I know that their search warrants, their affidavits will eventually be public because they have to be. They can only be sealed for a certain time. So we will know more from that. But what will the FBI release? It's a high-profile case, and the FBI, I'm sorry, they love headlines too. They love headlines. They love to solve crimes, and they love headlines because I think their funding, I'm sure, is fine, but they need to prove that funding. They love the headlines. So do they respond to the public outcry for information? And if this indeed is Brian Laundrie, do they explain what they know? Do they release what they know? Because there's not going to be a court case. There could be a lawsuit, though. There could still be a lawsuit. There could still be a lawsuit filed by the Petitos and the Schmidt family. That could still happen, and that would force the release of some information. That's still a possibility.
We're going to get to more #HeyJB, #HeyWalt questions and comments in a moment. File them in now because I'm going to start looking for them here in a second. Our team is going to add them to the queue. So if you want your comment to be featured, if you want to be part of our interactive coverage here and you want to point out something to us or ask something, use #HeyJB, #HeyWalt now, and we'll start to look for those. But I want to make something clear. And I am on the record saying this for the last several weeks as I've had an opportunity to process the timeline, as I have had an opportunity to process what has occurred since Brian's return home to Florida from Wyoming, from the cross-country road trip with Gabby Petito. There's one thing that has just always stuck out to me as very strange, and it's the Fort DeSoto camping trip. Going camping, appearing to be happy, being with your sister and being with your nephew or nephews.
Something breaking right now. JB's looking at a message.
Yeah. All right, folks. 4:30. There's going to be a statement to the media, the FBI, and we have seen this come up in the comment section. Okay. We know that there's been talk of this. It's now confirmed. It is 100% confirmed. The FBI has put out a press release. They are going to be making an announcement at 4:30 Eastern Time. That is 1 hour and 5 minutes from now. We're going to be live on WFLA, and we're not going anywhere. You know that. We're going to be live on WFLA now.
Are they holding a news conference? Is that what it said?
They are holding a news conference. And they say that they are going to be reading or releasing a statement. And I'm going to just, from covering many federal press conferences or FBI press conferences, I can assure you that it's going to be very similar to the last FBI press conference, which was held in Wyoming, of course, where Gabby Petito's remains were found. I'm just going to tell you that it's going to be them reading a statement and no question or answer. I'd be shocked, Walt, if they answer questions at this press conference. Because can you imagine? Can you imagine for a second just how many questions there are to answer? There's no way they could be live for an hour and not answer half of them. The questions that people have about this story.
Did they answer questions when they released? No. They did not. Okay.
If I remember correctly.
The FBI. That is standard operating procedure. So I get that. That's interesting, and I think it also is telling. But it still could go either way. I'm not going to say it's definitely one thing or the other. By the way, quick update. Not that it's not that big a deal. That item we saw in that under the blue tent appears to be the bag for the tent, not the backpack. Just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, and I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say. So I mean, but again, 4:30, an hour and 4 minutes away, and that could be a very huge piece to this very tragic puzzle.
It's an hour from now, and we'll be live on WFLA Now across all platforms to learn what the FBI, or at least what the FBI has to say today. Here, our photographer zooming in on some of the signs that are out there, including a Justice for Gabby sign. Let's not remember, this is all about justice for Gabby. This is all about finding and seeking the truth. But I want to wrap up what I was saying about the Fort DeSoto camping trip. It was so normal to do that. So normal. If your family is dealing with crisis, going camping isn't really high on your priority list. And I've talked about this at great length on previous streams, and I'm reiterating some of the comments that I have made previously. It just always, when people ask me, JB, what is there something about this that particularly just doesn't feel right to you? And I always point to the September 6th, September 7th camping trip. That's a week after Brian Laundrie got back and is camping with his family. Cassie Laundrie was there with her family. Chris and Roberta were there. It was Lot 001, waterfront at Fort DeSoto campground there in southern Pinellas County. And did Chris and Roberta really know?
Now, let me say this, and I will say this to Molly, too. Once they confirm this is Brian, leave the family alone. They're still mourning. This is still their son. So, and I will tell Molly the exact same thing. Do not bother the family after this. They, right, wrong, or indifferent, they didn't kill Gabby, and they didn't have anything to do with Gabby's being death. So, Molly, if you are listening, please do not bother the family. Jonathan, please do not bother the family. Let them mourn in peace. It just wouldn't be fair, honestly.
There's been all of this vitriol for Chris and Roberta Laundrie, but it all circles back to why wouldn't Chris and Roberta take a phone call from Joe Petito and Nicole Schmidt, Gabby's mom and dad? Why aren't you answering the phone? If Chris and Roberta Laundrie were here right now, that's probably the first thing I would ask them. Again, just semantics-based question. Of course, they're dealing with with an extremely trying time here today, as we're about to learn in an hour from now what these partial remains.
Like, I might even think a little differently if, like, she was killed at the house or something, or if we thought that maybe she was killed and the parents were covering up the murder or something. I would say totally different. But one thing we do know is that she was killed in Utah and the parents have absolutely nothing to do with it. And just let them mourn in peace. Like, they probably know right now that this is him. They would not be having a press conference if it was not him. They would have automatically told the news. So it's safe to say that what they found is Brian. And you're right, they cannot totally confirm it without an autopsy report, but they haven't ruled it out either. Every other time they've ruled it out instantly. So it's safe to say that yes, Brian offed himself.
Airing out at a beautiful sunset.
Well, you could take a dive into his mind and
we've done that.
Right, and realize that not everybody has the same conscience and that.
And we were talking yesterday, Walt, and I wish that you had been part of our stream yesterday. I was talking with Josh Benson about how in some cases of extremely, in the minds of a person, and again, we're speaking in generalities here. We're not speaking about Brian Laundrie, but in the minds of somebody that commit an extremely violent crime, that some minds will automatically revert to straight denial. And will create and fabricate a reality within their mind that they did not occur such a heinous act, or did they not commit such a heinous act.
Well, I get the question a lot from various stories we cover, and people will ask, how could somebody do that? And I always tell them the same thing. You have a conscience. And again, I'm speaking in general terms. We don't know anything that Brian did other than allegedly use Gabby Petito's credit card. We don't know anything else, and sadly, we may never know. We will only be able to suspect. There will never, this case, if this is Brian Laundrie's remains, will never be tried. And the information, we may have to pry it out of the FBI. We don't know. But again, people who commit crimes, people who commit strangulations, whoever did it, that is a person.
Unfortunately, Rainey, I don't know. Unfortunately, I can't say what he would have told his parents, but as I said originally from the beginning, I do believe that September 8th camping trip was a final goodbye. I do believe that, and I've always said that. I said that from jump, that I absolutely think that was a first time, a final goodbye trip, 150%. Who's Molly telling off? That I don't know. But I'm saying that I don't want her messing with the family. Once this is confirmed that it's Brian, I just don't want to mess in the family. If you rewind the video, Angie, Molly's on here. Let me try calling her again. That's funny, Rhonda. All right, she's not answering. It doesn't necessarily have to be the final goodbye for her. It was the final goodbye for him. He could have said, I'm not going down like this. I'm not going to jail. I'm not doing anything. Mom, Dad, I love you. I'm out. If I survive, I do. If I don't, I don't. And I'm sorry, but, this is the end. And he could have just taken off. That's not Cassie. That looks nothing like Cassie. That woman's like 20 years older than Cassie.
So many people around the world is because there are so many moments throughout the timeline that just don't add up, that don't feel right, that are unexpected. And so with that one constant being a theme in this, or that theme being a constant in this case, I have no idea what we are going to learn at 4:30, but I know that we're going to be live here on WFLA Now. Kennedy Joe, hashtag KJB. So I'm late. Do we think that the remains are new or old? And first and foremost, just relatively speaking here, just from a terminology standpoint, new, old is new like 12 hours
Right.
new or
We don't
3
know.
days new?
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know how long they've been there. All those things, by the way, I don't suspect we'll know. We could very well know that that at 4:30, something along those lines. But if it's the FBI talking, it's going to be very basic. It's going to be 1 or 2 paragraphs at the most. And I don't think at this point they're not going to offer any speculation for how long the remains were there, because they more than likely do not know, unless there's a note, I guess. There's that, right? There could be a note, and we know exactly how long they've been there. But I'm going to say we're not going to know new or old for a while. We are going to have a suspicion of who it is. And the FBI, I'm sure if they're releasing it, they have more than a suspicion. I mean, obviously, did he have his wallet with him? Mm-hmm. We would think he did, right? Would you bring your wallet if you're in the woods?
Without
maybe?
any credit cards or debit cards in them, I mean, I would bring a wallet.
But
then again, that would just be to carry cash.
And how long have the remains been there? I mean, that's the other point, because now what does it look like? It's gruesome to imagine, but it's a really good question, but it's one of the ones we can't really answer right now.
Melissa Hoyt, hashtag KJB, hashtag KWalt. Do we know if this is an area that has been searched previously?
Great question.
Of course, this area has been searched, but I bring up Melissa's for a second to ask this question. And it's not a question that we can answer, but it's a question that is on my mind. Did they search this area in September when the water was considerable? And were they stepping right around this area at the time? Or were they within 10 feet, 100 feet of this spot, and they had no idea what they were actually on or near because of the water?
Right. We know they had the boats. We know they had the swamp boats, whatever you call them.
Dive teams. They had sonar in there.
It's interesting that it's water's involved, and they had dive teams, which makes you wonder: did they know something earlier about Brian that made them think to look in water? Although that area, didn't we hear from Allison Henning that did we hear from police that the area is 75% water? Now, keep in mind,
I think it was 75% water at the time.
Right. And that was a month ago, right?
When we had a very wet September. We did.
So, but again, 25,000 acres in Carlton Reserve, only 160 in this location. So, we know they did search this area, but we don't. You said this is on the Northport side, correct?
This is on the Northport side, yeah.
So think about this. They were there then the first day they searched, which was a Saturday.
Yep.
They were on the Northport side.
Yep.
And again, they said Carlton Reserve, but the two areas are connected. They're adjacent to each other. So was this the area they initially went to? We don't know that. But again, if it's underwater, you miss it, right? And I don't think dogs are as effective if something is in
submerged.
Water. And then we also don't know how long he's been there. We don't know, or he or whoever that is. We don't know how long the remains have been there. So,
as we lose our camera shot here for just a moment, we'll show you some video from earlier, the tent video from earlier. Melissa, thanks a lot for your question, because it's a thought-provoking one.
Great question.
And it makes you just want.
Hey, let me say this too. There's a very good possibility that he did this to save his parents from headache, because once he's gone, there's nothing the parents can do. Nobody can bug the parents anymore. Nobody can ask for questions out of the parents. They just can't. The parents aren't around to, like he's not around. They weren't there at Gabby's death. So him offing himself really puts an end to everybody's headaches except for Gabby's family. But it does. It puts an end to any kind of problems that his parents would have, or any kind of problems that his parents would, have to go through. So I don't know. I have so many feelings on it, but I can tell you, I stand by my cover shot, and I'm positive this is Brian. As far as the gun goes, I did get that from Molly and Jonathan, and that will be revealed, I'm sure. But I got to be honest with you. This is Brian. There's no way it's not. They would have already said that it's not Brian. I've watched enough of these things to know that.
But it's worth noting, now we got time. It's 50 minutes away. There hasn't been a makeshift podium set up. There hasn't been an area where what media, or there is? Oh, no, I'm sorry. She was responding to somebody else. What you'll see is the media come together, even photographers with different networks and different media affiliates, and what they will do is somebody will provide a makeshift stand or podium, and
a
that's
light
where,
stand a lot of the times.
Yep, and what that will
tape.
do. Yes, the duct tape is key. And what they will
Mics
do.
are wrapped on duct tape.
Walt and I have been at these press conferences, and you'll see the media kind of come together because they want to. It's really actually just because they want to have the best mic placement. When you'll see a press conference at an area like this, and you'll see it looks like there's 50 to 60 microphones all like piled onto one spot, and you're thinking, why don't they just use one microphone? It's because they don't have the technological capability.
And I'll tell you something else I heard last night. I have no confirmation of this other than a stream that I was on. But it seems that a subscriber had called had called Brian's grandmother, I believe, and had like this 45-minute conversation. And she claims that Brian was autistic, that they believe Brian was on the spectrum. I don't know how true this is. I'm just telling you what I was told. Looking at the way Brian walks, I don't doubt that for 1 second. And the reason I say that is someone in a hospital had thought that I should get Phoenix tested for Asperger's due to the way he walked and how he always had his heel up. And I thought that was very interesting. And I started going back to some footage that I found on Brian, and Brian walked weird. So I don't know if any of that is true. I don't know if the girl was true. I don't, the panel had a couple thousand people in there, and I'm not mentioning them because 3,000 people on panel and not one person knew who I was. So we're not going to give out his name. But let me just say that I just thought it was very, very odd that she had said that, because that is true. And when you look at Brian, he did walk weird. So that's a good possibility too, that he was autistic or on the spectrum or Asperger's or something. But that's all the information she gave automatically. She didn't give anything more. She just said she gave it to the FBI, and the owner of the channel was like, come on, give it to me, send it to me. So I don't know anything more than that.
This is officially a cold case, and it's time to, and I received a lot of messages from people saying, JB, it's time to start paying attention to other missing person cases. And believe me, now let's make this clear, I serve the Tampa Bay area, and that's my coverage area, and that's what I'm told and directed and assigned to focus on. And believe me, we're ready to jump on any missing persons case, but that's not new for us. That's the thing. I want to make this clear. We've been covering missing persons cases all the time. This one just captured the public attention, captured Twitter sphere and social media in a way that few ever have, if any ever have. This was the missing person case that has received the most attention that I've ever seen in modern day journalism. I've never seen
no
anything
doubt.
like
And
it.
I think when you talk about modern day journalism, it is a very visual medium now. Newspapers are dying.
Yes.
Newspapers everywhere are dying. They're laying people off. Organizations like this are growing, and it's all based on pictures. TikTok is pictures. Twitter is pictures.
Instagram,
and
pictures.
right. And people have criticized us. And by the way, we're big boys and we can take it. And I think the criticism is deserved. Do we cover every single missing person case? Not necessarily. There's criteria for us, right? we do not generally handle certain missing person cases. But in this case, if I'm telling you, this case had the visual element right away. We saw these people in 3 dimensions talking, smiling together. This very telegenic couple that seemed so happy. And then we also have, again, modern technology, the body cam video from the. Am I gonna get? God, those dates are in my mind. What day? What date was the body cam? August. Oh boy. Anyway, the body camera video.
I'm bringing up my timeline just because
so
I don't want to misspeak. I've misspoke in the past.
The body camera video where we see this guy that became the person of interest and the suspect in the credit card case. That just doesn't happen. If we have surveillance video of suspects before, but I bring up Whitey Bulger again. We had 1 or 2 black and white pictures of him, and he was able to elude police for decades. In this case, we have Brian Petito, 3-dimensional, talking to police. We have Gabby Petito crying to police. So all of those elements combine with bringing the entire world focusing. We've had viewers from all over the place focusing on this case because of that, and that's why it has become so interesting, not only with us in our media, but also in the media that the general public has, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and the speculation has been it's been spectacular to me to watch, just as a sort of almost like a journalism class, to see how big a story like this became because of the way media has expanded in recent years and decades.
This is going to change.
Like I said, I don't know if this woman was telling the truth or not. I'm just relaying what I heard last night. But when I did look at his walk, he did have a very distinctive walk. And I just thought it was interesting that she put it out there.
Is used for good and to prevent other stories from Gabby Petito ending in death and destruction of a family. So I think that there's a conversation, to be had with, and I think it starts with Gabby Petito's family, and others are going to join in on that conversation. And I'm very curious to see exactly how policymakers in this country, and I've heard some different ideas and concepts get brought forward, and some very interesting ideas as to how to prevent something like this in the future. They're fascinating conversations. I look forward to covering them and being even part of those conversations if people ask, from the media's perspective. But that's a conversation now that is absolutely on the fast track to ensure that there's thousands of families out there who don't have information on what happened to their loved one, and they deserve that information, and they deserve exposure, and they deserve people in the media covering that particular case. Not to say that there's an overwhelming amount of missing person cases that don't receive media attention, but there's a conversation to be had, and I'm very much looking forward to where it goes from here.
And I will also say that the other part of this is also the domestic violence conversation, because we know this is a case of domestic violence. We know a strangulation is, that it doesn't necessarily have to be domestic violence if she did not know the suspect, but we do know that this was a couple that had some issues, and we saw those, and that conversation's important. You talk about prevention. Sure, we can talk about preventing missing persons cases or finding people faster. That's great, and money helps, and that foundation will help. But also the awareness of how to help a friend who may be dealing with a bad relationship is important too, and I think that's another piece of this.
I look forward to finding out, like the rest of the world, what's going to happen here at 4:30. Okay, so let me explain. And so some commenters used #HeyJB and #HeyWalt and brought this to my attention. I didn't get a chance to animate it here on screen, but I can tell you that there is now, like clockwork, right as I uttered it, I think about 45 minutes ago, a temporary flight restriction, a TFR, has been issued. That is the FBI working in tandem with the FAA to establish a TFR over this area. There is no longer going to be aerial coverage of the area where the tent was sent up here, as you're seeing from Eagle 8 HD, and where the law enforcement presence is most
file
intense.
video, correct?
I'm sorry? This is file. Yes, this was from earlier.
File?
This is from, this is looping back from about approximately, I've lost track of how long have we been on stream here? We've been on stream for 4 hours and 13 minutes. No commercial breaks. 4 hours, 13 minutes straight here with the one break where Eagle 8 HD was getting back up in the air. Quite literally a multi-hour effort here as far as our.
All right, we had this conversation last night, okay? I do not believe video games have anything to do with this. I don't believe him being an artist had anything to do with this. There's a lot of dark artists that don't kill their girlfriends. There's a lot of dark artists that know how to control their emotions. So I absolutely cannot jump on this bandwagon about his music, about his anything. No. He did it in a fit of rage, period.
Information. What are you expecting to learn at 4:30? Do you have any expectations whatsoever, or are you a blank slate?
I'm a blank slate. I find it hard to believe it won't be what we think it's going to be. I don't like to speculate, even in a forum like this. I mean, because you don't, again, and you made a great point about the body that was found. I'm going to say 4 to 5 weeks ago. It was like it was probably the week after the first search. I think it was the day after the FBI searched the Laundrie's home on the 20th, which was a week after Nicole Schmidt came forward in a very emotional news conference asking for help to find her daughter, not realizing at the time her daughter had already been the victim of homicide. So you think about that point and how quickly we knew that was not Brian Laundrie.
Okay, let me just say, I am into some dark shit. I have looked up some dark shit. I have had dark thoughts. I have never thought of killing. Well, I did think of killing someone, but in a fit of a rage, I never killed anybody. So I'm sorry, but I can't buy that. I've killed many in my head too, exactly.
Day of, when we knew it was Gabby Petito, did we know the next day manner of death, or was that?
It was soon thereafter.
Okay.
It was around.
So
it didn't take very long.
Knowing a manner of death is going to be maybe even more difficult here. I think it's possible we may hear something along the lines of how long they believe that body was there. But other than that, the details are going to be slow to come out because, again, it's the FBI, and the FBI likes to get all their ducks in a row before they come to the media. I respect that, even if it does delay what we do in telling a particular story. But I do absolutely 100% respect how detailed an investigation like this has to be, even if this is the final part of the investigation. Because if this is Brian Laundrie, there's not going to be a trial.
Okay, if you rewind the video, if you go all the way back to where Molly and Jonathan had called in, they said that there was a gun next to the body. That is where it came from. I'm sorry if you're just coming in now, but my sources that are there have confirmed there was a gun there. The media may not tell you this yet, but this is what we were told on site. So if you have any questions, rewind the video all the way to the beginning where you'll hear Molly and Jonathan on site say that they were told there was a gun next to the body or parts of the body, whatever they found.
That Brian Laundrie, that were items that were said to belong to Brian Laundrie, and that they can't take any additional questions at this time. But I always say with this story, it's been about the unexpected. Just has a way of just coming out of nowhere and completely blindsiding everybody. And I guess you could say that it's about that we are owed something that isn't out of left field, that it isn't going to be entirely unexpected of a press conference. But there have just been so many unexpected twists and turns in this case that I quite literally don't have any idea of what to expect. But that's what my brain goes in thinking, that we're going to find out that the remains have been that they have found partial remains, and that it is going to be connected to the.
Oh, that's a good point, Critter. This is also the area that Molly and them were hearing bees and flies a couple of days ago. That's a good point. I forgot about that. You're right. Can you drop a link so I can become a member? Yes. Can someone please drop a link for membership? The mods were dropping it before. I don't know what happened.
So they found something, and they just didn't announce it to the media.
Very possible.
And that has been speculation for weeks. People saying, oh my God, did they find something? And that's the reason that they're searching endlessly here. But I'd be very curious to know, there were...
Mother Bear, you did say it before, and I apologize. You are 100% right. You did. I knew somebody said it before. I just didn't remember who. So you are 100% right. Mother Bear did say it at the beginning of the stream, that this is where Molly was. Molly was in the exact area that this piece was found. And there were a lot of bees and flies, but they kept hearing it specifically, Rhonda, because if you go to her videos, either her or Jonathan's video, it says specifically that we keep hearing bees or something over a specific area. I don't think it was calculated, Queen Bee. It wasn't calculated. He killed her on a whim. I'm telling you, I told you guys how I believe it went down. I believe that he killed her to get her to shut up, and she wouldn't shut up, and he had his hands around her throat, and before he knew it, she was dead. That's what I think happened. I said that from jump, and I'm sticking by it.
Those types of things. And in this case, again, we kept covering it because I fully believed law enforcement had reason to believe that there was a reason to keep that search going. And then, but ironically, when they finally slowed it down to a crawl, right, the last 2 days, it's just interesting that today, it could be the day that final piece is sort of revealed. Not necessarily the final piece, but one of the final pieces.
Go back to any stream that we have done in recent weeks, and people asking, JB, is he in Mexico? JB is in Canada. Why are they searching the reserve? Why are there been potentially millions of dollars or $1 million+ whatever the amount will end up being, the bill for the search? Why has there been so much taxpayer money committed to searching here when clearly people are saying they're not finding anything? Why are they committed to the search here? And I'm on record saying over and over and over again, you have to have a certain level of confidence, a high level of confidence with the FBI, because they likely have information that the public doesn't have that leads them to be committing that much attention and be putting that many resources here at the Carlton Reserve. And here we are. So I'd be very curious to hear from those people that would email me or not even email me, but direct message me on my Instagram or on Facebook, people that were just so passionately convinced that he wasn't here. And and I said, no, you have to listen. There's a process and there's a reason that they're looking here. And I would just be very curious to what those people are saying today.
You know, and I'm a cost guy. I think government spends too much money or they don't spend it efficiently.
That's
I've done
your
many
thing.
stories, you know, what?
That's kind of your thing.
Well, it is, and I've always, you know, I am privately, and I am as a taxpayer, and I am as a journalist, and I like those stories are important because that's our money. That's our money that's being spent. So I get those questions. However, there was an explanation about this search early on, and it kind of makes a lot of sense that the officers out there were on their regular shift, and that that it may not involve as much overtime as people think, that the food was donated in many of the cases, and keep this in mind. These officers, the FBI, I mean, they're paid to do this. So is that a cost? I don't know if that's really a cost. Does it mean other cases got put on the back burner? Yes, probably, more than likely. But I'm not sure in this case, in a case like this, if the cost was ever a concern, I guess, unless they didn't find Brian Laundrie out there. But even then, you have to eliminate possibilities. It is, it is criminal science, right? Science, you eliminate this so you can focus on something else. That's what police do, and that's what they did here. And even though it did take a long time and will eventually have a price tag and people will perhaps complain about it, if they end up finding the body of Brian Laundrie here, that is what we pay them to do, and I would find it hard to complain about that particular cost, even though that is what I do, is look for misspent money. So
that's your beat here on
this
on
is a
News
great
Channel
shot.
8.
I know it's filed, but it's a great shot of
it's hours.
the officers.
It's a couple of hours old here.
But still, they're
but
right near the tent. You can see where they're looking.
It's the best vantage point that we have had, peeking
really good,
through these
actually,
trees.
Yeah.
And so let me explain the strategy here, folks. YouTube, again, this is rinse and repeat. YouTube, we're not going anywhere. YouTube, we're going to be live with the on-stream. We're going to take a 5-minute break here in about 10 minutes. I want to say in about 10 minutes. We're going to take a 5-minute break just to step away to reset here. An opportunity to drink some water, use the facilities, do what we have to do here because we have been streaming nonstop without commercial break now for, I think, 4.5 hours. Let's get an update count. We've been streaming now for 4 hours and 24 minutes. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We are going to be...
No, Brian is dead, chilling with Elvis. And thank you for the super chat, Kazi.
While YouTube is more long-form streaming, if that makes sense. So we end the Facebook stream, but we relaunch a new Facebook stream. And we'll have, of course, full coverage both before and after the FBI press conference at 4:30 Eastern time. Walt, I want to bring this up here at the end of this Facebook stream because we did have a question and a comment on this earlier, and it pertains to a psychic that got a hold of you last month, and that, when I tell you that created quite a stir on social media, that was a pretty significant stir on social media because you had shared information about a psychic that had gotten a hold of you and had said that they were going to accurately predict the date that Brian Laundrie was found. So why don't you share?
And I reached out to her this weekend. And by the way, investigators use psychics. I have people roll their eyes when I bring up this story, but I'm sorry. It's something that has been used by investigators, and did they use it here? I don't know. But this woman on the 21st of September told me it would be 28 days from then when they would find Brian Laundrie. So at first, if you count the 21st, that meant Monday. But as my wife pointed out, wait a minute, day one is actually the 22nd of September. That means 28 days was yesterday. And the body was found today on day 29. Does it make you believe in the psychic? I don't know. I will tell you this. The psychic predicted also that Brian Laundrie would be alive. That's not accurate. Well, we don't know. Let me rephrase that. We don't think that that's going to be accurate. And also predicted that, and this is sort of, and I'm as skeptical as the next guy, but this would be found, she did say, near water. Near the banks is how she put it.
So really, in the end, it turned out to be water. And the water was a big role.
Okay, this is the dumbest thing I ever heard, for real. It's Florida. There's water everywhere. They were searching a reserve with water. Hello? And 28 days? Okay, so most people can survive a month. I'm sorry. This is the biggest bunch of bullshit I ever heard. She hasn't been right yet.
Thought he'd be alive. And we don't know that he's not at this point. We do not know anything. We'll find out more at 4:30. We'll find out more in 27 minutes. But again, 28 days from the 21st of September brings us to Tuesday. Today's Wednesday. So
one more comment from our Facebook audience in this one particular Facebook stream. Becky Lunsford, #AJB. So chances are he's been in there for a while if this is his remains. And yes to Becky, that there is a chance that he has been in here for a while if this is in fact his remains. Does this mean that he was wandering here for weeks and weeks and weeks before
Interesting.
something
if it's
occurred?
True. If that's true, that is just
we don't know the time of death. We don't even know that the remains belong to Brian Laundrie yet. But it's not as if that Brian Laundrie left the Carlton Reserve, had a fun weekend in Miami and then returned to the Carlton Reserve.
We don't know that, do we?
Well, I think that we can say that. I think that we can say that.
I will tell you this, though. I saw many experts, and this story's been done by, we did it. I think Allison Henning did it. I've seen other media do it about the whole probability of being able to survive in a place like that.
Yes.
And most people said it wasn't a big probability that it was it's a 2 to 3 week thing, that you would have had to have something to clean the water. You need the water, you need food. We do know something that that he had some skills, but we don't know how great the skills were. So yeah, for all we know, the time of death will be 2 or 3 weeks ago. And the reason the remains were not found, was because of the water, and the water has receded, dried up. But again, we don't know anything about this other than from the FBI that items of interest were found. And for all we know at 4:30, that's all they're going to elaborate on. We will see, we will hear in
And chit chat, that's an excellent point too. But like I said, I can't confirm all that. It's just something I heard last night, which I found was pretty interesting when I started looking at his walk last night. So it is definitely possible. But like I said, I can't confirm it. It's just something I heard.
New. I haven't seen this anyplace else. It's a little piece of plexiglass or PVC. It's got little holes in it, and it'll fit multiple microphones. I've seen this only here in Florida. I think I was told... I think a photographer invented it. Somebody told me that. But yeah, there you go. You have how many mics you have? I think you can fit 16. So there you have it.
There will be some competition for getting a prominent spot, and it's this is a little behind the scenes.
This is the same cop that fucked with Marissa. It's the exact same one. I remember the look. That's funny. I'm telling you, it's Brian's remains. If it is the Laundrie's remains, the parents knew his whereabouts all along. See, I don't know about that. I'm always chill, Rhonda. You know what sucks? I got to take Sage to work soon because I didn't get my car fixed today because I've been with you guys. As soon as I woke up, I went live. So I told Sage, I need your car. So I have to drive it to work. But I'll leave this running. Hopefully I'll be here for the press conference.
Let's see here. Dimples. Yeah, the names on YouTube are quite different than the ones you would find on Facebook. Let's see here. Sam Balti. They're just coming in so fast. Alice Boyce. Mark Jones. Michael Marsh. Hello to our YouTube audience. And then to our Facebook audience, give some just hello to our Facebook Live audience. Tom, Krista, Rebecca Page, Rebecca Page, Donna Cano, Nancy Rivera, to everybody watching. We appreciate you joining us here, everybody, on WFLA Now. How this is going to work. We are going to take a momentary break, just step away so that Walt and I can grab a drink, and just, but we're going to leave up this picture. We're going to leave up this picture here from Myakkahatchee, and we'll be back here in about 10 minutes' time. To our Facebook Live audience, we're ending this stream, but wherever you're watching from, on whatever television station's Facebook page that you're watching from, because we're live across not just WFLA and not just WFLA JB and WFLA Walt, but we're also live across all of our sister stations, their Facebook pages as well. So we're going to end this Facebook stream and be back live on Facebook here in about 10 minutes time. To our audience joining us here on YouTube and on WFLA.com, the WFLA app, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here on WFLA Now.
All right, Marissa, I see you. Answer your damn phone. No, Rhonda, it's my maiden name has 3 extra letters. That's why I was wondering. It's not a very common name. Why not? No, it's your last name, my maiden name only has 3 extra letters. It's the exact same name, same thing. So that's why I was wondering. It is German. Marissa, answer your phone.
Has been forwarded to an automated voice.
She's not answering. I have Sky News, and no sign of this news is here in the UK, but that's why you're here. I know the press conference can't come soon enough. No, Molly's not live. She's right there. Molly's right here drinking water. Talking to an old lady. I am Austrian. I'm Austrian, Russian, German, and Hungarian. That's me. Text her and tell her, I know. I see you. She's too busy talking. We know how she gets when she's talking. Just put a water down, grab your phone. She grabbed a purse. She's talking to this old lady. But yeah, it's Brian. There's no way it's not. The FBI is doing a conference on site. Their camera sucks. That's them, by the way. That's not me freezing up. That's them. $98 Irish, 2% Swedish. Hungarian, German. There you go. Yeah, Austrian, Hungarian, Russian, and German. It's just Fuchs isn't a common name. I always wanted to go to Austria. I remember when I was young, I'd be like, I'm Australian. And my parents would be like, you're not Australian, you're Austrian. I was like, what's the difference? Isn't Australians and Austrians the same? They're like, no. Like 2 different countries. I was like, oh. That was when I was young. I always tell people I was Australian. Like, no, you're not Australian. There's Molly. God, WFLA, get your film better. All right, so Molly's at the camera crew. I don't know why. I don't know what she's doing. Oh, that wasn't Molly. I thought that was Molly. Oh, this is Molly right here. Is that why you mixed it up with burnt toast too? I don't know. I was a chef in an Austrian restaurant. But I'm telling you, I did when I was young. I was like, I'm Australian. Like, you're not Australian. We pronounce it a bit differently, but YouTube algorithm wouldn't approve it. Yeah, Molly's mingling. She must be so pissed she can't go live. Glad you know. Oh, I found out when I was young, but it was just funny, though. Molly, answer your phone, dang it. Yeah, no, Molly's wearing the flag hat. Molly keeps talking to this little old lady. Where did you hear guns out? From Molly.
Clear to our audience. In fact, we'll do this here live together. This shot, we're in a very remote area, and the shot is very, Walt, it is...
It's not a great signal.
It's not a great signal, but
it looks pretty good,
are
though.
getting up our satellite feed. Let's break into, let's punch up our satellite feed here.
That's
significantly better. Significantly better. So 4:30 Eastern press conference live via satellite now. The FBI press conference on the Laundrie search efforts. We'll have that for you coming up here on WFLA Now.
Okay, while we're waiting, I'll explain it again. Oh, she's live right now? Is she? Hold on, let me look. She's not live. Everybody else is live. She's not live. Is JB watching you? I hope so. What's up, JB? I don't see Molly anymore either. Oh, let me see what she put up. Hold on. Okay, she streamed an hour ago.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So, oh my god, I'm so blind. Okay. I am at the local McDonald's right now. I just wanted to say that, where we are, none of us can get Wi-Fi at all. None of us are going live. It's impossible. The only thing that we can do is wait for the press to, oh my god, this one, seriously? Oh my god, with the music, oh my god, please stop, oh my god. All right, let me go over to the bathroom. I'll just do it in the bathroom. I'm so sorry. Okay, so I have been at the reserve for about 2 years. Oh my god, it's even worse outside. Oh my god, all right, I'm sorry. Okay, all right, I don't want, oh damn it. Okay, I am here. I am at the reserve. Trying to upload videos. You can't do anything out there. You can't upload videos. The only thing I can do is text and call in. None of us, and I'm telling you, none of us can get any Wi-Fi out there. So I just want to let you know that I've been there for over 2 hours, and I'm going to be here until they bring the body out. I'm standing with the Fox News crew there, and they're saying, it's all speculation, confirmed that the Laundrie parents are there, confirmed that that they are his belongings. Speculation, body parts could be found. Coroner, of course, and FBI pulled in canine dogs. We were in that area 2 days ago, so that's a little freaky. It turns out that the Laundries came out when we went to go get drinks, and when we came back, we were like, "Hey, where's the protesters?" We were like, "Hey, where's all the press?" So, anyway, we go over to the reserve, blah 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 blah, and there's a zillion people out there. I did do videos, and I'm trying to upload them. It's really, really hard out there. But I'm getting it, and I've been calling in to J for Justice and Perplex QT. So everybody, we're dying out there of thirst. So we have nowhere to go to the bathroom. I'm doing my best, like I said. Holy, I was praying, and thank you for everyone that was praying with me. I think that this is going to end, and I'm going to be able to go home feeling much, much better. I just want to let you know that White Boy Lockdown is on his way. So is Damaged Goods. And I'm with Andra, and I'm with Jonathan Lee Ritchie's, and there's just a ton of press. They're doing all the interviews with the press. I'm not. I'm basically just hiding in the air conditioning. I cannot handle it. But it's going to be a really long, long day. It's very, very hot. Our feet are killing us. I've been out here since 9:30 in the morning, and it's gonna be worth it. It's really, really gonna be worth it. And I'm really proud, even though after last night I gave up. I really did. I really, really gave up. But you wanna know something? I have to say that Andra and Jonathan Lee Riches have been Gabby's voice and Gabby's hero. And if it was not for Andra and Jonathan Lee Riches, and with the help from J for Justice and Perplex QT and everyone that is supporting what's going on with the Justice for Gabby, I think this is coming to an end. There he is.
How are you?
You gonna hire me?
Did you hear what they found?
What do they find now?
some remains.
Yeah, I figured. But you said that it's
fucking
impossible.
Dog or coon or hog.
Are you sure?
It's funny they can't find shit for a month, and then the day the park opens.
But they found his backpack. Did you hear that?
Sweetheart.
He works there.
Sweetheart.
Yes.
I've been in the woods all my life. Let me tell you, say you dropped a dollar bill in here and you've been looking for it for a fucking week, and you're in here all day, and then all of a sudden they open the door and there's a dollar there. What, you walk over it for a week?
So
how did
and now you specifically said that you think that the Laundries are pulling another game, right? So you're leaning towards that way. I'm not going to pull you. I'm not a reporter.
No, but what I'm saying is, it's just common sense. They don't find nothing for they're in there with dogs and this and that. Everybody's searching, and all of a sudden
he works
the
there.
park's open. I used to run the property.
He ran the property. 25,000 acres.
That's what I do. I ride a horse for a living. I run cattle. I'm in the woods all day. But I run ranches that are 180,000 acres.
So you think that it's going to be an animal that they found?
Well, I don't know what they found, but what I'm saying
is... A gun and a backpack.
Isn't it awful funny? The day the park opens and the parents go out there this morning, all of a sudden they find something, but they didn't find nothing a week ago.
I was there 2 days ago. I don't know where it came from.
Found a gun and a backpack?
That's what they said to me with the press, yeah. There's blue tents. They put up two blue tents.
See who this one is. Who are you talking to? Hello?
This is my friends.
Yeah, this is Troy calling back from Livingston.
Calling where?
From Livingston.
Oh, yeah, Troy. Troy, we just found it on the floor. I'm so sorry.
So he's one of the park rangers who's been there for like 20 years.
All right, thank you.
So you really think that this is just going to be another hoax?
Well, do you think the car was a hoax?
What do you think about the car?
Well, let me tell you, if my child was missing, and I pull up to the park 4 days later, the first thing I'm going to do is call the police, and I'll take the car home and then call the police. If you care about your child, would you be out mowing your yard in shorts?
You're right.
While you're looking for your child?
You're right.
Everybody else is looking for your child, and you're at home. Bullshit. I don't give a damn. I tell him to his face. I don't give a damn.
I know.
They know where his son is. We all know what's going on.
Let me tell you
something. I feel sorry for is the little girl.
Of course.
And the family.
And her family, of course.
She lived with that family, they said, for a year.
2.
And that's what they showed? 2. That's the remorse they're showing right now?
Even
If
protesting.
my kid was missing, I would be out there every day on foot. You know, it would take SWAT team to hold me back, I promise you. I mean, I was in Desert Storm. They'd see more in Desert Storm if it was my kid. It'd be a lot worse.
Are you heading back?
Well, I live on that street. I gotta go home.
Are you going home? You're not going to stay for the crazy circus?
Where?
You know, with all the reporters to see what they got. Or are you gonna...
Mike Kumos called me, wants me to do 9 o'clock tonight.
Oh my gosh.
On CNN. I've done them all. I've done Hannity, Fox News. I've done them all. But where? Stay out there?
I'm going to be out there all day.
Where are you from?
Hershey, Pennsylvania.
What are you just down here visiting?
No.
What do you live down here?
No. I live in Hershey. I have a YouTube channel, and I was covering the
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm covering Justice for Gabby.
Okay. Well, that's cool.
I'm one of the protesters.
Okay.
I brought a laundry basket with the dirty laundry, and I was yelling.
I know how this works. 12 years ago, there was a young man that got killed in Venice by a cop. My nephew. And I don't even want to talk about that. I don't want to be extremely sensitive, but I know what it's like to have somebody missing.
Things are not going properly. They're not. There's a lot of. I get it.
You drive down that road.
Yeah.
on the left. You see that house with that big mound of
It's beautiful, the
black
beautiful
house?
one? Yeah.
I don't know, tan and green?
Yeah, it's
That's
pretty.
my house.
That's like the prettiest house. It's like, oh, that place doesn't even look like it belongs in Northport.
I'm by myself. I live out there. But I
Hi.
gotta work for me, learn a husband.
Aw.
Stop out there. Let me know what's going on.
I will.
What'd you hear so far?
Gun, backpack. Laundrie said that yesterday it's his backpack, and now there's 2 tents. 2 blue tents over there.
Okay, but the tents weren't up yesterday.
No, just today.
In here, they're setting it up.
You think it's all set up?
It's a horse.
She thinks this is set up too.
Horse and doggy club show. That's all it is.
You believe that, really?
Come on,
Why do you
common
think?
sense.
Why do you think? Like honestly, like what's your opinion? Like why do you think it's going this way?
They're protecting their child.
So you think they're misleading the FBI?
They're misleading everybody.
Yeah, let me tell you something. If I find out that that's not him, I'm gonna lose it.
Yeah, but you don't understand. Anybody with common sense knows that the parents are sick. It's all set up. Come on. Think about it. Their son went out on Tuesday. They didn't see him, so they drive out there Friday and see his car.
Yeah.
And then what do? They don't call the police.
It's
They
weird.
drive it
I know it's
home.
weird. I know it's weird.
Common sense.
I know it's.
It's not weird. It's common sense. And then the day they go out there, all of a sudden they're finding stuff, but the police couldn't find nothing in a month.
Right. I know.
Dogs
I know.
and this and that. And
I
some
know.
man walks out there in his shorts and finds his sons within 20 minutes. Bullshit.
All right.
I'm gonna tell you that if I saw that man
telling
walk
Roberta
down the damn street,
about herself.
I would thump his head.
If you find him, you're gonna thump him.
I said if I saw his daddy walking down the street,
dad.
knowing the way they are.
Well, I'm the one that's been yelling outside the house for days and 2 weeks ago. I'm trying.
So you got a YouTube? You just run
I'm a
around?
YouTube. Yeah, I'm sorry, just run around.
Oh, hell, I don't even own a computer.
This is the first time I've done like the boots on the ground, but I've never been in the forest.
I don't own a computer. Never will.
Oh.
I ride a horse.
Your forest is the first time I've ever been in the forest.
The only thing I've got a cell phone. I'm a sophisticated cowboy.
Thank you for the interview. Yeah. Look, oh my God, he's checking me. You're so funny. Oh my God, he's looking at me. He's flirting with me. Oh my God. All right. So, whoa. I'm just letting you know that I'm heading back there right now. Going back there right now. What did you guys think of that? I guess we'll talk about this later. Wow, I got 70 likes for driving all the way out here. Wow. I got 70 likes for driving all the way out here. Wow. I don't know.
All right, so that was Molly on the road. I disagree with the cowboy because I do believe that it is Brian.
I don't know how long the remains have been here, but remember back to September how wet this area was. I mean, we're talking in some areas knee-deep, waist-deep in water.
Water moccasins and copperheads and alligators, all that stuff.
A tremendous amount of wildlife here at the reserve. It's not all that visible, but gators, you'll find deer, you'll find snakes, you'll find coyotes, panthers, a lot of different wildlife here at the Carlton Reserve, Myakkahatchee, the very rural, vast area of Sarasota County. But we'll go back here live full screen. Here's how this is going to.
Okay, I'm sorry, but the best comment of this entire week was the one she just gave. I busted out laughing so loud, my daughter came in. When she said white boy wasted. That was the funniest fucking comment I have ever heard.
Down what we have learned. We're going to take your hashtag AJB,
Meaning all
hashtag
week.
AWalt questions, because we're going to learn a good amount here, or at least we can only hope that we're going to be provided with some answers, Walt, and there's going to be tons of questions that are going to get asked in the aftermath of this press conference.
Will they answer any of the questions? We don't know. There was somebody, I'm sure they will start, but the FBI would tend to release a statement and then walk on. And keep in mind, again, this is the FBI office out of Tampa, not the lead FBI office out of Denver, which obviously would be the closest office to where the body was found in Wyoming 50 days ago.
Okay, Walt, the FBI in Denver have nothing to do with the FBI here. Just saying, they're not looking. I mean, Brian would be extradited back there, but FBI Denver wouldn't be looking for his body. That would be FBI Florida. Just saying. Even I know that.
Examiner.
Live across all of our platforms here on WFLA Now, and we'll again break down what we have learned in the aftermath here on this stream, wherever you're watching from. JB Buno, Walt Buteau here with you live, and we're going to find out here alongside the rest of the world what has transpired today, what discovery has been made. And even though we're going to find out more, we are not going to find out everything, Walt, that the FBI knows. They're going to keep some information, perhaps most information, close to the vest. But they have called this press conference here for a very specific reason, and we're about to find out what that reason is.
And, you know, keep in mind, they're going to keep information close to the vest, but it is very possible that they do not know as much as we might think they know. This is not a television show. This is real life. Perhaps the remains were discovered this morning. It's now been only 5 hours since they've had those remains. So what do they know? They may not know a whole lot. They may be telling us very basic information because that is all they have. Obviously, no forensic study on these remains. We do know when Gabby Petito's remains were found, it was, I believe, another day or so. That was on the 19th that the news conference was held, that the remains were found, and they identified them as Gabby Petito, but we did not find out the manner of death until, I believe, a day or so later. So patience with the investigators at this point. And the big question is, does this close?
I want to address some really quick. Molly, I totally get the things that Molly says about super chats and stuff, and let me just explain it real quickly for people that are not getting it. There's a bunch of channels right now that are live that have thousands of people in them, like 3,000-4,000 people, almost every single one that are live, and yet not one of them will even address their chat unless you super chat them. Where me and Molly don't do that. We address everybody. I'll finish.
Taylor with the Northport Police Department. Thank you for your continued diligence on this story, and thanks for your patience. As you know, the Northport Police Department has worked collaboratively with the FBI throughout this investigation. Special Agent Michael McPherson is going to make a prepared statement. There's not going to be any questions today, but hopefully it answers some of them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael McPherson. I'm the Special Agent in charge of the FBI Tampa Division. As you're aware, the FBI and the Northport Police Department and our state and local law enforcement partners have been searching the area of the Carlton Reserve for Brian Laundrie, a person of interest in the murder of Gabby Petito. Earlier today, investigators found what appears to be human remains, along with personal items such as a backpack and notebook belonging to Brian Laundrie. These items were found in an area that up until recently have been underwater. Our evidence response team is on scene using all available forensic resources to process the area. It's likely the team will be on scene for several days. I know you have a lot of questions, but we don't have all the answers yet. We are working diligently to get those answers for you. We are grateful for the dedication and professionalism of the Northport Police Department, along with our partners from the state and local agencies. Complex investigations such as this cannot be accomplished by one agency alone, but there are just too many agencies to name them all here today. Portions of the Myakkahatchee Creek Environment Park and Carlton Reserve will remain closed to the public until further notice. This is an active and ongoing investigation, so we ask the public to maintain distance from any law enforcement personnel, equipment, vehicles, and other related activity for the safety of the public and to protect the integrity of our work. We have no additional comment related to today's activities. Our FBI Denver office is the lead investigative agency, and all future inquiries should be directed to them. We appreciate the tremendous support from the public and continue to ask for your assistance in bringing this investigation to close. Thank you.
Was the backpack found near the body? Justice for Gabby! 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 Justice for
What the hell is the point of screaming justice for Gabby? Someone clue me in. Did he say human remains? Because I did not hear human remains. I heard a notebook and a pen or something. Or a backpack, whatever. And maybe I missed something. But I'm going to let this run. I got to drive Sage to work. I'll be right back.
Belong to Brian Laundrie, a scene that is now going to take several days for them to comb through an evidence response team with the FBI and other law enforcement agencies here at the scene in Florida. Hey folks, JB Buno here with you live on WFLA Now. Let's show you that area here again. You saw that there were folks there on lawn chairs. Yes, lawn chairs that have the folks that have been outside of the Carlton Reserve or really outside of Myakkahatchee. Walt, just goes to show how many people have been following this story around the world and wanting updates. And we were talking about it right before the press conference began. The answer that we wanted as far as the question that was hopefully going to be asked, and we didn't get an opportunity here to ask any questions, was, is this Brian Laundrie? We did not learn that here today.
We did not, and I would like to hear the sound again. Did he say might? He worded it, it seemed, I would say oddly, did he say might have belonged to Brian Laundrie? Or did he say, he might have gone a step farther than that it was, but he did say notebook, he did say backpack. Look, the notebook, by the way, if it's Brian Laundrie's, is fascinating, right? Because what could we learn from that notebook? What will be released from that notebook by the FBI? But he also pointed out, and we've said this, you and I have both said this, we've all said this, very complicated investigation involving multiple jurisdictions and multiple agencies that are trying to coordinate and figure out these answers. He also was somewhat apologetic to the public.
Hold on a second. I have another feed here. I want to hit the touch screen and bring up just a couple different feeds here. There just to show everybody here. And take a look here at yet another shot that we have here now going across the front area of the Carlton Reserve. You can see that there are some folks that have gathered here and they're speaking to police. Let's just listen in here for a second, if we can. There isn't much audio on this feed. I just punched it up. So again, just showing people have been coming from across the country to be here, Walt, to be part of the Justice for Gabby movement. You can see the lawn chairs and folks that have brought their own belongings here to camp out here today. You can't go into the reserve, but there's nothing that says that you can't be outside of it. And you can see that a lot of folks here are showing pictures and sounds like they are shouting at police. Let's see if we can listen. There's no audio on this feed.
I
Okay,
saw
I've just confirmed it.
photographer from Channel 8 take the mic, so there might not be a mic at all.
And it might be audio that, again, we don't know what kind of language is being used here, but right. You can see that they're not shouting at police as much as they are shouting at photographers
It looked like,
that are
though,
here that have gathered.
The news conference ended with them chanting "Justice for Gabby" to the investigators. Kind of odd, I think. And I get the frustration, but you're chanting to the investigators who are trying to figure out what they have, and the worst thing they could possibly do is say it's Brian Laundrie without certainty and then find out it's not. That would be worse than us doing that.
I want to clarify, I believe that we can have it now that they did say the backpack and other items, the backpack and the notebook are items that belong to Brian Laundrie. And this is now consistent now with Stephen Bertolino's comments earlier on today that Chris and Roberta Laundrie were there at the reserve this morning. That's Brian Laundrie's parents participating in the search. With the Carlton Reserve being open, with Myakkahatchee being open, anyone can go. And Chris and Roberta Laundrie went and went to an area, as we understand it, that Brian Laundrie was known to have been in the past. They go to this area, and with the water receding, Mother Nature, with the water receding, it exposes something that wasn't, or at least was in an area that was previously underwater, exposes something that law enforcement or searchers had previously not seen there before.
Yeah, and he did not say whether they had searched there before.
And he said that they found articles, and now we know more details on what those articles are.
And it would be interesting to know if they had searched that area before. We don't know that. It is at the entrance to the Myakkahatchee.
Yeah,
I got to practice that word. At the entrance there. But photographer Jim Hockett, who's been up in Eagle 8, although he's coming down now because there's a restriction now, he said the tent is in the reserve north of Myakkahatchee. So it must be where the two pieces of property are sort of join each other. Myakkahatchee is 160 acres. The reserve is 25,000. So it's right there where those two areas meet. And that white tent, according to Jim Hockett, investigative photographer Jim Hockett, is the white tent is in the reserve right near Myakkahatchee River area.
I'm going to see if we can get an update on where Eagle 8 HD is. Or no, I'm sorry, wait. No, I'm just now remembering can't. Okay, so right. Eagle 8 HD, yes, it's just occurring to me again. I always want to hit that button here as far as going to our news chopper. Can't, temporary flight restriction. The FAA has put it up, and we can't fly over Myakkahatchee right now. So news choppers, and I would imagine that TFR is going to be up for days, because if this is going to take days to comb through this scene, and forensics and the medical examiner's office and everyone going through this scene here to be textbook as far as their approach to handling what they have discovered at the Carlton Reserve, it is going to be it's going to be behind not closed doors, but you know what I mean. It's not going to be in view of the public because of the temporary flight restriction, and we can't get any cameras in there. The park itself is closed. I want to show you another live feed that we have up. Always tapping into as many live feeds as we can here. And yes, this folks know this front door quite well. This is the home in Northport, the home of Chris and Roberta Laundrie, Brian Laundrie's parents. They were at the reserve this morning. They are no longer there. As we understand it, we have been informed that they are home. And Walt, they are parents who, based on what we have learned at this stage, might have lost a child.
Yes.
We do not know whether or not those remains. Michael McPherson, the FBI agent who briefed the media, did not answer whether or not those remains are in fact Brian Laundrie's remains. They'll have to, of course, go by the book and go through the process that they have. But inside this home right now are two parents who have, just like Joe Petito and just like Nicole Schmidt, might have lost, well, they lost a child. Gabby's, Petito's parents lost a child, but we could be dealing with another set of parents here in tremendous grief from potentially losing their child. A 23-year-old man, a 22-year-old woman that were engaged to be married. That is Justin Shecker there in front of the home. Justin Shecker, known to our WFLA Now audience as well. And there is so much difference between, I want to make this very clear, there is so much difference between what the Petito and Schmidt families experienced and what the Laundrie family experienced. They went through completely different experiences, but if this is Brian Laundrie, they are two parents now, and for Gabby's family, it's a 4 co-parenting unit with Tara and Jim in mind. It's two families now that are going through tremendous loss and are heartbroken over what has transpired over the last couple of months. You have to remember, July 2nd, Walt, they're embarking on a cross-country road trip. They're leaving together, seemingly in love, going across the country, experiencing the world. And here we are now, it's October 20th, and we find these partial human remains. And it's a story of tragedy. No matter how we got to this destination, the destination and the conclusion here, this is a tragic story, and one that we don't know. We're going to ask this to our audience. Are we any closer to finding out if there's going to be justice for Gabby Petito? I'd be very curious what our audience has to say about that.
You know, somebody on Twitter contacted me, just pointed out the notebook, if it is there and if it's Brian's, well, we know it's Brian's, if there are writings in there, will it be soaking wet and unreadable? If it's not soaking wet and it is readable, this is a guy who there had been various media reports had some really dark writings, and his music on Spotify, sort of dark leanings. He was reading this book that was a little dark, and you just wonder if what he expressed in that notebook, and you know, what condition is the notebook in. Keep this in mind. The FBI has every type of expert you can imagine. I covered a trial where we heard from a duct tape expert who could determine that one piece of duct tape came from a roll that was found in the back of a suspect's trunk. So they have ways, I'm sure, to examine paper that we can't imagine. We keep saying this isn't a TV show, but some of those things you see on TV, those things are real. So
but some of those TV shows, like I'm just going to throw this one out there, Forensic Files, like these are rooted in real cases and real tactics employed by law enforcement.
So, I mean, that notebook becomes extremely important if there are writings about this case, because when people want justice for Gabby, I'd like to, what does that mean? Does that mean they want Brian Laundrie tried and to face a jury? Or I don't know what justice means in this case. I know what it means literally as an adjudication, which we may not get if this is Brian Laundrie. But what do they mean, justice for Gabby? Like, dive into that for me. What do we mean by that? We want Brian Laundrie prosecuted? Is that what it means? Or is it, do we want to know why? Why did he do it? When did he do it? How did he do it? Or what made him do it? What is his motive, if there is one? Does the notebook lend us to that? We'll find out, I guess.
Justice to me, and I'll just share what I feel, and I'm very curious. I know that Gabby Petito's family has been watching our streams all day. If Gabby's family is watching, hello there to you guys. I've been in contact with them, but justice to me is there's a sense of balance that comes in with justice. A heinous act occurs, and then what is done to counteract that? What is done in the aftermath of that heinous act to balance out the scales? You've seen it, of course, in textbooks, and you've seen it, of course, in iconography, the scales of justice, right?
Right.
What does that look like going forward now as far as the Justice for Gabby cause? What we're going to do is we're going to open up the WFLA Now Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and Twitter comment sections. We're going to feature your comments and your questions using hashtag HeyJB or hashtag HeyWalt. We'll be here with you live for a bit longer. We're going to stay here with you live. We have just such a large audience here, and we want to try to get to as many questions and comments as possible. But where does this fit into the Justice for Gabby cause? You heard at the end of the press conference the cries for Justice for Gabby. Where are we with this? Where are we? Are we farther from justice? Is justice eluding this cause, or are we closer to justice? I'd like to hear your comments here on the Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and on Twitter in those comment sections, and we can feature your comments here on screen.
And what does justice mean? I'd like more than just we want justice. I get that. That's simplified, but what does that mean? Does that mean when you say there's not going to be any justice, does that mean you wanted him prosecuted to the full extent of the law, or does it mean something else? When you say you want justice, do you mean we want fairness? I want to, because I get what
right,
it might mean.
Because justice in the eyes of some is eye for an eye, and that's not necessarily how our system works here in the United States. Clearly, it's not an eye for an eye sort of system. If you go and you stab somebody, there isn't a judge in America that is going to say, or a judge anywhere for that matter, that's going to say, okay, now the other person gets to stab back. That's just not how it works. But what does justice? You're right. What does justice look like? And are we further from it? Is it closer? I think we're closer to answers, but are we closer to justice? We're gonna again open up, and it takes a few buttons here with as large of an audience as we have. It takes a few buttons here that I'm going to press to feature your comments here on WFLA Now. For those of you who have been with us here before, you're going to hear this for probably the second, third, or 40th or 50th time, but I have to repeat this over and over again to our audience as far as how this works. You see the hashtags on our screen. You see them here on the yellow stripes, hashtag HeyJB. On the right side of your screen, hashtag HeyWalt. And if you use those hashtags, that is a means for us to grab your comment from social media, and we can feature it here and animate it here on screen. If you do not want your picture and your profile picture, your name and your comment to be featured on screen, just don't use the hashtag, and we'll let your comment scroll idly on by up screen. But we're going to start now by taking your comments. While I look for some of these comments here, Walt, what do you think the response is going to be to what we have just learned from the FBI? I would imagine the first thing that people are going to say is, we want more information, we want to know more. But this has been a story that has tugged at the emotional heartstrings of so many people. Where do you think the public is after this FBI press conference?
Well, they're not happy. There's no doubt they're not happy. But I hope, there's as many unreasonable comments as I've seen out there. There are also a lot of reasonable people who have some empathy, like we've talked about for the Laundries, about the protests in front of it. And then there are others who say, no, protests. They did something wrong. We know they did. So I hope people understand that, there's an old saying in journalism, get it first, but before you get it first, get it right. And there's nothing more that would be more have a bigger negative impact than if the FBI sort of said, oh yeah, we think it's Brian Laundrie, or it's Brian Laundrie, and then it turns out to not be Brian Laundrie. I mean, that just can't happen. So and he said it's a complicated case. That particular FBI agent is out of the Tampa office. This is a Denver-led investigation. So again, he does not want to speak for Denver, and I'm sure Denver wants to make sure they know exactly whose body this is, because and that means the search continues, right? The search continues, and that if again, I think tipsters should realize if you see Brian Laundrie, the tip should still come in, right? I mean, let's be logical here. We don't know that that's Brian Laundrie. We know it's a backpack. We know it's a notebook, but we don't know that's Brian Laundrie yet. And I think people will be frustrated, but they should understand the investigation takes its time because they want to make sure it's right and accurate.
Let's start with this one, and this would be a direct opportunity for us to get some information. But Melissa Mariuti, hashtag Hey Walt, hashtag Hey JB. Hopefully Brian left answers in that notebook in regards to all of our questions that we have.
No doubt. And
if
it's legible, if it can be read, if it was in the water, can you read it right away? But paper, again, the FBI has probably I don't think there's a probably about it. It's the best crime lab in the world.
Let's also talk about we don't know this is Brian Laundrie. We don't know this is Brian Laundrie. If this is Brian Laundrie, if we don't know the manner of death. People are commenting already, blowing up hashtag AJB, hashtag AWalt, saying and wondering aloud or theorizing aloud that this is suicide. Is the notebook potential for it's not a piece of paper, it's a notebook, but is that the potential for what in other cases would be called a suicide note? That's another thing that people are again, just chiming in with some of the things that people are saying here in the social media comment section, but this is very much some of the comments that we're getting in here. Let's get to some more questions and comments, and we asked you to define what you think justice is in this case. Tammy Lynn, hashtag AJB, hashtag AWalt. Justice is someone being held accountable for murdering Gabby and helping him get away. Let's not understate that or miss that they called it a murder. Michael McPherson called it a murder. It has otherwise been disclosed.
Did he say murder today?
No, I wrote it down. A person of interest, and he identified Brian Laundrie. I wrote it in my notes because I wanted to be certain. Michael McPherson, FBI, said that Brian Laundrie is a person of interest in Gabby Petito's murder. Now, while that might not seem like a big revelation to people joining us and saying like, JB, why are you making a big deal out of that? It's a big deal in that when it's acknowledged by the FBI, that it's not a homicide, a murder case, and that he's a person of interest in murder, which we haven't ever heard those words uttered before. He was a person of interest in an FBI-led criminal investigation into the disappearance of Gabby Petito. And of course, then it would come out that the federal arrest warrant was issued for the credit card, the alleged credit card or debit card fraud. But to hear those words, Brian Laundrie, person of interest in Gabby Petito's murder, we can't overlook that. That was a moment in this press conference that didn't offer all that much, but that stuck out to me because it's the first time we haven't heard much from the FBI. And we haven't even heard Josh Taylor, the spokesperson for Northport Police, utter those words. But we had it here today from FBI agent Michael McPherson speaking in Myakkahatchee.
Could it be a slip of the tongue? Should he have said homicide? And keep in mind, here's what we're talking about.
Yep.
Murder. Now, again, a strangulation. I'm pretty sure strangulations have to almost always be first degree because intent does not seem to, I'm not an attorney, but intent does not seem to be a question in a strangulation because of the length of time. Does the FBI now consider this a murder and we don't know that? It's initially a homicide, which would include murder, second-degree murder, criminally negligent homicide, manslaughter. This is with a strangulation, there's intent. So maybe they do now consider it a murder. I don't know, or a slip of the tongue, but very, very perceptive of you to pick that up, JB. Also, well, we have to be perceptive with the comment in front of us. Tammy saying, and helping him get away. Now, that is a comment. That is a comment that, as we see Cassie Laundrie come up here on screen, but that is a comment that is alleging, Tammy is alleging that Brian Laundrie wasn't alone as far as leaving and as far as eluding authorities. And you just saw Chief Todd Garrison, who was there at the press conference as well. I don't know if you caught that, Walt, but Chief Todd Garrison, Chief of Northport Police, was there as well. He was the one who famously said, or infamously said, we know where Brian is, and he was there at that press conference today. But again, Tammy alleging here that Brian had help. Did Brian have help? Was Chris or Roberta Laundrie involved in him leaving the home? Was there somebody else that aided him? These are questions now that get tackled in the future, but I don't know if necessarily how much that is going to satisfy getting answers to that question. I don't know how much that satisfies those that have been crying out for justice for Gabby. I don't know what that would mean to Nicole or Joe Petito or Nicole Schmidt, Gabby's mom and dad. We don't know, but it's interesting there are so many out there that still today believe that Brian's disappearance didn't occur without help. In a third-degree felony in Florida, the parent has immunity against being prosecuted for accessory after the fact in a third-degree felony. If this is a murder, which it appears to be, it does not appear to be a manslaughter or a criminal. It doesn't appear to be an accident. You can't accidentally strangle someone. If they somehow believe or can prove that Brian did it, and that becomes difficult, you could get them for accessory. You can, first or second, you can get parents for accessory. Keep in mind, nobody's been charged. I do not believe there's no immunity in a federal case, though. So if this is a federal case, and obviously you'd have to be able to link the son to the crime, right? How do you do that if the son is no longer alive? So those things come into play. Now, obstructing justice or getting in the way or lying to police, I don't think it would have to have any tie to the real base crime here, which is the homicide. So I get what she's saying there. But again, let's really emphasize this. No one has been charged with anything except Brian Laundrie for the debit card fraud with Gabby Petito's cards. Let me ask you this. If this is Brian Laundrie, and if Brian Laundrie is determined to be deceased, what happens to the Gabby Petito homicide murder investigation? What happens to is there ever a day where Brian Laundrie gets named as a suspect, even if he is deceased? How does the process evolve now that we have potentially Brian Laundrie deceased in addition to Gabby Petito? I think that notebook's key. What's the notebook say? If the notebook somehow says I had to do it or whatever it says. That's a key. Can they read the notebook? You know, it's interesting. You said earlier in this broadcast how this story, and you're right, has had so many odd twists. The camping trip, the fact they bought the camper at that point, the Mustang,
the flight home,
that was a rumor that turned out to be true. The social media impact on it, that the last time she was seen alive was by a social influencer, a social media influencer out of New Orleans, and that the van was spotted by a social media influencer out of Spring Hill, Florida, and that this text comes into play, and now, you know, as we look forward with this case, and that notebook becomes such a key part of this. Let me put this question to you, JB, real quick. Here's another one that came up to me. How about this? Let's say it's not Brian Laundrie. How big's that notebook? Becomes almost bigger if it's not Brian Laundrie, because
so
it theoretically has.
What you're saying is, if I want to make sure I follow this correctly before I say something, what you're asking is if the remains aren't Brian's, but the backpack and the notebook are Brian's?
Yes, the notebook now becomes a key to theoretically finding Brian Laundrie.
Yeah.
The
notebook's
notebook's the biggest story. That notebook is huge.
I'll ping pong back to you. Let's just pretend for a moment. What if the remains weren't found? What if this had just been the backpack and the notebook?
Right. It's big. What's in the backpack? What is in that backpack? But that notebook is that's a big deal from a guy, I believe, who fancied himself to be a writer of sorts. Correct?
That adds up. Yes.
Yeah. So someone like that puts their, they put their real thoughts in that notebook. So if they can read it, that's going to be interesting. But here, let me ask you this. I don't know the answer. We have many FBI agents that we've talked to. Does the FBI have to release that notebook to anybody other than the family? Do they have to release the details? If Brian Laundrie's no longer with us, I don't believe he can go from, well, I guess he could if they found more evidence. He could go from person of interest to suspect, but he's no longer with us. So that's another question. Can he go from person of interest to suspect if he's dead, even if they find more evidence? What would be the use of that other than, I don't know. What would be the use of that? A lot of questions. News conference was a surprise.
I'll be honest. I'll be honest. I was surprised that the notebook now is going to be the subject of threads online, comments.
Yes.
The amount of attention that this notebook is going to receive. This is going to be the most famous notebook in the world, or the most infamous notebook in the world. Everyone's going to want to know its contents.
Right.
Everyone's going to want to know whether it's intact.
Right.
And we had a commenter here, and the honest part, I was surprised that they even gave us that. I would have. No one would have blinked an eye if they had just said, "We found a backpack."
Interesting. Really good point. Very good
We
point.
just
You're
found a
right.
backpack,
This
and then
is
we found remains, and that was the contents of the press conference itself. Was just those two announcements. But the notebook is an add-on now. I already see it. It's happening in real time, interactively here. I'm watching it happen on all these platforms. People are now asking, what is in the notebook? It's going to be a hashtag in no time. What was in the notebook?
Right.
And so I'm surprised, to say the least, Walt, that piece of information was released by Michael McPherson of the FBI, because I didn't think that they were going to get that detailed as far as what they found here at the scene and in Myakkahatchee. There was another comment here, and Kay is right on the money. Kay Dean. Hashtag HeyJB. Hopefully the backpack was waterproof and the notebook is still intact. Or she says intake, but that's intact.
Right. I guess I saw it as two items side by side. I saw it as backpack and notebook.
That could very well
could be the notebooks in the backpack. But that makes your point even more important. Is that this is the FBI? They don't release details. I hope you folks understand.
I'll go as far to say that I am shocked that they put out the detail about the notebook.
And I'm not criticizing them for not releasing details. I get it. I fully get it. But yes, was the backpack must have been waterproof, but was the notebook in the backpack?
I don't know.
No?
I have backpacks that aren't waterproof. Well, what do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean by waterproof now?
Right.
So let's talk about this.
Is it a camping backpack?
I'm very grateful for Kay for bringing this up.
Yeah.
Because, okay, waterproof, yeah, if I have a backpack and it rains outside, yeah, I don't think the contents of my backpack are gonna get wet. What's in the backpack is gonna get wet. But if that backpack is submerged underwater for days or weeks on end, is water gonna trickle in there and is the backpack's contents just gonna be also submerged in water? So waterproof could mean that it just, it's not gonna, from rain, or it goes back to, yes, conversations about like your iPhone. Your iPhone is waterproof, but up to what depth? They have different grades now for your electronic devices, as far as, okay, you can have your iPhone, modern day iPhones, like you can have your iPhone underwater up to 3 feet of water for a period of 30 minutes or something like that, and it'll stay functional. But same for the backpack. So the backpack also, if it's completely submerged underwater, how long, or is there a length of time before the contents of that backpack also too get submerged? And also, it sounds silly that we're bringing this up, but does the backpack float?
Right.
Or is it, I think if it floated, if the backpack was, I don't think the backpack floated. I'm almost answering my own question. I think it was underneath the surface of the water. But Walt, your point is perfect as far as, was the notebook in the backpack or was it found alongside the backpack? And more important than even that question, how intact is the notebook? Was it thoroughly destroyed by the water that has fallen in Myakkahatchee, or especially over the month of September?
We don't know, though, how deep of water that these remains were found in, or how deep the water was for these remains. We don't, you know what I mean? Like, it could have been a shallow situation, but yeah, this point is very important because that notebook's a very vital piece of information.
Now, I want to bring up this comment that just came in from Alicia Seegers. #HeyJB, #HeyWalt. The type of bag they found is called a dry bag. They're silicone-based, but I don't remember them saying it was a dry bag. Now, a dry bag to me is different than a traditional I think of a backpack and a dry bag of being two separate things. But I don't remember them saying during the press conference that it was a dry bag. Did that?
No, I don't know where that came out, but
I remember hearing a backpack. And so, Alicia, I'm just gonna, if I may, I'm just going to correct you and just say that the backpack was what they found was a backpack, and we hope it's a dry bag. If it's a dry bag, okay, so a dry bag is designed to, if it's even out to sea, there are dry bags that if you literally cast them out to sea, there's little that is ever going to be done to allow water into that bag. But and yes, they're silicone based, and they're great at keeping water out. That's what they're designed to do. But that's different to me than a backpack, and so we don't know.
And then what else is in the bag? I mean, it's interesting to me, again, why the release of just those two items, backpack and notebook. It's very interesting that they released what's there and not the rest of the items in the backpack.
More comments on what is justice for Gabby Petito. To you, wherever you're watching from, what does justice mean to you? Stephanie Hahn, #HeyJB, justice is giving answers by admitting what you did and that it is wrong. But to Stephanie's, I'm going to hop off of Stephanie's comment here and say that a deceased person can't admit a fault unless it's in the notebook.
Right.
And he can't admit that it was wrong unless it's in the notebook. But, okay, I'll jump off of Stephanie's comment here. Let's say it's Brian Laundrie. Let's say that Brian Laundrie committed murder and murdered his fiancée, Gabby Petito. And let's say that there is legible content within the notebook. And that legible content reads as something along the lines of, I did it. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Is that justice? Is admission justice? Is him saying, I did a terrible thing, I was wrong, and I can't live with the knowledge that I claimed the life of somebody who I loved, is admission of guilt justice? Because what Stephanie is saying here, justice is giving answers by admitting what you did and that it was wrong. But does that satisfy the people that are calling for justice for Gabby?
I don't think it does, and I think when people call for justice for Gabby, they want, like you said, an eye for an eye. I think is what they want, and I mean, if he's no longer with us, I guess they got that. Do they want to know more? They want to ask him how he could do that, why he could do that. I don't think, you and I, we cover these things, so I'm sure you have too. We've sat in courtrooms where there's a suspect, terrible crimes, and you learn a lot really about the suspect during the sentencing, because that's when their whole life stories played out, and the defense attorney paints pictures of, they're always sad stories. And a good defense attorney, I had a defense attorney having me feel empathy for a guy that killed an entire family. I didn't feel it long, but I'm human, So my point is, is that what people want? They want to hear that in a courtroom. They want him to be locked up. They want the death penalty. And I completely get it. I think all of us feel we know Gabby Petito, right? She's our little sister. She's my friend. She reminds me of my daughter. And so, you're wringing your hands. You just don't get it. How could anybody do this to this girl? And now we'll never know. We may never know who. We may only be able to suspect who did this to this girl, because we're not going to hear from Brian. We're not going to hear, theoretically, if that's Brian. We're not going to hear from Brian. We're not going to hear from attorneys. So I get it. I get that. I get that call for justice. But I don't know that he'd ever admit what he did, whether he was alive or dead, right?
I'm sorry, I was texting somebody. Say that again.
The admitting part, I don't know that we'd ever know that he admitted it, whether he was alive or dead, right?
Well, unless it's a notebook, right?
The notebook could be, there you go. But does the notebook include?
What does the notebook contain?
Yeah.
The internet right now is, I'm seeing it, the notebook now I'm shocked that the FBI released that piece of information. And I'm going to go to another comment. Stephanie, thank you for chiming in here. And I think we lost Stephanie's comment. Oh no, I think there it is. Okay. And I want to bring in this more recent one that just came in. Melissa Russo, #HeyJB, #HeyWalt. I think the FBI brought up the notebook only because there's important evidence they can get from it. But even so, if that was a fact, and Melissa, I'm speaking to you here, even if that's so, they'd have there's no benefit to them, no benefit whatsoever to announce it to the public.
It's the opposite of a benefit, because now there's going to be a clamoring to release the notebook, whether that's Brian Laundrie or not. There are people chanting at the FBI, justice for Gabby, when I don't understand those chants at the FBI, because I'm sure the FBI wants justice for Gabby too. But there are people who there's going to be a demand for that notebook from the media, from everybody. Why mention it? It's interesting. It's an interesting thing that they mentioned that there was a notebook.
Staying on the notebook, back to more justice responses here in just a second. But Tina Hopper, #HeyJB, #HeyWalt. If the notebook wasn't intact, how could they tell the FBI that it was Brian's? I think I can.
Great question.
It's a great question.
Who is that? Who's that?
It's Tina.
Tina, nice. That's a really good question, and that's right. And so the parents came out there and they said, "That's my son's handwriting. That's my son's notebook." Theoretically,
right. Or I'm just thinking out loud here. I am picturing a notebook in a puddle of water. I don't know why I keep thinking that it's in a puddle of water, but or no, it wouldn't be. Hold on, time out. It wouldn't be in a puddle of water. It would have been in a puddle of water, and then what would have happened is the water would have receded, and then it would have baked in the Florida sun. If it's outside of the backpack,
right,
and it was just floating in the water.
I think it was outside the backpack.
If it okay,
because otherwise, why are you just picking out? Why are you just mentioning? why are you just mentioning the notebook? You said notebook and the backpack. Why didn't you mention everything else in the backpack?
This is pretend time, right? We're going down the rabbit hole a little bit.
Okay.
So yes, there is a sound effect for it. So so bear with us here, everybody. But if the notebook is discovered and it's outside of the backpack, it's not in it, it's outside of it, and it's in swampy water or submerged completely in water, then it was wet, and the contents of that notebook were wet. And then water recedes, bakes in the Florida sun, dries out, and becomes, I know, because, and I think that others have probably spilled a drink or two on notebooks growing up, and what'll happen is you spill liquid on a notebook or on paper of any kind, a binder, a notebook, and then you dry it out, and then it becomes almost withered, right? And the ink on that paper can become faded. So what I'm thinking about
is it
here.
ink? How do you know it's not pencil?
That's so we're really now getting into pretend time here, or going down the rabbit hole, as we call it. But to answer Tina's question, could the cover of the notebook have, and let's say black permanent marker said Brian, his name on it, and then you open up the contents of the notebook and all of that ink, if it's ink, pen ink, could it have faded, and then you don't know the contents of the notebook, but you know that it's Brian's because of the cover of the notebook? We're really down the rabbit hole.
Stephen Bertolino, didn't he say did he say, I saw the statement,
Articles.
I tweeted it? Did he say? Did he say they went there to identify them, or didn't he say?
I have a serious question. Can you guys tell me why they keep showing pictures of them together? How about you take pictures of Gabby alone, then constantly showing pictures of her murderer? I don't get that. I keep seeing this over and over and over with the news, how happy she looked with Brian. Brian is the main suspect in her death. Why do you keep doing that? I don't understand the media.
Brian were found. As of now, law enforcement is conducting a more thorough investigation of that area. What
time did Bertolino release that statement?
That is approximately noon.
That is so odd. That's just odd.
The notebook, and I mentioned earlier that it was articles of clothing. I misheard the statement. I thought it was articles of clothing. It was articles, which I still think is an odd word to use to describe a backpack and a notebook. If I found somebody's backpack and notebook on the pavement and it was just randomly in front of me, I would say, "Oh, I found someone's articles." I don't. That's it's
an attorney word.
It's definitely an attorney word coming from somebody who, well, I'll refrain from speaking further on that. But someone who has been unorthodox in their means of communication, to say the least. Yes. But I would have said belongings. Regardless, it's not clothing. It's a backpack and a notebook. And to Tina's comment here, they were confident enough to announce it at this. They have to be 100. They don't. The FBI doesn't announce things that they have certainty of. That's like 50-50. No. They're announcing
90-20, not even 90-10.
Not even 90-10. No. It's way above 90-10.
Right.
And so they have to be certain that notebook does in fact belong to Brian. Let's get to some of the other comments and questions here that are coming in the Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and Twitter comment sections. Denise, this is what Denise, I'm with you. We asked, what is justice for Gabby? What is that to you? And Denise, I think that you and I think that if I sat down for a moment off stream without a bright light and a camera and microphone in my face, and I wanted to, as eloquently as I could, put into words what justice for Gabby is, I think it.
Always love. There's 35 different creators you can go to right now. I really don't give a fuck what you have to say. Carry on with yourself. Bye-bye. Have a good day. Go to other creators. Thank you very much. Nobody needs your opinion here.
Every single special day is going to remind them of their child, and it's never going to stop. God bless them, because I can't imagine that. whether it's a brother, a sister, a good friend. But I think with a child, it's a child so vibrant. I think that had these goals and took this chance, right? Like hit the road, took a chance at that's not an easy career, by the way, to get followers. It's crazy. You start with nothing, you take this chance, and then it ends like this. That's pure pain all the time. And closure for the rest of the world, perhaps. I think there are empaths out there, though, who will also be affected by this for a long time because, again, we feel like we knew Gabby Petito a little bit more than we feel like we know other victims of homicide. So, but yeah, I guess maybe that is the justice. Should it be justice for the Petitos and justice for the Schmitz? Is that really what we should really be talking about? I mean, the end of the day, and
well,
I'll
think
bring this up again.
Justice in Gabby's, in the memory of Gabby Petito, in the life of Gabby Petito.
Again, there could be a wrongful death lawsuit here. I don't know that for sure, but couldn't there be a wrongful death lawsuit? Who do you sue, though? Do you sue? Is there an ability to sue? I mean, and if there's a wrongful death, a civil suit, you could get more information than we have now.
How about this? This is a comment that Barbie says this one, and this is the last one that we'll take about justice. But so many other commenters that I have seen come in on my screen here, it's very similar to this one. And I'm curious, Walt, to what you have to say. But Barbie Martin, #AJB, whether dead or alive, there is no justice for Gabby.
I'm going to agree with Barbie Martin. There is no justice for Gabby, dead or alive, 100%.
I would be very curious to hear from Gabby's family. What is justice to you? What does that look like? What do you? But here's the thing.
I agree with that.
I know from talking to them enough, and I know with spending enough time with them, I know that their response to that form of question is likely to be, we just want to help other families, and we want the Gabby Petito Foundation to prevent future tragedies from occurring. That as much as I know that justice means so much to them and the concept of justice means so much to them, I think that they are so honed in on helping others and helping the families of other missing people and having conversations pertaining to domestic violence and domestic abuse. And but I'd still be very curious to have that conversation with them.
I think closure has become a cliche attached to these tragedies, but I'll tell you another cliche that has become attached to tragedies like this, and I believe in this one. I think foundations do keep people alive. You continue to see those videos. You put her spirit out there, what she said out there, and I think that is huge. And if it helps one person get out of a bad relationship, I bet it's already helped one person get out of a bad relationship. I bet you it's helped multiple people finally say, oh man, I don't want that to happen to me. That's we get called a lot of names in the media again. That's opinions are out there. I'm a big boy, I can take it. But I'll tell you what, these stories are sensational on their own. But the value of this story, if there is one, is not the drama and the pictures as we talked about early. It is what you've been talking about, JB, and what we've mentioned. It's the foundation. The value is to point out to somebody who knows someone in a bad relationship, to tell them, hey, you don't have to be in that bad relationship. Get out of that relationship. That's what this is about. If anything, there's some justice in that other lives might be saved and that other people might be found that wouldn't have been found otherwise. So
we're going to go live for another 15 minutes. 15 minutes, that's the last call for your #HeyJB, #HeyWalt, questions and comments. And listen, if you're mad, if you're upset about us going only another 15 minutes, well, we've been live for nearly 6 hours without a break. Well,
good job, by the way.
No,
by the way, just a shout out to you. I know we don't have a lot of time. This medium that WFLA has created and that you created and that you've brought to great heights, and it's all on you. The buttons, he's like the Wizard of Oz over there. I mean, the buttons he's pushing, the media that he's controlling, it's a great form of media. I expect to see. I'm gonna
end this very, very kind chatter by hitting one of my many buttons. I appreciate it, Walt, but hitting one of my many buttons here to show you that there are folks that have now, these are the same individuals that were originally outside of the reserve chanting justice for Gabby at the end of the conclusion of the FBI press conference. They are now here at the scene of, or at the home of Chris and Roberta Laundrie. And I don't, can we just listen in for a second? What's the chant today?
Brian is burning in hell. Your son Brian is burning in hell.
I can't hear.
Brian is, I don't know.
Let's just keep in mind that Chris and Roberta Laundrie, I know that there are opinions out there, but let's just keep in mind we don't know the truth of what happened, but there is a truth that is becoming more evident, or the chance of it is becoming more clear and more. There's a chance that they lost their son and learned of that news today.
And they are not charged with anything. They are not people of interest in anything.
They haven't been accused of anything or charged with anything. I know that they get so much media attention or social media attention because of the fact that they did not take the Petito or Schmidt family calls when Brian returned home, and that was...
I get that criticism.
That optics-wise, it looks really poor. We get that, but they are dealing with an extraordinarily difficult new batch of information that has come in today. And again, they were there at the reserve when these belongings were found. Here's another thing we haven't really talked about. I want to go rapid fire through the remaining #HeyJB, #HeyWalt questions and comments. But to Bertolino's, you were bringing up Bertolino's statement. In Bertolino's statement, the FBI and Northport police were informed last night of Brian's parents' intentions, and they met Chris and Roberta there this morning. And after a brief search off of a trail that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found.
That is really, really odd.
I just want to say I did just try calling Molly and tell her to get the fuck out of there, but she didn't answer. So I just want to say I did try. I don't agree with going back to the house. These people lost a kid. Whether he killed somebody or not, he's still dead. From the parents' perspective, they're still dead. They still lost a son, regardless of who he was. They lost their youngest son. So I completely disagree with anybody chanting at that house right now. Sorry, not sorry.
So you're telling me that they went out there just because they went out there, and on that particular day we find remains and Laundrie's items? That is odd. That is a very odd coincidence. That is a
hold on. There's a comment on that in the queue.
I saw that. I think she used the word odd.
And
you had it up shortly.
I did. I'm trying to remember. We brought up tons of comments.
It was just up there.
Oh my God, it's in the queue. I know it is. Hold on, bear with me, folks. Bear with me. But, oh, yeah. Oh, no, here it is. Teresa Drinkard. #HeyJB. How odd do you think it is that the Laundries go out to the reserve today and then these discoveries are made? Thank you for all your great coverage. How odd is it that occurs today, and all of this happens all today after Chris and Roberta Laundrie decide we're going to the reserve?
But there's something that doesn't make sense there. So he sent that at noon, and I thought there was somebody. My computer died, but somebody said that things were found this morning. Wasn't there a this morning about these items somewhere? Was that in the FBI? That was in the FBI's statement that we read from Denver. That the items were found this morning.
And Chris and Roberta were there this morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I think this is very, very odd. This is the oddest part, one of the odder coincidences I've ever seen, that they happened to choose out there on a Wednesday after the search had died down, and on the day after, 2 days after the search dies down, they find these items out in the wooded area and remains. Yes, I do think that's odd. I will offer my opinion on that. Yes, odd. Absolutely.
Expect the unexpected. We've talked about it, and that's certainly an unexpected component to this story. Let's just kind of go rapid fire because we only have a few minutes left. Sharon, #HeyJB, do we know what lead Laundrie's parents to go, or what Laundrie? I think what led Laundrie's parents. I see lead Laundrie's parents to go looking in this particular area.
No.
Just all that we know is that this is an area that
Right, that's
that
true.
Brian had been to in the past. That's really
They
it.
must have searched this area before.
Charlotte, yeah, I mean, but
Because if it's
but
a
how much
frequent-
water was there when they searched?
Right.
These are questions.
Yeah.
Charlotte, #AJB, #HeyWalt. What happens if the remains turn out to be Brian? Will the case be closed? I'm from the UK. Hello. To everybody watching from the UK, hello. The case isn't closed. There's still an active homicide investigation into
This
the
is
death
something
of
I mean, to
Gabrielle
ask
Petito.
Our lawyer friends, can a person go from person of interest to suspect?
Postmortem.
Postmortem. But I'll tell you what, it's not closed because of
No.
that notebook. We're going to go back to the notebook. Let's fan the notebook fire here. That notebook, I don't think it's closed at this.
All right, let me say this. Molly, if you're listening, hear me loud. Screaming at the house now is not justice for Gabby. You're not doing anything for Gabby right now. This is not justice because even Gabby's parents, I guarantee you, they probably feel like, well, good. Now they feel the same pain we do. But it doesn't make it right screaming in front of the house. And everything we know about Joseph Petito, he would not want this. He would not want you screaming in front of the house. It's just not justice for Gabby. It's not. Brian is dead. I'm convinced Brian is dead. And Baba, I totally agree with what you said. I don't believe Brian is the serial killer. I believe this is a one-shot incident.
Digging into that cold case, new technology will come around, and something that wasn't previously available will expose new light to investigators, or expose new information to investigators. And the person isn't necessarily, I don't know if officially semantically named a suspect, but they do announce it, and they say, we have determined that so-and-so person in so-and-so year died, and this is who did it. And they will announce it. But that's kind of different to what we're talking about here, but that's the precedent that there is for announcing who committed a crime when we have both the victim and the suspect, or the
Okay, that's what I wanted to finish on. I'm glad you reminded me, Emo. So what Molly was saying about the super chats is, and believe me, I get it. It is extremely frustrating when you put in so much work and you try to read everybody's comments and be there for everyone's comments, and then it's not her. Hold on.
You don't know the answer to that? Is there some way? We don't know how she was strangled. If the Laundries are watching, I don't want to even go into that. But the point would be: is there evidence that would tie him to the scene? And even then, do they release it? Do they have policy about releasing that when the suspect is dead?
Next, we got to go through these final questions and comments here. #HeyJB. I'm really glad that Kaylee Redmond brought this up. I wonder what Cassie has to say about all this. I still don't think she had anything to do with it. Parents, though, perhaps, hard to say. But yeah, we've been talking so much about Chris and Roberta Laundrie, wondering how Cassie Laundrie.
Okay. So when you put a lot of work into something, it's very frustrating and I can relate to this. I get what she's saying. That out of doing the right thing, I always try to read everybody's chats out loud, and I try to always know who everybody is and talk to everybody, and make sure that every single person that participates in my chat feels like they're important, not just Patreons or anything else. So I get that, and that's what she's saying. It's very frustrating when you see creators who never even acknowledge chat are getting 3,000-4,000 people in their live, and everybody super chatting them, and the only time they will talk to you or acknowledge you is when you give a super chat. Where me and Molly don't do that. We acknowledge everybody. That's where she's frustrated, and I get it. I 100% get it. because that's why I said, you know what, from now on, I'm not going to acknowledge anybody. Unless you super chat me, I'm not reading your question. And that's where Molly gets frustrated.
Was happening. I'm going to speak hypothetically. If the FBI knows that parents helped a child or lied to them while the child is alive, there is strategical reasons why you would not charge the parents at that point. You could very well hold it over their head, but now if a child is dead, does that change anything as far as charging someone? What's the good? Is it an opportunity to make an example of them? Those are things we may never know. But again, the parents in this case, not hypothetically, have not been accused of anything. It's all people coming up with these conclusions. But keep in mind, some of the conclusions people have come up with are that Brian Laundrie was not in that wooded area ever, right? Now we know he was in the wooded area. We don't know if this is his body. Other conclusions: he's in Mexico. He's on the Appalachian Trail. He's in Canada. Those conclusions have been wrong. So again, to conclude without any evidence that those parents did something to help their son, we don't know what kind of relationship they had. Maybe he's a kid that doesn't talk to his parents. We don't know any of that because they haven't spoken. So
all valid points. Katina York, hashtag AJB. He still hasn't been named a suspect. He's only a person of interest. Correct. Yeah, but I go back to Michael McPherson's description, or his comments, rather, during the press conference. His words were, Brian Laundrie, person of interest in Gabby Petito's murder. That's the first time we've had those words said in that way. And before that, he was just a person of interest in her disappearance. And really,
it's a person of interest in the homicide, wasn't he?
Well, the person of interest label was put out before it was determined to be a homicide investigation. So it in the estimations of so many, it carried over and applied, but it wasn't necessary. The fact that it is definitively said here by the FBI, he is a person of interest in Gabby Petito's murder, it clears up. And so to Katina's comment here, he is not a suspect.
And by the way, murder, not homicide. Murder.
Yep. Murder different. Julie Gomat, hashtag AJB, hashtag AWalt. If it's his body, it's case closed. Unfortunately, that's a lot of people feel the way that Julie does. But we don't.
It won't be case.
It's not right. No. Let's put it
for us.
Yep. Let's put it back on screen.
Yeah.
No. Continue, Walt. I'm sorry.
It will not be case closed for us.
It's not case closed for us. It's not case closed for the FBI
because
either.
There's an interest to it, and there's questions to ask. There's still questions to ask about the way a domestic violence case was handled. There are still questions to ask about.
Emo brings up a really good point. Not only do we pretty much know that the son is dead? Imagine knowing that your son is a murderer, a credit card fraud, and dead. Think about that. That's some heavy weight on the parents. Some heavy weight. Let them be. Leave them be. It's time to leave them alone. There's nothing they can say that's going to matter. There's nothing that they can say that is thank you, Scoop, that's going to make a difference. Like, Brian is most likely gone. It's the FBI wouldn't have had that press conference if it wasn't Brian. Fact. So they just aren't completely saying it yet. It's okay, Flower Lady. They're not completely saying it yet, but it's pretty obvious it's Brian, or they wouldn't have all these people there just for a backpack. Sorry, it's just not going to happen. So the fact that they have to live with this, everything that Brian did, just leave him alone already.
See here. Jamie Lynn Diaz, hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyWalt. Maybe they found other belongings in the bag. Cell phone.
Very interesting that you say that, Janine, because I was thinking that too. When I was in the car, but when JB brought up the fact that he said it was murder, I don't understand the difference between murder and homicide. So I was going to look it up when they ended.
electronically to Brian's cell phone. So I'm not sure what the cell phone helps. And I don't know if that helps at all, because I don't know. I should know this. I'm not sure. Can a forensic examination without the phone get you everything in a cell phone, or only the things only the things that aren't deleted? I don't know the answer to that. So the cell phone obviously would be important if they did find it in there.
Any electronic evidence in the backpack is enormous. Yeah. Anything. We've heard so many conversations about burner phones. Could a burner phone have been found in that backpack? Right. What was in the backpack?
And where did the burner phone get bought? When did it get bought? I mean, that sort of timeline, I'd be surprised if the FBI does not release in a case like this. And the FBI agent, again, uncharacteristically, at the announcement of Gabby Petito's body being found, the FBI agent teared up. Nothing wrong with that. And at this this one, the FBI agent revealed something he didn't necessarily have to reveal. Again, the notebook, and also talked about the huge public interest in this case. The FBI is cognizant of that, and I think with that in mind, will release maybe more than they might have if this was a different type of case.
Last comment we're going to take. Vern.
Good question.
#HJB. A pen would leave an impression on the paper, even if the ink is smeared.
Absolutely, and the FBI has a great crime lab, a great crime lab. And by the way, I mentioned.
I'm sorry, but if Brian has been dead for weeks, there's no way that the paper is not completely ruined. I don't know. But to answer your question, since they're pretty much ending and just repeating the same stuff, difference between homicide and murder. Homicide is a part of murder because there's 4 classifications of homicide: capital murder, manslaughter, criminally negligent homicide, and murder. Homicide is simply killing of one person by another. It may or may not be illegal. Murder is a homicide committed with malice aforethought. That doesn't mean it's malicious killing. Malice aforethought is the common law way of saying that is an unjustified killing. So it's pretty much just like a legal term.
Mode now, so if there's any additional developments, any new pieces of information that come out, even tonight or early tomorrow morning, and we're always in standby mode, ready to go live at the drop of a hat if there's anything new that occurs. But regardless, we will be planning streams, and we are going to be picking up a lot. There's so many in the queue, so many #HeyJB, #HeyWalt questions, and your hashtag-based comments and questions that are so fantastic. We don't have time to get to them here today, but what we're going to do is we are going to do our very best to cycle them through to tomorrow. But I also want to share this because now with all of these new developments and everything that has occurred here, we also have the ability to feature and I'll play this out here as a sample. We're tomorrow on WFLA Now, provided that that's our next stream. If our next stream is tomorrow, Thursday, October 21st, we're going to be featuring a whole lot more of your video comments like this one.
Hey JB, my name is Whitney Sitch and I'm with the True Crime Sisters, and we have a Facebook group called Justice for Gabby Petito. My question today is, how do you respond to people who think that the case is already going cold?
That from Whitney came in last night, and we loaded up into our system. So if you would like to have your video question, or if you just really want a point to be made, whether it's on the backpack, the notebook, the developments today, Chris and Roberta Laundrie, whatever it is, this is what interactive journalism is.
Really cool to be able to do that, by the way. Again, back to the technology, great use of technology.
We're able
to see the faces and hear the voices.
We're just able to have a conversation with our audience.
Very cool.
And we look forward to continuing doing interactive journalism here on WFLA Now in the days ahead. So if you want to have your question answered, and we would love to put a face to our viewers, and we have been over the last couple of days, you can use #HeyJB, you can submit a video question to the WFLA-JB Facebook page. I collect them there, we vet them, make sure that there's no inappropriate language or anything on there that isn't stream appropriate. So we, of course, look to ensure that it's something that we can put on stream. We put it through the vetting process, and then, of course, we can feature them. But if you would like to have your question, if you're one of those people that is just dying to have your question or your comment featured in some way, take a grab your phone, take a quick selfie video, and direct message it to me, private message it to me on my WFLA JB Facebook page, and we look forward to bringing you quite literally into the conversation in the days ahead. This is a story now, Walt, that in the days ahead is going to be focused on what they are combing through here at Myakkahatchee. This is, as they said, it's going to take several days for them to process what they have discovered here today. So our streaming coverage isn't going anywhere. We're going to be back here live tomorrow.
Some important information coming out in the days to come. Really important information about what they found out there, what's in the backpack, and also whose remains are those? If they can attach a name to those remains, is it Brian Laundrie? But also the notebook will be important. Maybe we find out more about that. What else was in the backpack? What about this coincidence? Stephen Bertolino, maybe he shed. I would bet Stephen Bertolino shed some light on what seems like a huge coincidence, that the parents happened to go out there, and on the day that the parents happened to go out there, a 50-day search may have come to an end, that possibly the first items found during this search were found on the day the parents just happened to go out there after the case had gone, at least chilled, if not cold. That's right. We are I think we're talking about Eagle 8 over there. But as JB said, the days to come will be very interesting. It is not over by a long shot here.
Eagle 8 HD is going up. So, and I don't know where. I'd like to see the map for the temporary flight restriction. So Eagle 8 HD is going to be up for 6 o'clock newscast on WFLA News Channel 8. I'd be very curious to see. So, Walt, we were about to wrap up our stream here, and I think we are wrapping up, but we might stay live a little bit longer just to feature Eagle 8 HD. And I don't know where Eagle's heading. I was just trying to figure out exactly where they would be heading.
If they're outside the zone, can they still see something of interest?
To sit right outside the border of the TFR and use Zoom.
How big's the TFR? I don't know.
That's hold on. Let's just see.
And when you think about that, the viewing of the white tent that we saw earlier was hard to see anyway because it's obscured under a stand of trees. So can you see it from a distance? I don't know.
I'm trying to find out the size of the there it is. Hold on. There it is. There's the TFR. It's massive. Massive, as you would expect. A TFR isn't issued, and they just put it over like a merry-go-round style of size of land. It's going to be an enormous area of land. So it is up and it is active, and so Eagle 8 HD I think is going to navigate around it. But what we'll do is we're gonna Walt and I need to hop off stream here. But we'll stay live for our YouTube audience, specifically for YouTube, and we'll be prepared to go back live on Facebook, provided that there is something from Eagle 8 HD that is noteworthy to show you. To our Facebook live audience, we're going to be wrapping up our stream here on WFLA Now. We continue with our next stream, which could be later today, it could be tonight, it could be there will absolutely be streaming coverage on Thursday. There's no doubt about that. We just don't know exactly when the next development is going to be. Anytime that I say, I think that there could be a development on this day or that day, the unexpected continues to occur here with this story.
These next few days could have a lot of developments when we think about just because so many unanswered questions still today. We thought we're going to get some answers. So many unanswered questions about what was found. It's the first things that we know of that were found in that area, right? That we know of. And fascinating thing, a notebook and a backpack. Very, very interesting, and you wonder what tales that, if it's evidence, can tell.
All the latest is on WFLA.com, the WFLA app. You can find the latest here, but again, partial human remains, what appears to be partial human remains, found in the Brian Laundrie search, in addition to a backpack and also a notebook. And these are now, we're going to start, of course, we now get to work on all of this information, and we pursue this information, we pursue the latest, and be sure to keep it right here on WFLA Now for our future live streams so we can continuously break down what we know and all the developments that occur. Of all the live streams we have done, I think there's been more developments on this one particular live stream than any other. Yeah. It started with of course the Bertolino, Stephen Bertolino announcing to the world that Chris and Roberta were there and that they found articles, and that was the beginning. And then of course we get all the way down to an FBI press conference. We have no idea what is going to happen here on a day-to-day basis, but we promise you that we're going to be live on WFLA Now for all the developments here in this story. And as always, the core mission of WFLA Now is interactive journalism, featuring your questions and comments, bringing you directly into the conversation, the video questions you can submit to the WFLA JB Facebook page, all of these things. We care about what you have to say. I don't know how many news stations out there. We care very much about what you are saying in our comment section, and we want to spotlight some of the things that you have to say, because your opinion and your comments matter to us. Matters to me. Do us a favor,
watch the TV, watch WFLA as well, watch Channel 8 as well, because the coverage is great, and there's a lot of dedicated journalists, and we'd love to have you as new viewers or continued viewers, obviously.
WFLA News Channel 8, getting ready for the 6 o'clock news. Eagle 8 HD. Everybody is going to be live somewhere over Sarasota County, outside of the TFR. We just don't know exactly where. So we're ending this Facebook live stream. Hop over to YouTube if you want to see exactly where.
All right. So, I don't know. I don't think it's coincidental that, the water receded. I don't think that's coincidental. I'll tell you what it comes down to for me. It comes down to, did the FBI call the parents, or did the parents call the FBI? This is my deciding factor of if there's some shady shit going down. Because if there's shady shit going down, the parents called the FBI, which is what WFLA had originally stated. FLA had originally stated that the parents were there and found some of his belongings. Fox News reported that the FBI had called the parents. So we don't know which is which. I will let you guys know which is which, but that is, for me, going to determine what's actually going on here. Because, again, if it was the FBI that called the parents, then nothing shady went on. If WFLA is right and the parents are the ones that called and said they found something, then I'm not buying this whole story, and something is extremely off. So that's why I said it really comes down to who's who and who called who. So once I find that answer, then I'll know if there's really anything shady going on, because not for nothing, but it's a little peculiar that all of a sudden the parents find something, and these people have looked and looked and looked and looked, and they found nothing. And now all of a sudden they find something? Come on now. That's not right. Something's wrong there. And why did Roberta all of a sudden come out of the house where she didn't come out of the house last time? It kind of makes me think that maybe, just maybe, okay, their lawyer has not said Roberta found the backpacks. It's in his statement. Well, that's what WFLA reported, that Bertolino said that they found it. So, I don't know. I believe parents called and told them they were going to search today, and after they went home, they were called to go back. That's possible. But something's just fishy. Because Roberta hasn't left her house yet. Why today? We don't know what they mean by partial remains. They haven't really said what partial remains mean. The FBI guy said investigators found it. Okay. Oh, but did he? All right, let me go look. That will help out immensely. Okay. Chris and Roberta will wait for the forensic identification of the human remains before making additional comments. From Laundrie. Chris and Roberta Laundrie were at the reserve earlier today when human remains and some of Brian's possessions were located in an area where they initially advised law enforcement that Brian may be. Let me repeat that. This was 45 minutes ago. This wasn't from earlier. There was a statement he made earlier. But Bertolino's latest statement was Chris and Roberta Laundrie were at the reserve earlier today when human remains and some of Brian's possessions were located in an area where they had initially advised law enforcement that Brian may be. That doesn't say either way. I'm scrolling through his book. His page. Okay. Chris and Roberta Laundrie went to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park this morning to search for Brian. The FBI and MPPD, Northport Police Department, were informed last night of Brian's parents' intentions, and they met Chris and Roberta there this morning. After a brief search off a trail that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found. As of now, law enforcement is conducting a more thorough investigation. That was this morning. So either way, it doesn't show. Actually, it's neither. They were already there when it was found. They called the police to let them know they were going to look for Brian. And miraculously, they just happened to find stuff. In the same place they said Brian was looking. That they told them Brian was. So, really, they're not giving answers either way. No, they're saying the backpack was found when the parents were there. The FBI were with them, correct. Yeah, it doesn't say, it basically says they found them together. Could be that someone else found the things he planted in there. I don't know. Here's my theory as of right now. Let me tell you my theory as this could change. So don't quote me on this, but this could change. But as of right now, I think that Brian killed himself many, many weeks ago. The parents thought maybe he ran. They said they did look. That they thought he ran. Brian shot himself, got eaten up by the swamp or whatever because everything was wet. When they were looking for him, he was underground already. He was already in water. Why they didn't locate anything, don't know. But that's when they moved the search. Now that the water receded, they found Brian in the items. I believe that, let me tell you though, I believe he was been there for a couple of weeks because of his partial remains, which tells me alligator could have got him, a crocodile could have got him, somebody could have got him. And maybe that's why his rest of his body was never found. I still don't understand, though, why they didn't, why they wouldn't have found his backpack or something. That's because remember I said, I don't know, for you guys that have followed me for a while, if you remember, I said that a while ago. I said, if he got eaten by a crocodile or something, they are going to find some kind of evidence of him. Backpack, I said, wallet or something. That they were crocodiles don't eat that stuff. Alligators don't eat that stuff. So that makes me think that he's been dead for a couple of weeks. And a crocodile got him, and this is what's left over. Now that the water receded, now all this is coming up. Because I don't believe that you would only find partial remains of a body that has been underwater for a couple of weeks without alligators or anything. So I'm pretty sure he's been dead for weeks. And where the backpack and stuff came from, that I'm not sure. But here's the big twist. What if it's not him? He left his wallet and phone behind too. We don't know what was in the backpack. I'm sure the backpack had material items of his, like had, survival items. Nobody contacted Ellie. They met the parents. The parents called him last night and said that they were going to meet them today. So it kind of makes me think that what's really happening is he's been dead for a while. Wipo's wife has them in front of the house. Molly the rest. All right, let me take a look at it. Yeah, we don't know who's who yet. What's White Boy's channel? I don't even know his channel. This one? Okay, it's not on there. He's not live. She's not live either. She's shut down.
What if it was Cassie? What if it was Cassie? What if it was Cassie?
Oh, my soul will leave my body.
America needs to see you guys go to jail.
Oh, I would do.
America deserves to see you guys go to jail. You are not the victim. The only victim here is Gabby and her family.
And her family and her friends.
I don't agree with
been
that.
Any answer as to whether or not he is or is not deceased at this time. Can you please tell me if you know they are in the house, Robin? Yes.
I said goodbye to her, and I said, "This is all I could do for you, is be your voice."
Justice for Gabby.
Said that I'm very, very pixelated and blurry, so they're basically just listening. I think all the news crews and whatnot are blocking my data. It looks it.
Yeah.
I don't believe news crews can block anything.
Justice for Gabby. The only victim here is Gabby Petito.
We didn't respond to any emails, but I did see you.
Torture.
Hands around the neck is torture.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
That's how it goes around here.
Whatever comes first.
Possibly 30.
But I am happy that your son saves taxpayers money since they decided to spend so much money.
Why did Nene see message get deleted? She was replying. Honestly, I have no idea.
Sunspear, I don't see a question.
Her message or her comment.
That's one of them I never got.
What she's wearing on my bag. You see the hook on the wrist? I'll mail it to you. And I gotta give you like 5 bracelets for them right there behind you.
John Nelson, I agree.
Sunspear, your guess is as good as mine. If there was a burner phone found in the area and he had left his wallet and phone behind, where'd he get the burner phone? We don't know. That's an excellent question. And thank you, Lori. Thank you so much. Yeah, they are White Lotus. I don't get it.
That's most likely the cause of death if it's him.
That's bullshit. Because now we get up every day, you know?
Come out here, Roberta. My plane doesn't leave till tomorrow.
You back out here again?
I will stay out here all night.
No, we back out just as today.
Maybe I will stay out here all night. I swear to God.
Okay, well, I won't be here tomorrow.
No, I'll stay out here all night and just keep yelling.
Cynthia, I agree with you. Like I said before, I have a lot of mixed emotions, and it's hard for me to talk about it, so I'm not going to, because every time I try to, I'm on the verge of tears. But I'm not really sure how I feel. I don't know what to say. Judgmental. I wonder if that Ethan fella killed Brian.
You're gonna be followed everywhere you go.
Grandma Green, thanks for subbing. I appreciate it.
Who thinks like that? Like, what is wrong with you?
Take it to my pockets, did any more crap.
I don't understand.
Unbelievable.
Who chooses? Chris, how are you even under the same roof with Roberta? I can't believe you haven't fallen out your brains next to your son. Oh.
Is Jonathan's clear?
He's next. Guaranteed. The dad's next. He's like, oh no, I'm stuck with Roberta. Oh.
Months ago. You chose not to. Selfish.
Teresa, hit the thumbs down if you think this is abuse. Hey, that's fine with me, guys. I've always said, feel free to hit the thumbs up or the thumbs down. Either way, it's okay with me. I appreciate whatever option you decide to do.
So I'm not fixing. We care more about this poor baby than you did. I'm not getting paid to be out here.
All right, I am going to try and, hey, F the haters. Thanks for getting out there again. You're welcome, Breezy B. I'm going to try and restart it again and see what happens.
Did you make that donation?
So give me a little bit and I'll be back.
I did.
No, that actually ended a couple of minutes ago. And I don't agree with it at all. And I wish she would answer her phone. But we're the norm. Because, I mean, we're not the norm. Because 421 gave it a thumb up and only 72 gave it a thumb down. So we're definitely not the norm here. All right, so I don't know what we can actually see here. This can't be now because it's 6 o'clock there. Isn't it going to be dark? So there's tape. There's something. There's something. We know there's the circle. There's no sound on it. Oh, it is still bright out. I don't know. They said they can't go in the area, though. Oh, are you Scorpio? All right. So I wonder if he was found like in this riverbank. I did, Sonny, I did. That was kind of funny though. Still, the best comment of this whole trip was white boy wasted. So this is what they have taped off. The question is why? What is in here that's taped off? Lisa, I said the same thing. I'm one of the first people that said it. That he's home. VP, there's absolutely nothing misleading about my thing. About my thumbnail. Brian is dead. If you've ever watched the FBI and how the FBI works, you know Brian's dead, or they wouldn't have held a press conference. Carry on. I know, the grass is super high. I don't know why I thought the grass was low or something. For some reason, I thought maybe the grass was lower, but it's not. It's like knee deep. I wish my electric bill was only $150. Yeah, I didn't mind it so much a month ago. Now I do. Now it's just wrong. I don't know why there's no sound, but I do have to leave shortly. I gotta go get Dayton. I can't believe I didn't even get my car fixed today. I turned my son in, and it wasn't for murder as a parent. I don't know if I turned my kid in. I really don't. No, I grew up in New York, Sarah. I'll be right back, though. I have to go potty. I gotta go potty.
Cordoned off.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't me without sound. Yeah, thank you, Good Vibes. I don't understand why there's still no sound. I don't know why they're flying without sound. It's so weird. If it is truly Brian that's covered, he's probably the biggest coward. Oh, that's Brian. They wouldn't have had a press conference without Brian. Christy, I think it might be old. I think they might be showing stuff from this afternoon. No, the sound was because I rewinded it. The sound you heard was this.
Yes, it satisfies.
That's the sound. But when you update it, there's no sound. They had this on replay while they set up the live presser. I'm just showing you what they're showing live. This is them live right now. That's them live. Hush! This is their live stream. Come on. Whoops. Going to get dark soon. What are they? I don't know. But I actually have to shut down in a few minutes. I got to go get my son and get dinner and... Because I wasted my entire day today with you guys. I didn't waste it. Wasting is a bad word. But I've been live since 11 o'clock this morning. See, but instead, Nelly, I thought of that too. But the reality is, I don't think they knew he was dead. Or they would have told somebody he was dead. I can't imagine they thought he was dead. I mean, why would they waste all this money if they knew it? Like, being dead would have been the easiest part. That's why I tend to wonder if the FBI knew that he was dead. You know what I mean? I'm kind of thinking maybe the FBI thought or knew he was dead to begin with, and that's what they were looking for, was a dead body. Hey, Janessa. They say this is BL, even if it... No, I think it is. They say there's a notebook. They found a notebook, a backpack. It's the only thing they're showing in it. I don't think Molly would have said there was a gun if there wasn't. I think they're just not reporting it yet. Yes, I think he offed himself. I think both, Danny. I think he killed himself and ended up in the water and, you know, got offed. Oh, Sunny D, you just reminded me. I agree with Sunny D, and I thought that also, that very, very good chance that he always carried a notebook because he was an artist. That's not something an artist is going to, you know, disagree with. And any artist is going to carry around their notebook all the time. FBI knew more than all of us and clearly had a reason to stick to the reserve. I agree. He took Walsh's advice. But I do, it makes me wonder if they were all looking for a dead body to begin with. I think he's been dead for a while. I do. I think he killed himself originally. I think that's why he was so impossible to find. Knowing more, yes, but I wonder if they knew, if the parents said he said he was going to kill himself. And maybe when they never found him, they thought, oh, maybe he got away. Maybe he escaped. Hold on. Yep. Come on, you piece of shit phone. Yo. What? You haven't left yet, right? No. Okay. Make it 6. Okay. Okay. Love you, bye. Alright, I don't have to get off yet. We got a little more time. He's probably decomposed a lot. Or alligators got him. There's a good chance alligators got him. There was some reporting on Twitter that the cadaver dogs hit there 3 or 4 times during search, but the area was underwater. That's a good possibility. But I don't know why they wouldn't have grabbed the backpack. The FBI got involved with any of the BL sightings or just local? That I don't know. He maybe left a note in the car saying goodbye. I think that was all planned on the 8th. It took the parents 4 days to report him missing. That's what I'm saying. They may have thought that he left, that he did it on his own. You're welcome, Everlaw. Thanks for coming. No fluff. I don't like fluff. The gun is what was reported. I mean, think about it. I don't think that Brian would go out in the wilderness. I mean, let's think a little logic. This is why I don't think Marissa was lying. Who's going to go out in the wilderness without a gun when you're on the run? Of course you're going to have a gun. Think about it. Of course you're going to have a gun. What if you needed food? What if you had to protect yourself? You're not going to stay out in the wilderness without a gun. I mean, let's be real here. And they didn't say any of the contents of the bag. So, you know he didn't go out there with just a backpack and a notebook. I mean, let's be real. So, it makes me think that the gun is legit. They're just not saying it yet. Exactly, Nikki. There's no way he's not going to have a gun. I mean, especially as a survivalist. As a survivalist, you're going to have a gun. His dad did report that the gun was missing out of the Mustang glove compartment. No shit? Really? When was that, Kim? I don't remember hearing that. In Florida, you need a gun to protect yourself from wildlife. Exactly. That's why I don't question that. Kim, where did you hear that? I really think he went out there knowing he would probably do. Probably told us. Maybe he thought he could survive. 2 weeks ago. Yeah, if you could find it, that would be great. Yeah, Delicio, I didn't believe any of those people. I really didn't. I never bought into any of that shit. Quinny, that part we don't know. I don't know if we'll ever get that answer. Yeah, you do have huge gators in Florida. I do. I wonder if the family, if the parents knew he was dead or had a good feeling they were dead. The Laundrie's the shadiest fuck, and I wouldn't put it past them. I don't think he ever tried to survive. He couldn't live with what he had done. I don't know. He looked pretty happy on the 8th. Even though he's dead, the parents still won't talk. What do you want him to say? And there's not confirmation yet. I mean, think about it. What could the parents say at this point? Nothing. Monica, I hope so too. That's a good point. I do hope that he wrote in his notebook what happened to Gabby. I agree with you. Just Sunspirit, that part I don't know. I remember hearing someone said yes, someone else said no. Yeah, but Kim, it's not going to get them off his back. It's going to, you know, start more theories. But I absolutely don't agree with pressuring them. Let's see what the chat over here is saying. Brian and Gabby to reunite in the afterlife. Mute the fake Brian Laundrie. He's not dead. Parents' lawyer and cops put a John Doe there and some of Brian's stuff there faking his death. That's retarded. I agree. Very suspicious. The day the Laundrie decide to look for Brian, all of a sudden a backpack, a tablet, and some bones are found. We don't know if it's bones. More remains have been found, as in addition to Gabby. That's old. BLM is calling Gabby. It's strange to me how police opened up the reserve and immediately Brian's parents find items. Why is it silent? Yeah, they're not saying much either. They're going to say he died of COVID. He's dead, hooray. Gabby was... They have to be wrapping the scene up soon. No lights. They knew he was because they put him there. There's a lot of people saying the parents planted evidence. I don't agree with that. Chris and Roberta Laundrie will make a statement to the press. No, I don't. Could someone help me, please? Has it been confirmed? It hasn't been, okay, let me put it like this, JJ. It hasn't been officially confirmed that, oh my God, it's Brian Laundrie. However, anybody that knows how the FBI works, the FBI would never have held a press conference stating they found human remains that they believe are to be Brian's if it wasn't Brian. They just don't have the proof. Anybody that knows how these investigations work, that's what happens. So they absolutely would, they can't totally confirm it, just like they couldn't confirm Gabby, but they wouldn't have held a press conference if it wasn't him. Yeah, they definitely didn't plant remains. That's ludicrous. I can't find hard proof Chris has gone missing, but if you search on Twitter for Chris Laundrie's gun, it's been discussed for about 2 weeks. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's true. Were the parents there before? Well, that's what I was looking into, LA Whispers. What it seems is it was a together thing. It didn't happen before, it didn't happen after. They opened it up to the public yesterday, and then today, all of a sudden, the cops or the FBI met them there, and they find this stuff. So it wasn't a before or after, it was kind of at the same. I assume it's him, just though you've heard. Yeah, it's definitely him. I have no doubt. That's Danny, that's not awful. I wonder the same thing. But Gabby was identified on the same day her remains were, so I'm hopeful they'll get an update. Yeah, but Gabby was a full body. He's not a full body. Remember, they said partial remains. That could mean they found an arm. We have no idea what they found. Yeah, LA, I was wondering that same thing. That was something I looked into. I looked hard for that answer. It is Jimmy Hoffa. They found out it was Jimmy Hoffa. No way that wussy ass coward shot himself. Yeah, see, I don't agree with that. But I also never saw Brian the way a lot of people did. I never saw Brian like this horrible abuser. I think he was just a kid. Are you disappointed he's there since now there won't be any justice? Am I disappointed? Disappointed's the wrong word. Do I think that Gabby's family deserve answers? Yes. But the only case that I can, like, think about it like this. Let's look at Chris Watts. Chris Watts is alive. Chris Watts is sitting in jail for the rest of his life. And unfortunately, Shanann's parents never got justice even though he's alive. Would we feel better if Brian did the exact same thing as Chris Watts and never really gave answers, but he was alive? Look at all the people that were trying to fight for Chris. At least this way the case can end and they don't have to have it thrown in their face every single day like Shanann Watts' family did. So just because he would be alive doesn't mean there'd be justice anyway. And that's really how I feel about it. At least now, everybody who's involved is dead, and they can put it behind them and truly mourn without having to see, Brian's face with some YouTuber who believes he's innocent, or some YouTuber or a bunch of YouTubers making fun of their daughter. Stuff that Shanann Watts' family had to see. And as much as they do deserve the truth, that's the one part of this that I think they're kind of better off. And he never really gave Shanann's family. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Is it any good instead, Nellie? That's what I'm saying. Shanann's parents didn't get justice. And then they had these whacked out YouTubers that were trying to were making it worse. Trying to say, Chris is innocent and blah. That's like the biggest stab in the back for them. So, like I said, at least now they can put it all behind them and they can move forward with their lives. And they don't have to worry about shit being thrown in their face, because the media can also go against them. All these YouTubers and TikTokers, it could go against them and it can end up hurting them in the long run. You don't want that either. You're right, my fault for that. It's not your fault. You're welcome, Elle. I like giving my perspective because it's usually different than most. It's true, though. All right, let's see what Doug's got. Doug, don't strike me. I like you.
We're headed down to the reserve. I've been at the reserve earlier, and I got video of that. You're going to see that when I get back. I'll edit all that together. You're going to see what happened today. We had video of the helicopter. And I just had to drop off my daughters, but we're headed back down there to the reserve. We've got remains found. Brian Laundrie has been found, remains found in the reserve. They found a backpack, his notebook. The Laundries actually went there this morning. Very strange that the fact that they
Happy birthday, Whistle Down. Everyone say happy birthday to Whistle Down.
they go there this morning and find stuff. Sorry, I'm trying to drive here. They find his backpack, his notebook, and then they find remains. So Brian Laundrie is dead at the reserve. They haven't verified the body, but if they find the backpack and the notebook, it's kind of strange that it's the day that the Laundries are there. We don't know what's going on with that. So we don't know. Our first thought, you're going to see on my video I made earlier, we thought that they were planting evidence to try to get them to think to maybe to verify that he's at the reserve. So we're gonna head back there. I'm just up by Fort Myers, but we've been there. I got footage of everything. I got in a little trouble by the police earlier. You'll see that on there. And we've got footage of the
Alright, that's the only video that's on there. So he may have removed it or didn't upload it because that's the only thing up there. The rest was from last night. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. According to the lawyer, they were there together. I agree with you that it's, iffy. It could go either way. He was 30 feet behind the parents that were alone when they found the personal items. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. We keep hearing different things, but, honestly, that changes everything. It really changes everything. I don't know. Emo, I'm not sure what they're saying, but it's like every news report is reporting something different. Some are saying that they were there alone. Some are saying they're not there alone. We just don't know. Yeah, the FBI doesn't want to look incompetent. I agree with that. Totally agree with that. The reporter took the photo, said they were alone. That was on Fox News?
I have a couple questions for you. I think that's really interesting, an interesting point about Dog the Bounty Hunter and the role that he's played in this. My big question is about the parents, Chris and Roberta.
Welcome, sit down.
They showed up early morning to the Carlton Reserve, went seemingly directly to the place where they ended up finding the human remains, finding the backpack, and finding the notebook. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, we know that this is a family that apparently has enjoyed that particular wildlife refuge. My perception is that they know where their boy was. They probably were hoping that he was not dead, but I think they knew where he was. I think that the parents are interestingly trying to protect their child as anyone would. Not to say they're involved in any kind of obstruction or anything illegal in any way. They're well represented, and they've clearly played their representation and worked that appropriately. Obviously, it raises suspicions. Obviously, there will be questions.
Can I just tell you, fate? Do you know what the odds are that I happen to turn on Fox at the exact second she asked the question that we're wondering? Do you know how weird that is? Like, for real? Think about that. Of all the times I could have put this on, I put this on at the exact second she was asking the question. That's kind of weird.
Questions to be asked. However, as a trial lawyer, I'm going to tell you that I think that their lawyer has demonstrated excellent lawyerly skills in making sure that his people, his clients, do not speak to the police. And I know that sounds brutal. That sounds like something that, oh my gosh, how can you not speak? But remember, we have a constitutional right not to speak to the police.
Were found. Very strange, very fishy. And very fishy that none of this was found the last time they were out there. It's people, I can't see any. Is the chat on? There we go. I didn't have the chat on, I think. So we're going up here. We're gonna check this out, and then we'll be down at the reserve. There was helicopters. It was crazy earlier. You had to see it. We got video of all that. We got...
Alright, Doug's not really showing anything. But let me try this. Okay, why are they like so close to this guy? Jim Craigie, I'm going to say this again, okay? Do you really think that Brian Laundrie was out in the wilderness without a gun? Just because they haven't reported it yet, my sources that are there reported it. So if you have a problem with it, carry on. Is that the FBI agent they're talking to? Why are they so secretive? Oh, it's kind of creepy. Why are they so secretive? Oh, no, Cam, not at all. I'm just saying that he wasn't really saying anything. I like Doug. I know, they are an old couple, Nikki.
Morning. How you doing? He likes to jump. He's a puppy. Hey, buddy. He's cute.
You know what, though? Look how high this grass is. I mean, not that anybody's going to mow it, but look how high this grass is. Some of this grass is up to here. They're not going to find something laying down in it. Think about it. Look at how fucking high this is. This isn't like here. Some of this is up to here. That's crazy.
He's everybody's friend, but he does just jump sometimes. Come on. Keep going.
See, the thing is, I don't know if that was like an FBI agent or if that was something else. It does look like a jungle. That's pretty bad. Oh, his live isn't even up anymore. Dog or Doug? No, you can say, I'm sub to Doug. I don't have a problem with Doug. I feel their body language has changed if Brian was found dead. Oh, I definitely believe Brian is found dead. Is Brian in pieces? Probably. I wouldn't doubt it. Okay, so they shut down too. Oh, Sean Doug is live.
So I gotta watch. I had to put my camera down because that cop yelled at us. And if he did it again, I'd probably get a ticket. Now you people up in, where was that guy from?
No idea.
I can't think of where he's from. But he said,
Thanks, Kim.
he said, why, maybe it was a lady. Why do you panic whenever you see a cop? It's like, why do you think? No one wants a ticket. Okay. We're leaving Doug Live Boulevard and we're going out to the reserve. Thank everybody for the great comments. Oh, look at that on the pole. Thank everyone that's donated. This could be the last hurrah here. So thank everybody who donated to PayPal and on the chats. I have some money on there now if I can ever get approved to get it. So it'll be going to a...
Don't worry, Doug. Your county has plenty of crime in it. You could cover crime cases all day in Florida where you are.
good place. It won't be going to a TV or nothing. So anybody out there knows anything, we need to figure out, if anyone's friends of a cop or detective, we need to figure out if the remains are from a month ago or maybe, we got wild boars out here and those things will even eat your bones. Nice signal though. I think the helicopter's back here. We went by here a little while ago. Yep, helicopter's put away. That means the search is over. Actually, I don't think they ever used it, did they? But
they're gonna go back out to look for more remains, I heard.
Look for more remains?
That's what I heard.
Are you kidding me?
It's closed off to the public, that one whole area. That's what I heard.
More remains?
They're gonna look for more.
That's weird. What does that mean? Did they find a foot?
They won't say what it is.
Maybe he cut off his foot. Got a doctor to cut off his foot, throw out there so they think an alligator ate him. And now he's just walking around without a foot. Down in Cancun. Yeah, if he was in the U.S., then he could get health benefits because he's missing a foot. That was just a joke. I don't want to get in trouble for that. So we're headed to the reserve. I hope we don't lose signal. I hope it stays. If it doesn't, I'll be back and I have videos from earlier and I'm going to do videos later tonight. We're on this. This is the last of the search, so we'll do more tonight and that so you can have something to see, but looks like I believe this is all over. People say, what do you mean? They found remains.
Okay, but it's parents. How come once the parents...
Oh no, he's losing signal.
Now they...
So I'm thinking that means you know,
Well,
condolences.
He's going to the reserve.
Until then, I'm not going to believe it.
You're
So-
telling me that they had dogs out a couple days ago in there and they didn't find that themselves. But once
Not
the parents
until
go
Mom
in there,
and
they
Daddy
find
go.
that.
Yeah,
Right?
that's. See, I thought they had stuff in their pocket, and they threw it down on the ground.
Nobody knows.
Like,
I don't understand it myself.
Why would the
but-
parents just magically go searching today,
Yeah.
and then they magically find stuff that was his? I thought it was at first, because I was thinking I thought I had a lead to where he was, but I was wrong because I once I heard that the parents found stuff of Brian's. It was strange because they found it right away, I guess. And it's like,
Hey, isn't that suspicious?
yeah, isn't that ironic? So tell me how all the searching and no one finds anything, and then magically the Laundries find something. It doesn't make sense.
So, right there doesn't prove that it's officially him. Could have been dropped off somewhere hidden. Lo and behold, when Mommy and Daddy went, then bang, there everything
So we
goes.
might lose signal, but I'll try to get it back. And if once I get near the reserve, if there's this cop out there, I'm gonna have to put the camera down. So, you know, it just it bothers me that they can't say. That's weird that they're looking for more parts. I mean,
And to me, it looked like it was where we just about were when it was all full of. that
hey, thank you for that $1.99. If you can't afford it, don't do it.
Oh, no shit, just Sun Spirit? That's wild. I don't think the Laundries planted the remains at all. Oh, really, Nelly? All right. So then they didn't plant anything. It's not 100% confirmed, but it's pretty confirmed.
Then we're gonna need.
But I'm going to give you guys the link. I do have to shut down. I've been on 5 hours, but I have to go get my son and give the kids dinner and, you know, all the fun stuff being a mom. But since I wasted this entire day, I'll be back later. Let me drop the link for Doug's video, so you guys can still watch Doug's video. There you go. And I will see you guys in a couple of hours. Hopefully something good. I want to thank everybody for Super Chats, PayPals. Thank you everyone for staying with me since 11 o'clock this morning. And I will see you guys later. Have a wonderful day. And I'll see you guys. If something comes up, I'll see you guys again in 2 hours. Probably like 2-3 hours. All right? Peace out.